There is a bug in the room flying around, and I think it might be a mosquito. I really hope it's not, though. I kind of wish one of the kitties would just come in here and like outright kill it. Because otherwise I'm just gonna be scared the whole entire time. It would also be super good if the bug followed me to the kitchen and is just stuck out there now. That would also be a good alternative. I don't know why, but for some reason I think my tummy did not agree with the food I had earlier. And so now I'm still kinda hungry. So I had to go make a tea. Yummy, yummy. Okay, so I think while I get this tea inside me, while I get this leaf juice inside me, go ahead and listen to a couple thingy wingies. I also need to continue to monitor the upload, because I know that's gonna suck super badly. So let's see, I do have one Big Feats, a new episode that I want to listen to. But I think I want to do that later. For now, let me do... Do I want to... Do I dare open... with religion? Doesn't really seem like the best idea. Let's see if I can find something else real quick. Let's see. Is there something soft and sweet and not at all excessively divisive? I guess what I could also do is I could also get an earlier Big Feats episode. That could be a thing. No! I don't see anything here that's particularly interesting or worth going through. Okay, we'll just do an earlier Big Feet story. Let's see if I can go. Where is my big feet? The feet that are big. The feet that are almost as big as my ego. Okay, so let's open this one because I want to listen to this one later. Oh, here's a good one. I thought I was a dead man. Let's go to that one. Let's kill the music. Start with this one for today.
And then,
and Todd comes to. You had quite the encounter back in the early 90s. If you would you just kind of start from the very beginning? Kind of take us back to that moment. I know you were on an airboat, but if you would just kind of start from the beginning, kind of tell us what you were doing and walk us into what happened. What did you see?
Okay. I was out on the river. I was going to do some frogging. And I usually go out there, like I said, a few hours before. So I can just pretty much get a hand on to see how many people are going to be in the general area, if there is going to be anybody there, just to go frogging. If there's going to be too many people in that area, I would have moved to another area. But it's not all the time is there people out there. It's just I usually like to try to go out there a little early. And
I literally never heard of the term frogging. Just makes me think of somebody playing Frogger. Let's go like frogging. Almost sounds kind of like a different thingy that people do together who have the same appendage. Frogging, ornamental braid or coat fastenings consisting of spindle-shaped buttons and loops. Frogging, hunt for or catch frogs. Okay. Whoa. There's this this frogging vest. That looks so fucking weird. What the heck is this? I don't think I like this design. This, I guess, kind of like reminds me of like a ribcage, which is part of the cool thing, but the fact that it goes from all the way to the top, all the way to the bottom, it takes up the entire length from right below the neck to the abdomen. I think that's definitely a little weird. What is it? What do you want now? Come lay down in sleeping's right here. I feel like if like half of this were eliminated, it'd be pretty good, pretty cool. But as it is here, it just looks yucky. I don't think I like it. I'll have to go look for some more designs later, see if there's anything that's better.
Area that I go to is known in this area as Oaks, and it's a big oak head, and it's about I-95 is the closest main road, and we're probably a good, I don't know, about 20 miles off the road. and it's all marshland. So the only real way to get out there is an airboat. And so I was running along, and I was going out to the oak head, and pulled up in there. And as I was pulling up in there, I seen something shoot off into the bushes, and I waved it off as a hog. There's a lot of wildlife around in this area. It butts up against a farmer who owns a lot of property there, and they put a lot of hay out there, so it brings a lot of deer in the area, and it brings a lot of hogs in the area. So I just pretty much passed it off as maybe it was just a hog, bringing up in there. And it may have just been a hog. I never knew it was the big guy, and I'm sure if there was the big guy, I would have seen the sheer size after, But anyway, I pulled my boat up into the oak head, and I spun it around. I usually try to get the front of the boat to point the river, so it's when I get ready to go, I just fire up and just get the boat out to the river. And
Oh no, the hunger is too strong. I don't even know if these pockies are gonna be worthwhile. See if I can pull it up actually, because I'm gonna need proof here. Video evidence. Where the heck is the camera? Here it is. No, it's too small. Okay, here is my pockies. And it says here, 21st of February, 2023. So that means it is probably definitely beyond the date at which this should be preferable. I suppose it does say best if used by, not definitively used by. So if I end up dying, it'll be because of this. 100 million billion % because of this. But I don't know. I am hungry enough. Let's go inspect inside and see if it looks weird. Nothing weird so far. Am I gonna die today? Or tomorrow? Or a week from now? Fuck, what the heck? Open up! Open up, you fat bitch. What the heck? Okay. If it wants to be difficult, I got something that can deal with that. No biggie. No biggie. Maybe that's just the plastic trying to save me from death. That's probably what it is. Watch, one day in the future, somebody's gonna watch this back and say, you know what, maybe plastic isn't all that bad. Or maybe that's why it says February. Because if you eat it after the 21st, if you eat it past this date, maybe the microplastics get too far embedded into the pockies themselves. That could be. Look. It just doesn't want to come apart. The plastic's too strong. Okay, let's see. Doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it. Doesn't smell bad. Doesn't look bad. Doesn't smell bad. It doesn't want to be in focus. Back. No! Fuck. It's too small. Okay, let's see. This should work. Easy peasy. Looks mostly okay. Okay, well, if I end up dying, then it will be a surprise. Surprise to everyone. And I hope that it was worth it. I will see you guys on the other side if this ends up being the last stream. So hopefully the other side is much nicer to me than this side is. Let's put it that way.
So I ended up pulling up there, and I shut off the motor, and I jumped off my front seat onto my bow, and underneath my seat, I got basket seats. I had my thermos down there, so I got my thermos out. I got some coffee, poured a cup of coffee, and when I went up to get back up into the seat, I heard something really going. It sounded like a freight train just running through the palmettos. It was just tearing up palmettos. And, I felt a little safe because I'm up on the boat. I'm probably a good, standing on the bow, I'm about 4 feet above the ground. When I stand up on my seat package, I'm a good 8 feet off the ground. So you're pretty safe when you're standing up on the seat package where your seat is. And then something started just banging the ground, just hitting the ground. And I could feel the vibration in the ground from whatever was hitting. And then it was a few seconds later, something just made the most.
I don't know if I can listen to this guy. He's I guess for me it's like difficult to focus on his words because just his mannerisms of his speech are a little weird. I don't know. We'll give it another couple minutes and see if I can put up with it.
Most god awful noise I've ever heard in my life. It was just a shriek, a screaming. It was just making all kinds of noise, and then that's when the mud started flying, and some mud flew out. Something hit the side of my boat. I didn't see what hit the side of my.
Maybe it wasn't mud. Maybe it was something else. Maybe there was it was a monkey monkeying about, trying to let you know that you're in his territory. I don't know. Don't think it was mud, buddy.
My boat. I turned on my headlight, look in the back of my boat, and a big old piece of mud hit the back of my boat, hit my rudders, and I looked up and over to see what was throwing the mud, and I looked in the direction where it was coming from. Some flew over my head, and that's when I seen what I saw, and it was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in my life. And I didn't know, it was horrid. Sorry to put it that way. It was just horrid. Yeah. It scared me. It was the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life. I didn't know if it was really what I was seeing or if it was there's oak trees all in there, but the color of them, he was a lot lighter than any of the trees. So you could pretty much make out what was standing there, and it was huge. It was super huge. The biggest thing I've seen in my life. And it scared me to the core. And he was big. He was huge. And he was pumped up, and he was very upset. He was very upset. And I was so scared. It was just, I don't know where else to go with it.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, they're terrifying to see. I mean, especially since, let me ask you before we talk about descriptions and everything, what did you think of Bigfoot prior to this particular encounter? I mean, what was kind of your mindset? If someone said, what do you think about Bigfoot? What would you have said prior to experiencing this?
I don't know. I never not believed in it. There's always, I guess, a chance. I mean, I don't know. There was a story not long ago. There was a Chinese fisherman, and he kept on telling all the people out there in China that there's these giant squid. Nobody believed them. And then one day he caught one that was 28 foot long and brings it in there and shows them, and he brings them to the spot. And then they bring a submersible down there, and there's these 20 and 30 and 40 foot squid down there. So, but for the longest time, they've never believed in them because they said that they could never be real, and they were.
You were kind of on the fence then, is what you're saying, Todd. You didn't really believe or disbelieve one way or another. Is that kind of what you're...
Right. Yeah, that's about it. Not that they ever did catch one, but I would never. If somebody said that they'd seen it, okay, I believe them.
Yeah, I hear you. So you roll up on this in this airboat, and you're getting off your boat, or you're starting to kind of make your way, and then it starts throwing mud at your boat, and you look up. Can you describe for the audience what you saw? I mean, and use as much detail as you can, but for someone who's never seen one, you're looking right at this, saying, "Can you describe what you saw?"
Yeah, it was super huge. It was a big dude, and it didn't look like a man, but it didn't look like a monkey either. I mean, I hear some people say they look like gorillas and all. It didn't look like a gorilla, and it had a brow ridge all the way across his face. It had a big mouth, super huge mouth. The eyes were kind of sunk in, and his face looked real leathery, like brown leather.
Maybe it was just Big Mouth. That's the name of that one show, right? Is it a Adult Swim one? I've only ever seen clips of it. Just the animation style, the art style doesn't look particularly appealing to me. It seems like it's one of those shows that people think is funny and cool if you're high, but if you are not so inclined to use substances, then I don't think you'll enjoy it. That's kind of what that show seems like. Let's see. Big Mouth is an American animated coming-of-age sitcom created by Andrew Goldberg, Nick Kroll, Mark Levin, and Jennifer Flackett for Netflix. Okay. Centers on students' upbringing in suburban New York. Kroll voicing its fictional little self. Big Mouth explores puberty while embracing an openness about the human body and sex. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't really sound like a particularly appealing show for me to watch. 61 episodes? What the heck? 2017. Why did I only start hearing about it like last year or this year? Fucking 61 episodes in 6 seasons? Holy Christ. Well, I mean, I guess the fact that it took that long for me to hear about it is yet another reason for why it doesn't seem like this is the kind of thing that would be in my radar to begin with.
Rough, and he didn't have a lot of like real long hair or anything. The hair was like brown, light brown, like a leathery color. Had a beard, it had hair around his neck area, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but he had junk, you could see that, and he was just ungodly size.
Why is it always that they can tell, oh yeah, I know for a fact that Big Feets was a man because I could see his huge, massive balls and cock? Why do they always have to point that out? Is it just like a fetish thingy? Are all of these people who tell these big feet stories, are they just cock and ball fetishists? Because that's kind of what it's starting to seem like. If I didn't know any better, I would be a little sussy here.
I've listened since then to certain stories on the internet and everything where they say they're super huge upstairs, their body and upper body and everything, they're skinny and their legs are real skinny. It wasn't anything like that. The legs were huge, his arms were huge, his whole body was huge, and he was just in the front of my boat. I'd say is a good 4 foot wide, and he was every bit of that. He was huge. It was just a big mountain of meanness, and he was very upset if I didn't have that.
Yeah. No, I hear you. And I know it's terrifying. I know it's hard for you to talk about it. And I know you struggle talking about it because it does take you back in that moment when you're experiencing this. What was his facial expression? I mean, what did it change at all or?
No, not at all. He just was looking at me like he wanted to kill me. He just looked like he was mad.
He was just stare bearing. Big feet stare. That's what he was doing. It's the initiation where if you do the wrong thing while he is big feet staring at you, then might as well kiss your life goodbye.
Mad, very mad. His mouth wasn't open at that point, and I mean, all the noises that they made before that I heard, it had to have been that it made the noises, and I'm hoping to God there was only one there. For all I know, it could have been more. I don't know. I was just mostly focused and fixed on him because I was at that point then when I really knew who was looking at me and everything. I was trying to figure out in my mind how I was going to be able to turn around and fire up my boat and get out of there alive. Because I didn't want to turn my back to it because 25, 30 feet from where I was standing on my seat package was this guy. It was the big guy. And it would have took no time. I mean, he would have been on me before I would have been if he really wanted to, I guess. He could have been on me and it would have been no chance. I mean, it would have folded me up like a pretzel. And I'm a big guy. I'm right at 6 foot, weigh about 240. And I'm nothing next to this thing. It was just hard. It was really hard. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I can imagine, man. It's terrifying. And every time you talk about it, you kind of relive that moment. I'm sure you're looking at his face right now as we're talking, and that seems to happen when you recount it. Was a creature? Was he still the whole time, or was he Was he doing anything?
He was standing there, and his arms were going back and forth, and it just looked like he was pumping up. And it just you could see the outline of his muscles and his arms, and you could see the outlines of the muscles in his upper body. His legs were just big; they were huge. I mean, they were big, but I really didn't see any outline or anything like that in the legs. The upper body was big. I mean, and he was just moving his arms back and forth to look like he was pumping up. And
when you say back and forth, do you mean like he was swaying back and forth, or what do you mean when you say his arms were?
He was swinging both arms were moving back, like forward and back, like you would pump up. You know how you? I guess we have like a barbell in and you pump it, like curling, but not that high. Maybe they were moving a foot or two back and forth. And what seemed like forever, my boat was running. I guess what happened was at that point, my knee, I think really what happened was my legs were buckling and my knee went down on my seat package. And maybe I just hit my starter button because I really don't remember firing up the boat and my boat was running. As soon as I realized my boat was running, I held onto the seat and I nailed that frigging gas and the boat just started taking off. And then everything behind you is just like a big, huge tornado because you can't see shit then. Anything that's on the ground, I got the prop on it. It's a 74-inch prop and it's turning 600 miles an hour, you know? So it's just a big, huge weather storm behind me. Anything that's on the ground is in the air and but when my boat was moving, and I didn't let up on it. I just held onto the seat, and it just kept on going. I was able to turn my body around. I sat down in the seat, and I had that gas pinned, and I flew out from there so fast. When I hit the river, the whole front of the bow went underwater. I took on a godly amount of water, and I wasn't really at that point, wasn't really concerned about that, and I didn't care if I could have got on the other side of the river before the boat flipped or sunk. At least I would have been that much farther away from it. But I didn't sink it, and the boat the bow came up. Finally, I probably took on about 30 gallons of water, and I just had it pinned, and it got on a plane. And it's a 540 cubic inch engine, so it's an aircraft engine, so it's got a lot of power. And it got me on a plane, and I did not stop. I hooked it right, and went all the way out to Lake Weiner, which is a big lake. And I got in the middle of the lake, and I shut the boat off, and that's where I sat until light. I was afraid to go back that way because if I went back that way and went right after the Oaks, probably a good 250, maybe 350 yards.
What the heck? She's so tiny over here. Look. She's so teeny weeny. She's literally super tiny. She's so small. How does she even have organs in there? She's just a little baby. Look, she's so small. Why is she that small? Why is she that small and tiny? She's a teeny. Look at her. Anyway, I am looking for... There is a GIF or a video of a kitty who can make his ears like the demon horns. That's the one that I'm looking for. So I can turn that into into an emote. I'm not sure how much further up it is. I'm pretty sure it's further up because I think I've seen some of these afterward. From what I recall. Okay, I don't know if it's before this though, actually. Maybe it was. Maybe it was deleted. What I might have to do is just search for it, but I can't do it while I am streaming because it's blocked. But I can't look for it on my phone. That would probably be the best way to do it. What the heck? This Kirby. He's eating him. Is it this one? Might be this one. No, it's not this one. Oh, here it is. It's the demons. Okay. Oh man, it's gonna be quite difficult too if I want to make it transparent. So I guess I'm just gonna have to leave the video as is. But okay, I found it. I think I might have to hide the screen here real quick. Give me a second.
The river gets real narrow to where it's probably about 10 feet wide. And I was afraid that if I went that way, he would have just been able to pick me right off the boat. I kind of figured I must have really upset him when I took off. So I'm sure I blew the living hell out of him with everything, you know. It already looked like he was not very happy with me.
Yeah, and I want to ask you about that later. So you go home. Did you tell anyone about your encounter after this happened?
I went right to my mom's house. At the time I was dating my wife, I didn't say anything to them just yet. It was a little while after that I say something, and I actually brought it up to her dad. Her dad pretty much grew up on that river, and I brought it up to him, which he didn't say, I believe you or I didn't believe you. You know, he's like, yeah, stuff like that could be out there. But you know, he didn't really support me, or he didn't support me, I guess. You know, and then later on, when me and him got a lot closer, and I married his daughter and everything, we've talked and stuff, and he said that he's thought he had seen stuff like that out there before, but he just never let it cross his mind, and he just let it pass on. He didn't. It's not like he wanted to know, but he really didn't want to know. And really, after what I have seen, I would rather not want to know.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I don't know if I like this particular episode. I think what I'm gonna have to do is to just convert the devil or angel kitty into a GIF. Should be the easiest way to do it. Let's try cloud convert. Plop that in there. Let's turn that into a GIF. Oh, wait, hold on. Still gotta hide the screen again. I think this is the only conversion I need to do. So, hopefully it's not particularly gonna take forever. Of me having to hide the screen. Okay, let me pull this up. Pull that shit up, Jamie. So this is what it looks like. But my issue is that it's going to be way too small as a GIF, so I have to crop out this area. Which means I'm going to have to go to, I believe it's the easy GIF. See if I can do video to GIF. Gotta hide this again, just in case. You never know. Never know. This is an adult woman's computer. You don't just start clicking around on stuff. Okay. I think we can show this again real quick. Okay, let's see if I do something like this. Seems good. No, fuck. Let's move this guy up over here. Is this a square? With a 501 and a height of 467. Let's just do 500 by 500 then. Let's make it a perfect square. I guess we'll go up a little bit. What if I do... Oh, okay. The aspect ratio is locked, so that's good, because that's what I want. Let's try 480. That's only 20 pixels less. Okay, this seems pretty good. 480 by 480 and this crop here. That seems pretty good. Let's crop that. And then convert that to GIF. Wait, did I already convert it to GIF? Video to GIF. Oh no, the frame rate. That's gonna require, oh my goodness, that's gonna be quite the file size, I think, though. Let's have a look. Let me see. See, Devil Cat 2. 5.7 megabytes. Is that gonna be acceptable? What if I do a couple less to 25 frames per second? How about 20? Okay, 20 frames per second seems fine. Let's see if I try this one. 4 megabytes. I think I may have to just redo it because I think it's possible that I may have converted it from video to GIF twice, which is seemingly not very optimized. Oh, well, maybe it's just fine the way it is because it doesn't let me crop it right away. I don't even know if this is going to be the best way to do it. Let's see. This video to GIF. Let's do 20 20 frames. Okay, now let's crop. It's going to be 480 by 480. Maybe it could even be 470. Okay, this looks pretty good. Let's do this. Crop that. Hide this so I don't get banned. Let's do Demon Cat. That one is 3.5 megabytes, so we cut another half a megabyte there. Okay, now let's see if I can add it to 7TV. Emotes. Add emote. Let's do Demon Cat 3.46 megabytes. Demon Cat, okay, and then let's name it the Demon. We have Cat, we have Demon, we have Evil, we have Cute, we have, what else can we call it? Well, I guess we could call it Angel as well. A demon, or an angel, or an imp. Let's call him an imp. He's an imp too. The demons. Easy peasy. I have added the demon. I might have to refresh, but let's see if it works. The demon shows up right away. No! The demon is borked. What if I refresh the chat though? No, still doesn't work. Unlucky. Okay, let me go ahead and add it to Discord as well. Just to be safe, let me hide this. So I'm never sure. I'm never sure which monitor, which screen my things are gonna pop up on. Demon Cat. No, the file is too large. My thingy's too big. Okay, I'll add it later then. Once I get another resize going. Okay, we have this one. Let's see. The demons. Should work pretty well, I think. I'm not sure how long we have to wait for it to show up though. Fuck. Doesn't work on Twitch either. Not yet at least. What if I refresh? I guess because it's not approved yet. That's probably the reason why. Unlucky. Okay, so we have that one. Now I have to, let's see, I have this picture and this picture as well, which I think both could be pretty cool for like a patches zoom or something like that. Wait, it works on Twitch now. The demon. Did they approve it already? The demon. Doesn't show that it's approved. Or at least not here in activity. Demon, 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 demon. Where is the demons? No, it's still unlisted, but at least it works now on Twitch. It's kind of hard to see. This is why I think it would be better if I make it transparent. You can better see the outline of the ears, the evil ears. I guess that's not too bad though, if you know what you're looking at. Because if you hover over it, then you'll definitely get a better view. Okay, anyway, we were here. I like this one because it looks funnier. Like she's got a bigger snout. It kind of looks like she's a wolf or a puppy. That's pretty cute. Then I could also do this one because this one, like she's just zooming there. I don't know. I like them both. I like it in this one. She does look a bit too much like a canine. Whereas in this one, I guess this one's just more blurry, actually. If we're looking only at the face, because that's probably what the emote's going to be, just her face and her ears. I think we'll do this one. $720. Is it 7? That is not 720. That's more like it. Okay, let's go back to our spooky stories while we work on this emote. Where is spooky spookies? Spooky stories. Spooky. I think we're done with this one. Let's go to the one that I really want to listen to, the Confessions of a Pastor.
That's circling us right now. He had worked for the church.
Feel about preacher, pastor.
Having.
Let's jump into it tonight. I want to welcome Randy to the show. Randy, thanks for coming on.
Well, Wes, thanks for having me. Having me. I think you have a brilliant show, man.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you saying that. And I'm happy to have you on. And I know we're going to cover different topics tonight. A lot of different fascinating topics. A lot of questions I have for you. And I know you're a preacher, pastor.
Pastor's good enough, yeah.
Yeah, I know you're a pastor, and a lot of people come to you, and I know you sent me a lot of stories, and people come and confide in you and different things that have happened in their life, and there's been a few Sasquatch encounters that people have come to you about. How did you feel about that? Have you always kind of believed in Sasquatch, or, I mean, people come to you and tell you this stuff. Did you believe them?
Well, I think you have to give everybody the benefit of a doubt. I really do. And, we talked a little bit previously, Wes, about being open-minded. And I know that you can be so open-minded that your brains can fall out. But
what? He's talking about Twitter. He's talking about Twitter lefties. Twitter leftists.
At the same time, we don't want to be too close-minded. We want to give everybody the benefit of a doubt. And when somebody tells you, I've been an eyewitness to something, you have to give them the benefit of a doubt. And so, when I have people come to me that have worked alongside me for 4, 5, 6 years and say, hey, I think I know you well enough now, I'm going to tell you a story. And they start in, especially the people that came to me, I believed them. I believed them even though I've never seen, I believed.
Yeah, what was an interesting account someone came to you about? Is there a couple you want to share?
Yeah, I've got...
Okay, so he's just a pastor who's received confessions from people. He himself has not actually had encounters, is what this seems like. Which I guess is also a pretty cool element, because pastors... I believe I forget where exactly I heard it, but like another purpose to confession was to sort of get a feel for the issues that are plaguing your community and the people in your congregation. I believed, even though I never seen. Sounds like a Catholic to me. I don't know if he said he was Catholic, but wouldn't surprise me. Also, look, did you see the new emote? The demons. Maybe later I'll work on making it transparent. But for now, this will do.
There's a couple of stories that I'll share, and one is a little cleaning lady that worked.
A little cleaning lady. Oh, he doesn't want to say that she's Hispanic. He calls her little instead. Oh, okay.
Worked for me. Actually, she had worked for the church for 26 years, and she was there when I got there, and we just kept her on the staff, and she cleaned. I think I'd been there about 4 or 5 years when she told me the story, and she said, "I want to tell you a story. I ask you what you think about it. I don't know where to put it." And I said, "Okay, what was it?" She said, "Well, I was a teenager." And she said, my boyfriend and I drove to Tom Wallace Park, which is right here on the outskirts of Louisville, Kentucky. And she said we drove to this park and we drove up a dirt road that had a cul-de-sac at the top, and that was all dirt as well. And there was a street lamp there, but they were kind of out in the middle of nowhere. And they parked the car and began to do what teenagers do. They began to make out. And it wasn't
Ew.
long before they
The heck, don't make out. You're gonna get cooties. Yucky. You're gonna get boy germs.
started hearing noise in the woods around them, because it was all very heavily wooded around this cul-de-sac.
Yeah, I bet the boy she was making out with was also heavily wooded.
And they heard very heavy footsteps. She said this thing had to be, 400 or 500 pounds, whatever, but they could hear it walking and twigs snapping, rustling in the trees. But it never got close enough to where they could actually see it. They could tell where the sound was coming from, and they would try to look, but they couldn't see it. It stayed just out of sight. It creeped them out enough that she turned to him and said, "I think we better leave." And he reached in the glove box and pulled out a small pistol. And she's a pretty aggressive girl. She said, she laughed and said, "I don't know what you're going to do with that, but I don't think whatever it is that's circling us
What the heck? She's making fun of his piece? What the heck? Fucking bully.
right now, I don't think that's going to do anything. Let's leave." So he started the car
Wow, imagine a girl telling you, I don't think that's gonna do anything. What the heck?
and began to inch it back and forth, turn it around in the cul-de-sac. He finally got it headed in the right direction down the dirt road coming off the top of the hill. And as they drove off, she turned around, and I think I mentioned it was a convertible. She turned around and looked over the trunk lid, and this thing stepped out into the cul-de-sac under the light. She said it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 feet tall, maybe 9. Massive broad shoulders, very long arms. She said that the hair, now it was in silhouette, and the reason it was in silhouette is there was a street light that was behind it, so she really couldn't make out facial features or whatever, but she said it was the silhouette was extremely muscular, and it had long hair on its arms hanging down. And at that point, she started screaming at the young man that she was with that night and started pounding him in the shoulder with her fist and screaming, "Drive, drive. It's right behind us. Just drive." And so he hit the gas pedal, and they went as fast as they could down the road and got out of sight, and they never saw it again. I don't know if you want me telling the rest of the story about what happened the next day or within a couple of days after.
Yeah, please do.
Well, the park that's at the bottom of the hill, Tom Wallace Park, she came to me and said, something very strange happened the next day or the day following. They found a woman dead hanging in the tree. and there was a big tree there, and she was up, and somehow her arm.
Okay, so this is what he said, that it's possible to be open-minded. It's too open-minded that your brains fall out, probably because this is the point where he stops believing her story. At least I imagine so. Because that does seem a little far-fetched. It does seem quite, like quite a leap in the story from seeing a big feats in the shadows to seeing a woman hanging in the tree the next day. It's like, okay, buddy. Sure thing, buddy. I believe you.
Arms and legs were placed so in the tree that the body wouldn't fall out, and that her abdomen had been torn open, and that intestines were gone, partially eaten, gone. And so the police department moved in, closed that area, and then from that time on, and this would have been in the early 60s, from that time on, they closed the park. They had a curfew. You could not go in that park after dark. And I
Jeez.
found that very interesting because on a Sasquatch show that I was watching, they a man owned a lot of goats, and he saw a Sasquatch in his backyard. And when he turned on the lights, it ran off down a trail. Well, the next morning he got up and started looking for his goats and couldn't find them. Went down the trail. He found all of his goats, but they were all up in the trees dead with their abdomens torn open and partially eaten or gone.
Okay, that is not a big feat. That is a chupacabra. Okay, gotta get your cryptid straight. Get your cryptid straight. I figured as a pastor he would know the differences between all the magical creatures and magical beings, but apparently not.
And I just found that very interesting. And this lady that worked for me, she was elderly. She didn't watch anything like that, had no way of knowing. And I just found that very, very interesting. So that's one show. That's one story that for your show that I think would be interesting. And then the next one comes from a guy that was actually my song leader, and I'm really excited that you're going to have Alan on your broadcast in the very near future to tell the story. So I'm just going to give little bits and pieces. I don't want to steal his thunder because he is excited about coming forward. He told me the story over 20 years ago. And I told him I would not tell anybody. And you already know this part, Wes.
Yeah.
Called him yesterday and told him, hey, I'm thinking about going on this Sasquatch Chronicles and telling your story. I won't tell him who you are. And, shockingly, he said, Randy, I think I'm ready to come forward. I think I'm ready to tell my story. So, your audience is in for a real thrill ride. It's one of the best I've heard. He and his friend, a very dear friend, they grew up lifelong friends together. They were in their late teens, and they were on the Green River. You can Google it, Green River Lake. They were filling the lake at that time and making a large lake there in the area. They dammed up the creek or the river, and the lake was filling up. So a lot of the cave systems in that area, and there's a lot of cave systems in Kentucky, they started filling up. They just happened to be out one day target practicing. They took several pop cans, went to the Green River. They would go upriver, throw the cans in, then run back down to a clearing and stand and wait on the cans, and then they would shoot at the cans as they went by. Well, Alan's gun jammed, so they walked back up to their car, which was a Corvair. This was like 1969, 1970, and they were clearing the shell out of the gun and getting it unjammed, and all of a sudden the trees, right, the clearing where they'd come from, they had to walk around a large stand of trees to get back to the car and across the field. They looked up because they heard a noise, and the trees were swaying, and these trees that were 3-4 inches around were snapping off at the top. And so Alan's friend said, man, who let the elephant out? And they said, well, let's go check it out. These are country boys. These guys grew up in the country. They couldn't think of any creature that could do that. So they jogged back down across the field and then very quietly came around those trees into an opening. And as they came around, this Sasquatch, he called it a creature at the time. As a matter of fact, they called it a monster for years because they didn't know what it was.
It's a monster.
Turned around to look at them. And these guys were excellent marksmen. And Alan's friend turned and pointed the gun and just pop, 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 pop 5 times right in the chest, every one of them hitting their target. Alan told me back then 20 years ago, he said it almost sounded like the bullets were hitting water, said, and this thing became very stunned, and it was standing on a deadfall, and it fell off the back. And so they just lost it. They went into complete shock. The one friend started yelling, "We've killed our crazy uncle. We've killed him. We've killed him." He got in a monkey suit and tried to scare us. And so
Monkey
Alan told him,
suit.
he said, "I don't know what we've killed, but it's not my uncle." They actually kind of held on to one another, grown guys near 20 years old, and made their way with their 22 rifles over to the deadfall. And when they got very close, this thing jumped up and took off running. And they put it in beaver boogie and took off the other way and started running for their lives. And you'll just have to hear Alan tell it. I mean, he said, I felt like my legs were outrunning my body. I felt like my body was actually leaning back. I was moving so fast and so hard. And so that story's very exciting. The fact that they were within 30 or 40 feet of this, eyeball to eyeball. He's going to be able to give a good description. The thing actually went down and was in shock for a moment or two, maybe passed out. I don't know. But when it came up on its feet, they all went different directions, and it goes further than that. They tracked it. They're just other things. I don't want to give it all away,
Yeah, I
but
understand.
yeah. And so what's really exciting about this is it's been 50 years ago this year that they saw it. The legend of the Green River Monster was born on that day. A lot of people in town made fun of them, but a lot of the high school kids believed them. And so it's been a popular parking spot for 50 years where guys take their girlfriends down there and look for the Green River Monster. They don't know that they're looking for a Sasquatch. They've never heard. So it's going to be a great reveal, I think, and you're going to love having Alan on your show.
Yeah, I can't wait to have him on. And thank you for steering him towards me. And I found it interesting because when he shared this with you, he didn't say Bigfoot. He didn't say Sasquatch. He was saying monster to you. You know, we saw a monster.
Yes, actually, I'm the one that told him when he told me that the tops of the trees were swaying, and these were 15, 20-foot trees, and they were breaking off up high. I said, "Well, that's a Bigfoot." And he said, "Well, how do you know that?" And I said, "Well, I'm going to find a video that I watched many years ago, and it's about some hunters that went up into Canada, and they were
It's a big feat. Trust me, I saw this one video on YouTube. I am an expert.
looking for the legend of the Sasquatch, and they hired some Indian guides to take them up into this forbidden area.
Indian?
And the Indian guides told them, these Native American Indians told them, said, "We will take you
Oh, okay, now he corrects himself. Native American Indian. So he's both Native American and Indian. I see.
as far as where the tops of the trees are broken off. We will not go past that because that's where they mark their territory. They don't want you coming beyond the trees that are broken off." And so I told Alan, I said, I think this thing was probably ran out of its cave system. It had to find a new area to live in because, 8,210 acres were being flooded, and it was marking new territory. And I think that's what was happening. And I mentioned to you just briefly that I have a theory that, you have a lot of people on your show. I've listened to many, many, many of the podcasts that you've done. And some people come on and say, "Well, I think they're nice." And other people come on and say, "Well, I think they can be violent." And others say, "Well, there's a certain type of Sasquatch that's nice." And then you get into the cone heads and maybe they're more violent. But here's what I believe. I believe that the further you get into their territory, the more violent they become. I'm a really nice guy. I've got a very long fuse. But if I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and you're in my house, my Kel-Tec shotgun's coming out, and you may not make it out of the
Ew. Ew, he's got a fucking Celtic. He has a Celtic. Ew.
house alive if you're standing in my living
Yeah.
room. Okay. And I just think that this is a theory that, I'm not saying everybody has to agree with, but it's just my theory after all of the stories I've heard that when you pass their boundaries, trees bend over, trees broken off at the top. When you pass that area and you keep moving, and most people out in the woods don't know whether they're moving further into their territory or further away. I think if a person is on the edge of a territory of a Sasquatch, okay, that Sasquatch may be congenial. He may look you over and walk away. You get a half a mile into their territory and they believe that it's their territory. You may have rocks thrown at you, logs thrown at you. You may get growls. You may get bluff charged. There just may be so many things that could happen. I think with these homes that people move into and they're there for a time and these things are beating on their house, throwing rocks on their house. And I think that those Sasquatch probably for years, if they had Sasquatch families, generations that were raised there, they may consider that their territory. And that's why they're attacking the houses.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I think there is times where these things just get set off for no reason. But I like your theory. Going back to your first story about the guts being ripped out, one thing that, and again, no, I don't know that anyone's actually seen a Sasquatch do it, but we assume that they do it. You'll see where deer kills, they take the guts, but they leave everything else. So I thought that was interesting when you were telling that first story about how the woman had her guts ripped out, then the goats. You'll find that with a lot of deer kills. And I've seen pictures of it. I've heard accounts of it. Or you'll find where hunters will kill a deer and then they'll gut it, leave the guts, and then the guts are gone. They'll come back the next day and the guts are gone. And obviously there's other animals that could get to it, but they seem to take weird parts of animals that, we wouldn't eat.
Well, it might be, and this is going to sound gross, but it might be a smoothie for them. And you never know. I mean, I've heard on podcasts where they're tearing the legs off and walking away with legs and on and on. And then you hear of where the guts are just ripped out, and this is pre-digested stuff. And if you've got an older Sasquatch that has lost most of his molars and some of his canines, it's just only natural that they would go after something that's already been chewed up. It's their smoothie.
It's a good point. I never thought of that. What do you think that Sasquatch is, Randy? I mean, you've listened to the show. What's your opinion as far as, because I'm going to lead in with another question on that, but I'm just curious on what your opinion on Sasquatch is first.
Well, you mentioned earlier that I'm a pastor. I've traveled all over the United States for 7 years of my life, full time, 51 weeks out of the year. And then I was supernaturally called to Louisville, Kentucky. My wife nor I are from here. I was born in Texas.
Supernaturally called to Kentucky?
I've traveled all over the United States for 7 years of my life, full time, 51 weeks out of the year. And then I was supernaturally called to Louisville, Kentucky.
Supernaturally. So the fact that he's a pastor and he's saying he was supernaturally called, does that mean he was called by something else other than an angel or God or Christ? Because if it were something to do with his religion, then he wouldn't have to say it so vaguely, such a wide net of saying something supernatural. He could have said something spiritual. He could have said something religious. He could have said, I was called upon by God. But he didn't. He said, I was called by something supernatural. Very interesting.
My wife nor I are from here. I was born in Texas, raised in Oklahoma. My wife was born in Minnesota. So we came just out of obedience to this area of the country. And I'm going to go to the book of Genesis. A lot of your followers are very aware of Genesis chapter 6, where the sons of God came down and took unto themselves the daughters of men and had sex with them, and out of them the Nephilim were born, or the men of renown, or giants. So now you're into the realm of demons, fallen angels. When it says the sons of God,
The demons.
there the word in the Hebrew is Elohim, and that never refers to humanity. If Moses was going to write about humanity, he would have used Adama, which is where we get the name Adam, and Adama means humankind. So many times in the 5 books of the law, you've got the word man, and it's Adama. Man shall not live by bread alone. We could just go on and on. It doesn't necessarily mean a male individual. That's the word Aish in the original. Adama means humanity. So when Moses was writing about the sons of God taking the daughters of men unto themselves, he was referring to a supernatural being. He was referring to the fallen angels, and this is where it came from. We talked a little bit about this. The Bible says Noah was righteous in all of his generations. That's in Genesis 6. And the prophecy to Adam and Eve were that her seed would bruise the head of the serpent seed. Okay, there would be a war, a seed war. In other words,
A seed war? What? This sounds like it sounds like the plot of an anime or manga. I'm gonna have to write it now. The seed wars, where all the competing factions will fight and compete against each other to see who can best spread their seed. Not only how much, not only in terms of quantity, but also in terms of quality. It's not just the quantity of your seed, but also the quality of your seed. And you need to have quality children. It's going to be a whole entire saga. We're going to have multiple perspectives from some of the children who are treated as well because they are of lesser quality seed. The Seed Wars. I'm going to go ahead and... I need the... where's that emote? Write that down. Write that down. There it is. Write that down. Okay, let me bring up my notes. Notes here. We'll just write The Seed Wars. In all caps. The Seed Wars. Perfect. See, like, this is why religion is good. You get good ideas like this. You can either make something cool like the Seed Wars, or you can make something like NGE, where it's trauma porn. So you can wallow in your self-pity and in your trauma and your social anxiety and your loneliness.
Your offspring's going to bruise the head of their offspring. And so what we find in Genesis chapter 6 is that the estimation is that the demonic realm started contaminating the bloodlines all over so that there could not be a Messiah. And so it gives a lot of legitimate reason as to why God would flood the earth, because it says he was righteous or right or pure in all of his generations, meaning that there was a man left on the planet whose bloodline had not been contaminated by supernatural beings or by incubus, succubus. And so there wasn't any demonic
Succubus.
DNA in his bloodline, so he saved that bloodline. Okay. But I will go into this. I think that in that realm, and I know that not everybody that tunes into your podcast believe in that realm. I've actually seen demons. I've seen angels. I'm not going to back away from that. You've got people on that claim they've seen Sasquatch. I've seen demons and angels. I've seen physical manifestations. Made me a believer real quick. These spirits, these demons, these incubus, succubus.
Okay, it's actually quite perfect. I was kind of hoping he would delve into some kind of demonology, and it's good because after this we're gonna go listen to some more demon videos. Or actually, no, not actually. I don't have any demon videos, but I have some more religious topics, religious videos to get through. Let's see, some of them are titled You Need Jesus, something about the police problem, The Real Christmas Story, Advice to God, and then this other video, What is a Demon? I don't know if I already watched this one. we'll start with that one and see. But that title does seem familiar, or I have just been watching too many demon videos, and now they're all sort of coalescing into a single blob in my brain. What the heck? That's not what I wanted. And so maybe like that blob is making it difficult for me to actually differentiate which videos I've seen against which ones I haven't.
They're demons of lust. Okay, they thrive on passion and thrive on pleasure. And who's to say? And I believe personally that these spirits not only had sex with women, they had sex with animals. So, when they had sex with women, giants were the outcome. We've talked, not you and I, but I've heard podcasts about goat men and dog men and werewolves and on and on. And they're always large, extremely muscular. Not too far from where I live, less than 10 miles from where I live, there's legend of the goat man down by a railroad trestle not too far from where I live. Don't know how valid that is. Don't know anybody that's seen it in the last 10 or 20 years, but a lot of people claim to have seen this goat man with horns and on and on. And so these spirits had sex with women and ended up with giants. And the Bible calls them men of renown and go all the way up to 30 something feet tall. I don't think it's unusual that these spirits of lust would not copulate with other type animals and end up with the same results.
So you think it's more of an abomination?
Man, the abomination, that's a pretty strong word. I do believe that it's not, obviously not natural. Does that mean that they are all completely evil? I believe that they have a demonic DNA to them. Whether or not they are evil in nature, all of them, that's hard to say. I mean, there are full blown witches that run covens and they become mothers and then grandmothers. And I've had to deal with their children or their grandchildren that are suffering from demonic activity in their homes and everything. And it's a generational curse. It's a generational stronghold in their family that has to be broken. And these are good people that just have a lot going on in their DNA.
It's interesting because some guys in the military who claim they were part of kill teams, I asked him one time, what are these things? And he said, they're abominations. And I was like, oh, that's interesting because that's a biblical term. I wonder why you use that term. But when you start reading, and you and I were talking about this the other night, the book of Enoch, the book of Jasher, they all go into, there was a lot of weird things running around. If you buy into it, there was a lot of, not only was there the Nephilim, but there was these other weird creatures out running around, what we call cryptids today. And the Sumerians, like I always talk about Greek mythology, all the weird half man, half horse, half man, half bull, all the different, the centaurs, all the different creatures that they name. And everyone thinks it's just some guy in Greece came up with this theory of this folklore. He didn't actually come up with it. He stole it from the Egyptians. The Egyptians stole it from the Sumerians. So where does this come from? I mean, everyone's kind of stealing and borrowing from everyone, and they're talking about these half man, half this. And I just find it interesting that today we're starting to see more and more weird creatures. Like I had Jessica and Tori on the last show, and they were talking about how they had run into, they call it the rake or the ghoul. And that creature's being seen more and more and more. I mean, I've had law enforcement.
The rake of the lake. I'm pretty... They're just getting trolled by fucking 4chan people. It's literally a copypasta, a creepypasta. Something that somebody posted on the X board, the paranormal board, and now he's actually talking about it as if it's real. Come on, bruh. The rake isn't real. Big Feets is real, though. big feet and demons and witches and ghosts, those are all real. But the rake, come on, bruh. Now you're going too far. Skinwalkers are real. But Wendigoons, come on, bruh. Get real. I thought this guy was a pro. He doesn't even know which cryptids are real, which demons and spooky monsters are real, and which ones are fake. This is why it's beneficial, and this is where I come in, because as an internet dweller, as an internet sleuth, as an internet detective, I have an encyclopedic knowledge of 4chan, because I go to a lot of boards. Some of them have mostly pictures and or videos and or GIFs, but I do know a little bit about creepypastas as well. So I need to get on his show to set the record straight, because right now the record is gay. So I gotta let him know. I gotta use my expertise as a netizen who has more in-depth knowledge of the lengths to which some people will go to on 4chan and Reddit, and how these fake creatures, these fake demons, make it out into the real world only because people take it seriously and then go on shows like this. Come on, bruh. The rake? Come on, bruh. Get real.
Enforcement see this thing. They seem to be coming out of nowhere, like the Dogman. No,
they're coming out of 4chan, bruh.
Dogman goes back, Anubis and werewolves, and behind every legend there's some truth, and it concerns me a little bit now. Maybe it might be there's the communication's more open now. We talk on the internet, everyone has access to the internet, and we talk about what we've seen. Is it that
some people believe everything they read on the internet?
Is it that there's more communication and people are more willing to come forward and say what they saw? Or are people seeing more of these freaks coming out? Half man, half dog isn't natural. I don't care what anyone says. Sasquatch doesn't even seem natural. None of these things seem natural, but they seem to be appearing, and it's somewhat alarming. Same thing with the UFOs and the aliens and all this other stuff. Back when I was a kid, growing up, if you said you saw aliens or you believed in aliens or you saw a UFO, you were crazy. Now, not so much. Fox News did a poll about how.
Yeah, now these days, the Pentagon is actually letting us know that they have seen spooky aircrafts that are pulling off physically impossible maneuvers when it is just a bird, or the sheen of the sunlight on the surface of the ocean. It's like, whoa, I've never seen a craft maneuver like this. Whoa, it's aliens.
How I think it's like over 50% of Americans believe in UFOs and aliens and actually believe we're being visited. And the American audience is.
Well, yeah, but that's because it's real. It's true. Okay, like I have seen the documentary about the Men in Black. I know that there's plenty of aliens out there, and I also know that the Statue of Liberty is also a neuralizer, and that's why a lot of things that happen we just never know about. It's just like another day. That plane crash that happened in the Hudson River where he had to land on the Hudson River? Yeah, that was aliens, but they rewrote all of our memories about it. It was the fucking aliens that did that. And okay, I was about to make another joke revolving around planes and certain buildings, but maybe not.
Pretty cynical, and so that's a pretty large percentage. And so you're starting to see more and more of these weird cryptids showing up. You're starting to see more of this alien activity, and when you go into outside of the Bible, you start reading some of these apocrypha texts. I don't know if that's the right term or not, but like the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jasher, some of these other texts are outside of the Bible. You'll find things that seem to relate to what we're seeing today. We just call it something else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do exactly. And I guess the question is is there an increase in frequency of visitation from these dimensions, or has our communication across the earth just gotten better? It could be a little of both. When I was a boy growing up, I'm 62 years old. When I was a boy growing up, we had a television that had a knob and rabbit ears, and we had 3 channels, and they all went off at 11:30 or 12 at night, and they didn't come back on till 6:30 in the morning. Um, that was, not uncommon. We had only so many radio channels locally to pick from on the radio station. I was around when FM came in. I was around when the 8-track came in. The printing press as well. The not I wasn't around when the printing press came in, but I want to bring it up.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I was like, really? I don't think you're that
Yeah.
old.
I don't know why this Discord doesn't like this GIF. It says it's not allowed or not able to resize it. What the heck does that even mean? Looks like it should be the proper size for what they want. Ugh. Whatever, I'll just deal with it later. Or maybe I can make it a sticker? I don't have any more sticker rooms though. Why does it not want to resize this GIF? What GIFs? That's kind of annoying.
Yeah, that was a little slip of the lip there. I wasn't around for that, but my point of that is that there weren't near as many printing companies when I was a boy as there was when I got in my early 30s. Okay, and books, the flood of books, as printing became easier and more digitized and computerized, it just became so much easier. There's not near as many print shops today as there was years ago because it's all computerized and on and on. The internet has made our world a lot smaller, and I think that, the reason that I became open to the fact that there might be a lot of things in the world we can't explain is I actually had a UFO encounter when I was 14 years old, and it was very unique in my opinion, what happened to me. But that opened me up. I mean, I was like, okay, I've had some things happen to me that I cannot explain, and I didn't tell anybody about it probably until I was in my early 40s. I didn't even bring it up.
Tell us about it, will you? You saw UFO.
Okay.
Tell us about it.
No, I don't mind at all. I was now, I'm going to get crucified by the religious culture around me for
What? He's gonna get crucified by the Christians? I thought that was the Jews' job. What the heck? I like how that's I like how that's a term, that's a phrase that we use. He's gonna be crucified. Even though they're supposed to be the ones whose trauma is so deep, based off one single crucifixion, just one little tiny baby crucifixion. Okay, buddy.
telling the story, but it doesn't matter, man. I've earned my say. I've been in this a long time, and I really don't care what anybody else thinks. I know what happened. I was 14 years old, so that would have been 1969, 1970. And I lived in a house with 5 other boys, 6 boys altogether. And my brother was out of town, and I was sleeping in his room on his bed because we lived in a small house and I had to share a bed with another brother. So I got a chance to sleep on my own. And so I went in his room. In our room, we had no windows, but in my brother's room, there was a window at the head of his bed. And it was 4 o'clock in the morning. And I don't know any other way to say this. I may have heard this on your podcast. I heard it within the last 6 months. I've tried to explain it. I was switched on. I was not asleep. I don't know where I was. Don't know where I had been. But all I know is I bolted up in his
Oh no, the fucking big feet came, and then that turned him on. Oh no.
bed and I was wide awake. And I knew that I had been wide awake, but I didn't know where or what was going on. I let my eyes adjust to the room, and I'm listening very carefully for any movement in the house because I'm thinking, well, the reason I've bolted up this alert is because maybe somebody's in the house and going to do us harm. And so I'm listening and nothing. It was summertime. We didn't have air conditioning in the home. And I thought, I need to look outside. So I turned and the window was open above my bed, or at the head of my bed. The window was open. I turned and looked out the window, and there was a solid white sphere. I want to be very careful to say sphere. It was not an orb. It was not plasma in nature. It looked like a glass sphere full of beautiful white fog or smoke. Um, it was probably 6 to 8 feet in diameter, probably about 200 feet in the air. And the angle of it is what impressed me. It was at the exact angle outside the window where it could see through the window and see me laying on the bed. So I put my elbows on the window sill and started looking at this sphere and wondering what in the world am I looking at? And there was no sound outside whatsoever. There was no wind moving, and for Oklahoma, that is a rare thing. There was zero wind, a crystal clear night, not a cloud in the sky, and it was just midnight black all around this, with this thing illuminated from within. It was actually very beautiful, and I'm watching it, and it's not swaying, it's not rotating, there is zero sound. And this is back in the day before you had very many UFO encounters or anybody reporting on them. um, Zero sound, and it's setting in the sky like it's hanging from a string or sitting on a ledge. It motionless. And I'm looking at this. I watch it for about 8 or 9 minutes, and I'm thinking, what am I doing? I've got to tell somebody. Nobody's going to believe me. So my younger brother Robert was laying in the bed across the room, and I raced over and began to shake him. Well, he was just dead to the world. So I literally had to start kind of punching on him and hitting on him and slapping him in the face. And he kind of came up, defended himself. And I said, stop, come to the window. I'm sorry I woke you.
What the heck? He's just beating up his brother. What the heck? I'm over here chilling, trying to use the bathrooms, empty my gamer girl bowels, and then this guy is like, bunk, 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 bunk. I don't even know why my bladder doesn't even want to work anymore. I haven't even been on the Spyro for quite a while. Strange. Come back to hear the this the alien version of bonking, as opposed to the Big Feet's version of bonking, in which you bonk your brother awake, as opposed to hearing it throughout echo and reverberate throughout the forest.
Yeah, but you got to come see this. So he comes over, comes to the windowsill with me, puts his elbows up there too, and we're looking out at the screen, and he says, what in the world is that? And I said, I don't know. Now, what's strange is when his face came to the screen and started looking through the screen, this thing started moving. It didn't move at all while I was looking at it. But when there were two heads in the window, this thing started moving ever so slowly at an angle away from me, and going up like at a 45 degrees away from me, very slowly. This sphere got up to the stars, or appeared to be about the same size as the stars, and it started twinkling. And I
This just gave me the idea that I should look for some emotes for those aliens that I keep talking about every now and then. I gotta go find out what they're called.
locked on it as much as I could, but I eventually, once I looked away and looked back, I couldn't tell which one it was. And that night, I made a promise to myself that I was never going to forget it. I would never, ever let anybody talk me out of it, um, convince me that I didn't see it. And I would carry it for the rest of my life. And I have. This is the first time I've gone this public. I've told a few friends here and there, but I've never gone this public. Um, and so there are things out there we cannot explain. We'll never be able to explain. I
Yeah.
know that there are people in the world that if you can't explain it from A to Z, they're just not going to believe. They're going to shut it completely out. Well, that makes for a pretty dull life.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I had a member only show, and I had the soldier on from what he was talking about when he was in Iraq, and very similar to, almost identical to what you described. And I'd never heard anyone else describe it like that, including with the smoke. That's what caught my attention when
Wow.
you were telling the story,
Wow.
because they were, and it's a long story, but there was three of them. There was one huge one and two smaller ones, and he describes the exact same thing. He said it was this real soft light, but it was a ball, a sphere, and it had smoke, and it hovered over this infantry group as they were trying to enter the city. I think they were camped down for the night, and these three things flew over, and he didn't know what they were. What do you think that thing was, Randy, that you saw that night?
Well, from my perspective as a young man, I thought I was probably looking at something from another world. But again, we go back to the Nephilim and demonic intervention. And
Why can't I find any emotes of these characters? It's so weird because these are some of the popular. Liara doesn't have any emotes. That is incredibly unfortunate. Fuck.
you know, there's a real popular theory that these ships or these UFO sightings that are showing up are not extraterrestrial, they're interdimensional. I probably lean more toward that than I do extraterrestrial. I probably lean to the fact that there is a race of demonic hybrids that have been around for thousands of years now, since the flood, that are advanced in technology. And I do believe that our government knows a little bit about them. And I also believe that there may be a coming out where they come out and present themselves as, you know, there's some Jesuit priests that have said, no slam on the Catholic Church, but they have said that they believe that Jesus is an alien hybrid, and I think that's a horrible,
That doesn't surprise me.
horrible deception that may very well in the very near future be played out upon the earth, and they may come forward and say this is the father of Jesus right here, and he's an alien.
This seems like the kind of argument that somebody would say this is a fake, this is a lie that is perpetrated by the demons the demons of lying, and that one YouTuber who always talks about everything being demons, he's gonna say something like the people in the church, that this guy's saying that there are people in the Catholic Church, right, who are saying such things.
That there may be a coming out of demonic hybrids that have been around for thousands of years now, since the flood, that are advanced in technology. And I do believe that our government knows a little bit about them. And I also believe that there may be a coming out where they come out and present themselves as, you know, there's some Jesuit priests that have said, no slam on the Catholic Church, but they have said that they believe that Jesus is an alien hybrid.
Okay, so these people, these Jesuit priests who come out and say that Jesus may have been an alien hybrid, the demonologist YouTuber will say that these priests are either demons themselves or are being controlled by demons to say these things to sow dissent within the ranks of the Catholic Church. Which I guess kind of makes sense because I did watch this one documentary called Little Nicky, where a demon's I guess he takes over and possesses a priest, and then he says stuff on TV. But because he's a demon, he has to stay warm, so he has to step on a pizzas with his bare feet in order to simulate the heat, the eternal heat of hell. And that's how you can tell that he's a demon. So I guess if you want to check, if you want to do a little quick cross-examination of priests, check first if they are possessed by a demon by whether or not they are standing on something that's hot, like some coal or some embers or some kind of grill or some kind of a hot pizzas. Gotta check the demon's feetses, check the priest's feetses, and that will be a telltale sign as to whether or not the priest is actually being possessed by a demons in order to say these things. If he is, then you can tell that these lies are being spread by demons. If he's not standing on pizza, then it's actually truth. It's actually the truth, because priests would never lie, would they? Nuh-uh. Priests are good and holy and pure peoples.
And I think that's a horrible, horrible deception that may very well in the very near future be played out upon the earth. And they may come forward and say, this is the father of Jesus right here, and he's an alien. I think there's some danger there. But anyway, that's kind of my take on it.
I kind of lean towards that too. And I've never heard anyone else really go into that. I mean, I've had that same theory as you do. Depending on whether people believe in the Bible or not, you can go back. It's fascinating to read some of it. And if you just get general concepts, even stuff outside of the Bible, like the Book of Enoch, the Book of Judges, you start going into some of their writings, ancient writings. One of the things you talked about bloodlines, and what were the Nephilim? The Nephilim were hybrids. And I find it odd that when people get...
Following up on this topic of Jesus being an alien hybrid, it is possible, therefore, if we are going to play out this reality in which God is an alien and Jesus is a human alien hybrid who impregnated the Virgin Mother Mary, then it would be a bit more reasonable as to why how many things do I gotta click? Reasonable as to why this is a biblically accurate angel, because maybe it's not actually an angel, maybe it's just an alien. It could either therefore be an alien or another alien-human hybrid. All of these, I think they're described as wheels in the Bible, not rings. Pretty sure it's wheels. I'll go ahead and look that up right now. Which passage... Which passage in the Bible describes biblically accurate angels? The two most famous examples of angels in the Bible, and the only ones given name, are the angel Gabriel, who stands in the Lord's presence in Luke 1:19, and Michael, who fights against Satan and the enemies of God, Revelation 12:7. Okay, let me go ahead and open up my Bible Let's have a look at Luke. There's a couple of different. Okay, here. Quora certainly has the answer. Oh my god, why the fuck? Why do they do this? I hate this. Why do you make me have to sign in when I just want to read the answer? Didn't they used to give you one free answer? Let's see, you can find a detailed description of the seraphim in the opening chapters of Ezekiel. Like a description of a more traditional angelic being, such as reading Daniel 9:1 through 10. Warrior angel. There's all these different angels. Okay, let's go look up then. Let's narrow the research. Let's see, chapter and verse that describes angels as wheels with eyes. I guess they have wings too, actually. Right? Now that I think about it. Let's see, Ezekiel 10. Control F, wheel. As for their appearance, the four of them looked alike. Each was like a wheel intersecting a wheel. Okay, so let's go look up Ezekiel 10 on my actual physical Bible here. This is an early precursor to Catholic Hour for today. We will return to more Catholic Hour later. But this is just a quick little detour as we play along with this universe in which Jesus is a human alien hybrid. Let's see, whereabouts is Ezekiel? Exodus, Genesis, Leviticus, Numbers. I'm actually kind of surprised that I have not yet had any issues with the internet. It could be just because it's so nice outside right now. It's the sun's out. It's pretty cool. It's not awfully hot. It's not awfully humid. It's nice weather, so maybe all the peoples are outside playing with their kids at the park instead of going inside, eating up all my bandwidth. Okay, let's see. Leviticus, Numbers. I get my rosaries in the shot. Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Samuel. What the heck? Why is Samuel so long? Chronicles, Kings, Maccabees, Isaiah. Oh, here we go. Ezekiel, what was it? Ezekiel 10. Starting at verse about 7 or so. 10 is when it actually starts describing it. Ezekiel 10. Okay, here we go. This starts at chapter 8, in which it says the little subtitle, I guess. for this chapter says, "The glory of Yahweh departs from the temple." Let's go look at number 10. Number 10, Burger King foot lettuce. Okay, let's just read chapter 10. How long is it? No, it's not too long. It looks pretty dense here. I'm not sure why this part, the second half, the font is much smaller and much more densely compacted in there compared to the rest. It's kind of weird. Okay. Ezekiel 10. I looked and saw that the expanse over the heads of the cherubim there was something resembling a sapphire stone in the form of a throne. He spoke to the man clothed in linen. Enter by the space between the wheels under the cherubim. Fill your hands with coals of fire from between the cherubim and scatter them over the city. And I saw him as he entered. The cherubim stood at the right of the temple when the man entered, and the cloud filled the inner court. Then the glory of Yahweh rose from above the cherubim to the threshold of the temple, and the temple was filled with the cloud, while the court was filled with the radiance of Yahweh's glory. The noise of the cherubim's wings could be heard as far as the outer court, similar to the voice of God Almighty when he thunders. Yet the man clothed in linen had been given the order to take the fire from between the wheels in the space between the cherubim. So he went and stood beside the wheel. A cherub then stretched his hand towards the fire in the space between the cherubim, took some, and gave handfuls to the man clothed in linen, who took them and went out. At that moment I noticed this human hand under the wings of the cherubim. I also saw 4 wheels beside the cherubim, each wheel beside a cherub. The wheels resembled sparkling chrysolite. As for the appearance, the 4 had the same form. Each was formed of 2 wheels placed crosswise, so they could move following any of their 4 directions, without turning as they went. In the direction of the cherub's head was turned, the wheels followed without turning. Their rims were full of eyes all around. In my hearing the wheels were called whirling. Each one had 4 faces. The first was the face of a cherub, the second the face of a man, the third the face of a lion, the fourth the face of an eagle. The cherubim mounted up. They were the same creatures I had seen by the river Chebar. When the cherubim moved, the wheels moved at their side, and when the cherubim raised their wings to rise above the earth, the wheels did not depart from their side. When they stopped, the wheels stopped. When they rose, the wheels rose with them, for the spirit of the living creatures was in them. The glory of Yahweh went from above the threshold of the house and went to rest on the cherubim. When the cherubim left, opening their wings and rising above the earth in my sight, and the wheels went with them, they halted at the east gate of the house of Yahweh, and the glory of the God of Israel was over them. These were the living creatures I had seen under the God of Israel, on the banks of the river Chebar. I recognized them as cherubim. Each had 4 faces, each had 4 wings, and they had what seemed like human hands under their wings. As for the appearances of their faces, they were like the faces I had seen by the river Chebar, the same likeness. Each one went straight ahead. So that's what it's like in this version. I'm not actually sure what this version's, what it would be considered. because there's like 200 bajillion Brazilian different versions, and I'm not sure what exactly this one is. So I'll have to find out later. So, is it possible? Is it possible that these are either aliens or alien human hybrids? Just like Christ is, according to some of these Jesuits who are making these claims that perhaps Jesus is actually a hybrid, a crossbreed. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do more research and do more reading to see what the common arguments are, what the common schools of thoughts are. But for now, I think we'll leave it at that. If he brings up more stuff, then maybe we'll go see more verses, more Bible verses about that he may refer to regarding mentionings or mentions of aliens. I think there's also one passage about chariots in the sky, which might also be used in this context regarding aliens and UFOs being related to things in the Bible and holy or religious figures. So we'll see where it goes.
Taken by these quote unquote aliens, 90% like the Book of Enoch, the Book of Job, you start going into some of their writings, ancient writings. One of the things you talked about bloodlines, and what were the Nephilim? The Nephilim were hybrids. And I find it odd that when people get taken by these quote unquote aliens, 90% of the time it's for, hey, look, we created a hybrid. They're creating some weird hybrids, and then they're shown they're hybrid. I've heard many accounts like that, and it's just troublesome. It's very troublesome.
Well, that world is very real. I've had a lot of encounters. I don't like the term exorcist, so to speak, but I have done a lot of exorcisms, not because I went looking for it, but because desperate people came to me. And through the 37 years now of full-time ministry, I've cast out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of demons. And they're always up to no good, always. And so I think that there may be some dark things on the horizon.
Always up to no good. Always starting trouble in my neighborhood. They get you into one little fight, and then your mom gets scared.
I don't know if you've followed the large binocular telescope on Mount Graham or not. That's owned by the Jesuit priests and ran by the Jesuit priests.
Yeah, aren't they
that's pretty interesting.
Aren't they looking for aren't they looking for something in the sky? I can't remember what it's called. They're looking for something in particular.
Yeah, are you talking about wormwood?
I think
talking about
wormwood, but they're also looking for I know wormwood's in Revelations, but they're also looking for anyway, I guess I shouldn't have said it because I should have been more prepared before I opened my mouth. But yeah, explain that if you would to the audience.
Well, if you're talking about the LBT, the Large Binocular Telescope, they've been running it for years, and it's an infrared telescope. And they've got a pretty large computer, and you can look all this up online. It's there. They've got a pretty large computer between the two binoculars, between the two telescopes, that makes it a binocular telescope. The computer that synchronizes them and runs it infrared, the name of that computer is Lucifer. Yeah. And they don't make any bones about it, which is really bizarre that Jesuit priests would run something like that. And they openly say that they see UFOs through the infrared flying all the time and doing 90-degree turns at impossible speeds and on and on and on. They don't make any bones about it. They say, yes, they're out there. We believe in them. And again, there's a connection between them and the Vatican. There's a book out. Do you mind if I reference the book?
No, not at all.
Okay, the name of the book is Exo Vaticana, and I think the guy's name is Tom Hall. But anyway, he is a preacher that has done a lot of research and actually gone to Mount Graham, invited there by the Jesuits, and interviewed them and talked with them. And
Okay, so I wanted to make some emotes. However, most of the ideas for emotes that I have are like with kuromis, but I think I also want to start making my own character, my own kurumi inspired character. It's like a little impy demon who's into guns and evil things and knives and bullying people. So I don't know. I did already start a couple emotes, so maybe I could just finish those. The intention for that was to use them on Twitch as the free emotes. However, where the heck are the emotes? Here we go. However, Twitch hates me and they don't give me access to the free emotes. Even though I have totally met the criteria. I can have all of these regular emotes, but not the free ones. So, yep. YouTube hates me, and Twitter hates me, and Twitch hates me, and Discord. Basically, everyone hates me. I'm too strong, so they have to restrict me. They don't want women to succeed. They don't want. They're not progressive allies, and mindlessly promote and support me, like they do with all the other tranoids. Because I just have the wrong political views.
and he lays out where he thinks the church is going officially with this storyline. And it looks like they're leaning very heavily to accepting beings from quote unquote outer space, which again I believe they're interdimensional, but and that Mary was seated by an alien, which I think is a horrible deception.
Holy Christ, the way he fucking phrased that. Mary was seeded by an alien. It's the Seed Wars, guys. It's the Seed Wars.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I want to get into some of the stranger demonic encounters. I wanted to ask you, and you may not have looked this up or not. Did you ever read about them digging up Nimrod?
No, I did not.
I'll have to send you some stuff on that. It's pretty fascinating.
Okay.
But we can come back to that. But if you would, and I know demons have certain names. I had a lady on one time, or no, I didn't have her on. The two brothers I always talk about all the time on the show, they had a quote unquote spirit medium come out, and she claimed to know demons by first name, and they had asked her what are these things, and she said that they're coming up out of the earth, referring to Sasquatch. They're coming up out of the earth, and I thought that was a very strange thing for her to say. But I know you've dealt with a lot of demonic encounters. Can you give us some stories as far as what you've dealt with?
Sure, I don't mind. I'll tell you a story that happened 7, 8 years ago now. I'm not great with years, but I'm going to say 7 or 8 years ago. I had a lady from another country come and visit our church, and it was an adult Bible study night. We did adult Bible studies back then on Wednesday night, and she came forward immediately after my lesson and said, Pastor, would you pray for me? And I said, sure. She said, I'm not feeling well. I've got something going on with my stomach. And so I reached over and put my hand very gently on her forehead.
Okay, I think maybe an emote that I can make is a buffering emote. Because I do have a similar one, kind of like this on Discord. But I don't think it's quite how should we say? It might get me banned if I were to use that one, so I'll do a similar one to this. We'll see.
And begin to pray for her. When I did, her eyes rolled back in her head. All I could see was the whites of her eyes, and she started growling like a man. And
What? She started growling like a man? It's a Tranoid! It's the demons of Tranoidism.
and of course, it was not my first rodeo. I knew right then, okay, it's going to be a long evening. So I assembled a very quick team of people that I've worked with in
He's assembling the Exorcist Avengers.
the past. A number of the people that are with me have been with me 10, 15 years, and I've trained them. And I said, I need you guys to stay a little while. So we told the congregation, you guys might want to go out and, go to the restaurant, wherever you're going to go, and leave. We've got some situations here we have to deal with. So she had two girls. One was 6 and one was 3 at the time. And I assigned another young married couple to take the 2 daughters to avoid any trauma on them, to take them to a different part of the building. They walked out of the sanctuary and closed that door, went across the hallway and into a smaller room that we use for venues that seats about 100 people. And so we had tables in there with toys. And so this couple went in and closed all the doors and gave them a safe place to play. So we started dealing with this woman. And when you're dealing with demons, the way I do it, I'm not saying this has to be done every time, but I ask the entity, what is your name? I think I was shocked the first few times that I did that because of the names: suicide, hatred, unforgiveness, rage, murder, mayhem. And these are legitimate names that their names are their assignments. It's what they've come to
interesting.
promote.
So
Okay, so their names are their assignments.
Can I ask you, Randy? You got me cut off. So the demons aren't screwing with you, but they're giving you what their title is, as opposed to their name.
Well, their name is their title. I mean, that's what they do. So, my name is suicide. My name is, like, for example, in the Bible, my name is Legion, for we are many. Okay, which happened on Gadara, island of the Gadarenes. Yeah. Okay, my name is Legion, for we are many. Okay, so we had cast several demons out of this lady, and what she had done is...
What the heck? I think I may have lost my original emote template. I don't know where it is. What happened? It's gone. But I'm trying to remember which one was the first emote that I made. I think it was the XD one, but I don't see it here. The Photoshop file. What the heck? I hope I'm just blind. I hope it's here. Oh, wait. Okay, I see what happened. I see. That's kind of unlucky. I couldn't see it because I had something else. Something else set up as the... as the most recently saved file. Okay. I started making this one quite a while ago. Like maybe 2 years ago, actually, now that I think about it. Look, I need to clean my monitor. There's like a couple of specks of dust, and it's making it difficult to see what's actually color and what isn't. Kuromis. Kiyomis. This one looks like it's pretty good. I guess I could just apply this one. Oh, hold on a second. There's some transparency over here.
She was from, I'm just going to go ahead and say it, she was from Cuba, and some people approached her and said, would you like to live in America? And she said yes. And I said, well, if you will let us put our spirits in you, then we'll send you for free.
What the heck? That sounds so lewd. If you let us put our spirits in you.
And so she went for the session, whatever it was, woke up 3 days later without any clothes on, laying in their temple, and was very demon possessed. And they sent her on to America. So anyway, to make a long story short, we're casting demons out, and I get to one that is mocking us. And another thing that they'll do many times is they will speak in an ancient language. You say, what is your name? And they'll give you something in an ancient language. Or they'll mock you and say, I don't have to tell you. I'm not coming out. I own this person. They belong to me. And so you can't be intimidated. Or they'll say, you don't have the power. They'll laugh at you. They'll cuss you. You don't have the power. You know, better men than you have tried to take me out, on and on. So you just have to stay after it. What is your name? What is your name? And not converse with them. So anyway, after quite a bit of mocking,
Yeah, that's also my strategy when I encounter retards on the internet. Just don't let them talk. Don't get into conversation with them. Because there are a lot of evil demons who are there just to waste your time, make you waste your life effort, your limited life force on interacting with them rather than accomplishing your goals. So if you ever encounter somebody on the internet or in real life who what's the best way of saying it? If you encounter someone who seems to always make things difficult, it's most likely a demon's who's just trying to. His name is Time Waster, to make you waste your life.
I got firm and I said, what is your name? And this demon screamed, Snake. And when it screamed snake,
Snake! It's what's Colonel Campbell, is it? It's the Colonel. Colonel Campbell. Yeah, Roy Campbell. Snake! Snakes!
she fell over on the floor and started wiggling like a snake. And I would say it would have had to have been done with supernatural assistance, because I've never seen a body move like that. She literally slithered like a snake across the floor without using her hands or feet. Her hands were down by her side, her toes were pointed, and she's slithering like a snake.
Nah, she just practiced it. She is probably like a dancer, so she's able to practice that. It's not supernatural assistance. She just really dedicated her time and effort into learning that maneuver. And she did it so well, apparently, that this pastor, he assumes that she received some sort of evil, demonic, supernatural assistance in order to accomplish this feat.
Well, we don't allow, at least my group that I work with, we don't allow a lot of demonstrations. So we just very gently got down beside her and stopped her from slithering without hurting her and held her down. While we're holding her down, within 30 seconds, the door swings open and the man that's watching her daughters from the other part of the building comes running across, about 40 feet across the front of our altar area. and said, "What's going on in here?" And I looked up at him and I said, "Why? Why are you asking?" He said, "Because we're watching her daughters, and her 6-year-old was working with a game, just fell out of her chair and started slithering across the floor like a snake. So when we stopped the mother from slithering like a snake, the daughter simultaneously fell on the floor and began to manifest and slither like a snake." Now, I'm either crazy.
They were just they were just hanging out, spending some quality time together, practicing how to slither like a snake. It's not a demon's ist. They were just having fun. This is what you have to do when you don't have technology and television and video games. That's why they wanted to come to America to get a better life. Because, where was it? Cuba, that he said? Because back in Cuba, they don't have technology because they're communists. They don't have any money.
I'm 3 French fries short of a Happy Meal. My driveway doesn't go all the way to the garage, or I'm telling you the truth. That world is very real.
Yeah, no, I believe.
Yeah, it's a very evil world. The very real world of a mother and her daughter hanging out together and practicing slithering like a snake because it's fun. Because that's what they do for entertainment. Because they don't have computers like we do.
Believe you. I mean, I've actually watched some things on TV, and this was back when it was VHS. And I remember I watched this guy who was possessed. His face started bleeding, and he had all these cuts on his face, and it wasn't his real face. Like he morphed. It was like
Yes.
physically it was impossible for him to do this. And this is an old VHS recording. It was like a farmer or something. I'll see if I can dig it up and send it to you. I'm sure you've seen enough in your life. You probably don't want to see it, but it was fascinating. And then when it was gone, he was back to normal. He didn't have the cuts in his face. He wasn't sweating blood. Why do you ask their names? Is it to control? Is it a power thing to ask their name, or so that you're addressing them? What's the point of asking their name?
Well, I'm not brilliant. I when I started having demonic encounter after demonic encounter, people needing freedom, I wasn't the most successful in the beginning. They can be very intimidating. They can mock you and make you feel like, yeah, maybe they're right. I've been trying to get this demon to come out for the last 20 minutes. It's not coming out, and it's laughing at me, spitting in my face, and telling me I don't have the power. Maybe they're right, you know? Um, so I started picking up materials on people that were successful or claimed to be successful. And one of the most successful in the last 120 years, the man's name is Derek Prince. And so I read his book, and They Shall Expel Demons, I think is the name of the book. And so I read that book, and he used that technique. He said, if you get their name, then you can command them by name to come out, and they must obey. If you command them to come out in the name of Jesus and call them by name, they have to come out. It's really strange. I mean, there are some things that I didn't find in books that, like, for example, I was working with one man and casting demons out of him, and they literally, the demons, started arguing with each other. You go first. No, you go first. And what I found is that the weaker ones, the Bible talks about a strong man. The weaker ones are pushed to the front. It's kind of like a general at an army on a battlefield.
Kind of like,
The
but not
grunts go
exactly.
to the front and fight it out, and the generals they stay in the background and give orders. Well, they push all the weaker ones to the front, and the weaker ones come out front. And the deeper you work, the bigger and badder they are, I guess is the way to say it. The more powerful they seem to be, and the more resistant they, are to coming out. They will come out, but I wish I was as powerful as Jesus Christ and just say shut up and get out. That'd make my
Yeah,
job real easy,
I hear you.
you know. But I found out that calling them by name works. It just works.
Were you able to permanently help that woman from Cuba? I mean, did they leave?
Sadly, no. A person, this is something that you also have to be real mindful of. They have to want help. They, people that are very susceptible to be demon possessed, they have to come out of. She was practicing some weird things in her home, that she was trying to combine with quote unquote Christianity. And some of these things that she was practicing at home had a lot of demonic influence. So you can cast demons out of a person, and they can go right back out and invite them back.
Oh no, bro. She was playing D&D, so it's difficult to cast out the demons because she was playing as a rogue, sneaking through, trying to steal the items from guards and opening chests. She's being too demonic. Oh, we gotta go watch. I gotta add that to my list of thingies. The Matt Walsh, everything is demonic stuff. I gotta add that to the list right now. Matt Walsh, demonic video. We'll do that one next. Anyway, don't play D&D or you'll get demons. You heard it here first.
Back in.
Yeah, and that's the
Okay.
thing with demons. You have to invite them in, right? I mean, they don't just randomly go after people.
Well, they'll come in where they feel like they've got a right. If Mama was a witch and Mama used the Ouija board and Mama used it enough to where she became demon possessed, and then you're talking about a generational stronghold. And demons, they will claim right over a witch's offspring. They will claim the right to possess that child. And demons come in through, they can come in through molestation. They can come in, probably one of the most amazing stories dealt with a lady many, many years ago. She ended up being a missionary's wife, ironically. She was a teenager and going to a church, and the church, she was dating a boy, and they were having sex outside of marriage. They were 15, 16 years old, and
Sex outside of marriage invites the demons in, guys. Don't do it. Don't do it. If she has no hymen, don't use a diamond. Remember, no hymen, no diamond.
so she was bringing this boy to church with her. And the boy would sit in the pew and mock the preacher and make fun of the service, make fun of all the songs under his voice, enough for where she could hear him. And so they were in a revival where they went many nights in a row just trying to break things off of their lives. And she got under great conviction. And so she went home that evening, and as they got to her house, or his house, excuse me, he said, "Come on, let's go inside and have sex." And she said, "No, I'm not going to do that anymore. I don't want to. I think I need to live my life right." And he reached up and grabbed her and said, "It's too late." And when he said that, it was not his voice. He said, "It's too late. You're mine." And she locked eyes with him, and
Oh no, he's too horned. Don't watch out, guys. Do not get too horned, otherwise your demon will come out and make you commit illegal acts, and you will most likely end up in jail. So do not fall into the temptation of the masculine urge, or you may not. You may no longer be free.
she literally watched the demon come out of his eye sockets and float across to hers and go in. And she felt it go down in her. And she started screaming, and she ran. She ran home.
Okay, this one, I think it feels like every single story has been getting progressively more and more absurd, and now it's just starting to seem like fanfic. It's like I don't, I don't even know, dude. What the heck?
Ran in the house. Her little sister was in the living room picking up her Barbie dolls and different things. So she immediately got down on her knees to help her sister. She's trying to carry on a conversation with her little sister, and her little sister finally looks up and starts screaming and saying, "Stop making that ugly face, stop making that ugly face." Well, that just really freaked her out. So she ran up the stairs and looked in the mirror, and there was a demon's face superimposed over hers.
Oh, jeez.
So she called the youth pastor of the church. Now it's like 10 o'clock at night, and she's hysterical. He comes to her house, picks her up, and he goes back to the church. They meet with the pastor. She confesses what she's been doing with this boy, told him exactly what happened, and they cast the demons out immediately. They weren't deeply.
See, look, this is why you gotta go to confession. You gotta confess all of those demons out. You gotta make the demon come out. Otherwise, you never know. You're gonna end up in a way worse situation than you are at the moment.
Ingrained in her. Obviously, they hadn't been there very long, so they came out pretty quickly, and she was set free. Um, but demons will come. Demons will come in through. I had a lady come to my church. She's been about 2 years ago now, and a lady brought her forward, and she said, "Would you pray for my friend? I think she's got a demon." And I looked at him and smiled, and I said, "Well, what makes you think you've got a demon, ma'am?" And she said, "Well, I growled the whole time you were speaking today. Well, you were preaching, I was growling." I laughed and said, "Well, okay, that might be a good indicator." We set up a prayer time a little bit later where we knew everybody would be gone, and they came back to the church that afternoon about 2 hours after service was over. And I met with them, and I said, "Okay, how long do you think you've been demon possessed?" She said, "Almost all my life." And I said, "Well, demons usually come through trauma to the body, somebody in your family that was a witch or a warlock, or somebody that played with tarot cards or Ouija boards or whatever." And I said, also, the trauma could be molestation. When I said that, both eyes, she looked to her right and left, and I immediately picked up on it. And I said, "Hey, everybody," there was about 6 or 7 people standing around us. And I said, "Why don't you all go back to the back part of the church for a moment? Just let this lady and I talk." I said, "Okay, tell me about it." She said, "Well, my grandfather started molesting me when I was 4, and he molested me all the way up till I was 17. When I was 16, he got me pregnant. I went to my mother, who was his daughter, and said, 'Mom, Grandpa's been having sex with me and I'm pregnant.' She called her a lying whore and took her to an abortion clinic and had an abortion. She found out later that her mother was molested by her dad, which would have been this girl's grandfather,
It's
was
terrible.
molested by him probably up until he took over and started molesting the granddaughter." I said, "Well, did you ever even think, I said, well, it's a good thing he didn't kill you." And she said, "Oh, he did kill someone." I said, "How do you know?" She said, "Well, he took me to the barn one day to have sex with me, laid me down on the dirt floor in the barn next to a little girl that was dead." And I said, "Well, how do you know she was dead?" She said, "Well, there were bugs crawling out of her eyes and her mouth and her nose."
Oh, geez, that's
And
terrible.
I said, "Did you ever think about calling the police?" And she said, "My grandfather was the sheriff." So, the demon possession with this little.
This is why you never ever trust the polices. Never ever. Because they're always gonna find themselves innocent of any crimes and or accusations without ever actually putting in any effort. Because they don't need to. Because why would they waste the taxpayers' money on something that they don't want to reveal? What? What do you want? It seems like it's Patches' time of the month again, where she's starting to be an adult human female and getting her feminine urges. Unlucky.
Little girl came from a great amount of suppression, and a tremendous amount of repeated trauma. And more than likely, the man was demon possessed that was doing the molesting, and the demons transferred as he was molesting her. We've seen that many, many, many times.
Have you ever?
Um,
That's terrible. That's a man. That's probably one of the worst stories I've ever heard. Did you ever ask one of these people what does it feel like to be possessed? I'm sure it's probably not a conversation most people want to have, but has anyone ever told you what it feels like to be possessed?
they feel helpless. They feel they can tell when the spirits take control and come forward. I can tell you, I wished everybody in your audience had a front row seat when an entity from those other dimensions comes forward and starts trying to take over the eyes and the mouth and start working the body. They have a very difficult time when they come forward. When I command them, "Come forward now and tell me who you are," they'll start taking over the eyes. I've seen the eyes spin in opposite directions, and one be looking up and one be looking down while the spirit's trying to adjust. The strangest thing you've ever seen in your life. Okay, very, very bizarre. And even people that have doubted me in the past, If they were there when I'm working, they leave going, "Oh my God, it's real, isn't it? There really is. There's no doubt here." Say, "No, there's no doubt whatsoever." But back to your question, it's really bizarre. You get a lot of different answers. Had a man come again to one of our services, and I looked up, and there was about 5 of my great big guys holding on to a guy in the front of our building, right, not very far from the front of the stage. So I quickly walked over there and said, "Guys, what are you doing?" They said, "This guy's demon possessed." And I looked over at him. His eyes were rolled back in his head, and he was growling. And so I stepped in and put my hand on him and started to pray for him. And he turned and started walking. Now he's dragging 5 grown men with him. This guy's probably a buck 45. Okay, these guys are all linebackers. These guys are all, they're my posse, man. They're big, grown. They're all 225, 250, 275, 300. He's dragging all of them up the aisle. He's headed out the door. And these guys are pulling on him, and their feet are sliding. It's just the strangest thing. And so I step around them and I stop them, and I actually had to put my hands on a couple of them and yell and say, "Stop! Leave the man alone." And so they all looked at me like, "Pastor, what are you doing?" And I said, "Just leave him alone." And I said, "Now, you, sir, you don't move another step in Jesus' name until I give you permission." And he stopped. And I said, "Do you know where you're at?" He said, "Yes, sir." I said, "You know you're in a church that has the power, right?" He said, "That's right." I said, "You know this particular church operates in authority and we have the power to cast all these spirits out." He said, "That's right." I said, "I have a question for you." I said, "Do you want all the demons to leave?" He said, "I want most of them to leave, but I kind of like some of them."
Oh, geez.
And I said, "Well, I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to leave here and you're not coming back until you're ready to be completely free, because we don't play that game here." I said, "I'm not going to get rid of some of them and leave you partially bound. Do you understand me?" He said, "Yes, sir, I understand." I said, "You know I love you." He said, "Yes." I said, "I'm not trying to hurt you, but I don't play games here. I'm either going to get rid of all of them or we're not doing this." He said, "Okay, thank you very much." He turned around and walked off into the dark.
Did he ever come back?
Never saw him again.
I wonder why he liked some of the demons. It's a weird comment to make.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, I need to now change the lurk tinky. I guess I could just add the Kuromi one to that. I don't have to take up the Gura one. That one's probably fine.
I mean, I've never been demon possessed, so I don't. I'm sure that they were probably in the line of lust and pleasure and fornication. Could have been rape, murder. It could be anything that gives them a sensation of power. I mean, these people have power, bro. I mean, I know preachers that have had people float a good 12 to 16 inches off the floor while they're trying to cast the spirits out. Literally levitate them off the floor. Their feet, the bottom of their feet are 12 to 16 inches off the floor. I've had them pick up entire pews and spin them around. I mean, a man on his knees just reached over and grabbed a pew and just hoisted it up. I'm talking about a 16-foot pew that weighs 350. He's on his knee, leaning over, just picks it up and spins it completely around, sets it down.
Was there anyone you couldn't help? Was there anyone that you couldn't cast it out? It didn't work?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. It's not because we don't have the power and we don't have the authority. We're given that by God. I wasn't able to help because they didn't want help. They weren't ready to give up. I dealt with a young man that was 6'2", and I had 3 or 4 encounters with him where we spent anywhere from 2 to 5 hours each time casting demons out. But he would go right back to the heroin, right back to, and many people are demon possessed by getting involved with hallucinogens. Man, a lot of demon possessed people that I've dealt with are former drug addicts. And there's something about the mixture of mind-altering drugs and certain genres of rock and roll that are just a really deadly mixture.
Have you ever heard of DMT?
Yes.
They're still going on about rock and roll and metal in 2023. What the heck?
It's called the spirit drug.
No, I'm sorry. No, I thought you said DMC, the band.
No. It's DMT, and
No.
people smoke it. It's called the spirit drug, and I've been watching a lot of videos on this DMT that people smoke, and DMT is naturally in your brain, and people theorize that when they have near-death experiences or when they end up, someone dies and says, I went to heaven and I saw God, they think it's a release of this DMT in your brain that causes you to feel that way. But you can smoke it. You buy this DMT, you can smoke it. And it used to be illegal up until a couple of years ago. But it's called the spirit drug. And the one thing that's interesting when you smoke DMT,
If you ever go to YouTube and type in DMT experiences and just listen to people talk, and one thing that you'll find is they seem to, I don't know if it's in their mind or if it's in reality, they seem to end up in the spirit realm. And they seem to either speak with God or they have some sort of spirit guide that they talk to, and they're shown something about their life. It's really bizarre. And that's what made me think of it when you were talking about drugs and hallucinogens, because this DMT is, I think it's called the spirit drug, where you end up going to the spirit realm. You end up becoming, a lot of people describe shooting up into space after they smoke it, and they become like a ball of light or a ball of energy, and they run into, I guess, spirits. But anyway, I guess that's off topic. It made me think of that when you were talking about hallucinogens.
Well, out of body experiences are very real. I actually know men of great prayer that after knowing them for 5 or 10 years and they find out they can trust me, have told me that they get into intense prayer meetings and they're alone and it's in for the 4th or 5th or 6th hour of prayer. I wouldn't know because I can't pray that long, but they just give themselves to it and they leave their body, and they've traveled to other parts of the earth. They've traveled into the deeper parts and regions of the ocean. They have left their body and met angels and demons. One particular man that's a great friend of mine, phenomenal man of God that just has unbelievable experiences. And I mean, he's told me things there's no way he could know about me. Unbelievable. Okay. Mind blowing. He has left his body and come back, and it took his body. He was numb all over. His arms and legs felt like lead, and he had to lay there and just wait for his body to wake back up after he came back. And I know that sounds a little crazy. It's probably a little out there for a lot of people. But, you know, Paul said, I met a man so many years ago, whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. Talk about going into the heavenlies. I've met a number of people that have had near-death experiences and left their bodies. And I meet them very often because they're seeking out somebody that understands. You know, hey, I had this experience. Can you help me understand it?
Yeah, kind of. Do you correlate that with astral projection? Have you ever looked into astral projection?
Yeah, I have. I'm very familiar with the term. I think it's close to one and the same. I think the danger of astral projection is if you're going to do that and leave your body, you need, first of all, if you're doing it kind of, I don't want to sound too religious here, but in an unauthorized way where you really don't have, you're just experimenting and you're playing around with it and you're trying to leave your body, and it's not something that God does for you, or you know, you're just kind of out there experimenting, and you may not have your angels with you at the time when you do something like that. I think there's an element of danger there. And what I mean there is
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand exactly what you're saying. It's fascinating. I think we can do more as humans than we realize. I think I always laugh at the caveman version. You know, people say we came from caveman. I think we're the dumbed down version of what we used to be. And I think the human body can do a lot of things. The human mind can do a lot of things.
Well, you don't have to agree with this, but the world is upside down right now. Adam and Eve, you know, a man is body, soul, and spirit. And a lot of your Hebrew sages believed that Adam and Eve were spirit first, and when they fell, they became body first, or flesh first. The Bible says that Adam and Eve ate from the forbidden fruit, and they realized they were naked. Now, I don't think Adam was stupid. He helped in the act of creation. He helped name the animals. I think he probably was one of the most brilliant beings that ever lived. He didn't have any insecurities. I mean, his dad never told him he was stupid or a loser. So I think he was a brilliant being. Many Hebrew sages believe that they were living spirit first and they were engulfed in light. We're now called, Christians are called children of light. And he was engulfed in an immense amount of light because his spirit was the first thing you encountered when you came toward him. And when he ate of the forbidden fruit, it reversed. The light went out and he could see that he was naked.
Yeah, a lot of ancient texts talk about that. I'm surprised you brought that up because I've wondered about that. A lot of ancient texts talk about him being a being of light. And you're right. I mean, I guess I didn't cut you off, but I just find that fascinating because I've read that in ancient texts and I thought, oh, that's weird. I wonder why it's referred that way. But I'm sorry, Randy, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you know, it's. I believe that that's what happened. I believe that when the light went inward, or he was no longer flipped upside down, the world turned upside down on that day, and he was no longer spirit first, but flesh first. I think that, you know, it was obviously devastating for all of creation, and I think that when Jesus came and died, that he was trying to right that. And I believe that there are people that spend a lot of time in the presence of God that have those experiences, spirit first experiences.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's really fascinating. What is the most terrifying demonic encounter you've ever had that just terrified you?
Are you ready for this? I don't know if you're ready. Okay. Uh, I was in my late 20s, and well, probably the first one, the very first encounter was probably the most terrifying because I didn't expect it, and I believed in God. I just didn't know that this other realm existed. So, but I won't go. I won't go to that one. I'm going to go to one that happened to me in my late 20s, 28, 29. I was a very young pastor, and I had preached that night and brought my wife home. Our oldest son was 1 at the time. My wife took him back to his bedroom and was getting him ready for bed. And I walked back through the apartment that we lived in, and I walked to the front door and I turned the deadbolt on the door. And when I did, I heard a voice, and it said, "I'm not going to let you sleep tonight." The voice was so clear, and it was in my head, but it was so clear that I laughed out loud and went, "Ha, yeah, right." And I knew it was from the enemy. And I turned very quickly because I scared myself when I said "yeah, right" out loud. It startled me, and I walked very quickly back to the bedroom and walked into where my wife was. And I was unbuttoning my white shirt. I was down to almost the last button, pulling it off. It was a white dress shirt. And I said, "Honey, you're not going to believe what a demon just said to me in the living room." She said, "What?" I said, "It told me it wasn't going to let me sleep tonight." And when I said that, our doorbell rang. Right then, Wes. So I walked back to the house and turned on some lights and the apartment and turned on some lights. And I turned the deadbolt and opened the door, and there's a demon-possessed woman standing there, and her husband's behind her. And he's like, "Pastor, could you let us in? We need to talk to you." And I said, "Okay, come on in." And he opens his shirt, and he's got claw marks and blood on his chest. And he said, "The demons and my wife went crazy and attacked me about 30, 40 minutes ago. And we didn't know where else to come but to you."
Why exactly is this guy letting demons into his wife? What the heck? What is it with all of these people who are obsessed with the buck stuff? If you know what I mean.
We don't know of anybody else that deals with this stuff. Now I'm mad. I just have to be honest. I'm mad. I'm ticked off. I'm thinking, man, whoever this was that spoke to me, they're going for broke. And this is going to sound really bad, but you have to understand that people that try to do the work of the kingdom, they're only human. So I'm like, man, I'm not letting this happen. This dude threw down on me, whoever he is. And honestly, Wes, at that moment, I was so mad. In warfare terminology, I was so mad at the demon that I was being a little selfish. I really didn't care about the woman at the moment. And, they both said, she said, "I'm just as afraid as he is because of what I did to him." And he said, "Man, I can't be alone with her tonight." So I called him into another room and I said, "Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take her back out to your house. And when she gets out of the car, I want you to shut the door and we're going to drive off. We'll leave her out there tonight and we'll deal with this tomorrow." I'm embarrassed to admit that. And you're probably going to get a lot of criticism. Who was this selfish
No.
idiot that you had on? Okay. But I was tired and just being human, And so they had an old white Pinto, and his brother was with him. His brother was driving the Pinto, so we got our game plan together, and we drove out. And I had physically seen, many demons in this old 2-story farmhouse that they lived in out in the middle of nowhere, bro. And it was up an old gravel driveway that circled right in front of the house, and they didn't have a lot of money, and so they had old towels hanging in the window and sheets for curtains. It looked hideous. Okay, it really looked bad. All right, and I had seen many demons when I first went over there and met with them and talked with them. I would see black flashes along the floor running around the couch, and I kept asking them, "How many cats do you have?" "We don't have cats." "What do you mean you don't have cats?" I was seeing them in my peripheral vision, and you mainly see demonic activity or angelic activity in your peripheral vision, not straight ahead, but in your peripheral. So I kept seeing that. Very busy. Anyway, so we drive out there. I'm in the back seat of this Pinto. This guy has got his wife on his lap in the front seat of the Pinto, and his brother, who's like 6'2", 280, he's driving this little Pinto, and I'm sitting in the back seat. So we get out to the farmhouse. We pull up. He stops. He opens the door, and we pretend like we're all going to get out. She steps out, and she's just about to let go of the door, and she turns around and starts laughing at us. And she says, "Oh, no, you don't. You're not leaving me out here with them." She was referring to the demons in the house. And she jumps back face first into the car, and she lands on her husband's lap. Her elbows and forearms land on his lap, and she's got him by the knees, and she's making all these weird noises. You're not leaving me here with them. You're not leaving me. And I'm like, drive. And I'm calling this guy by name. I don't call his name, but I'll call him Mark. Drive, Mark, drive. And so she looks up at the driver and makes eye contact with him. This guy, 280, 6'2", 6'3", goes absolutely stark raving crazy and starts bouncing like a ping pong ball all over the front seat, hitting the windshield, slapping the steering wheel, screaming, "They're choking me, they're choking me, they're choking me." So I reach forward and put my hand on his shoulder and say, "In Jesus' name," and he completely relaxes. He says, "They just stopped." And I called her by name, and I said, "Get out of the car. We'll come back and get you in the morning." "No, you're not leaving me here." And so anyway, she looks back up at this guy. He goes absolutely nuts again. This time he says, "They just went in me. They went down my throat. They're in me. They're in me." He starts screaming, very high-pitched scream. So I don't know if you know much about Pintos, but they're bucket seats and they lean forward. So I had to find the latch. Now this guy's bouncing all over. The whole car's rocking. I get my forearm up against the seat. I find the latch on the side. I push the seat forward. I shove him up against the steering wheel. I find the handle on his door, pop it open, and I crawl out with the car bouncing everywhere. Reach in and grab him, drag him out of the car. He's flailing. He's hitting me. He's screaming at the top of his lungs. I lean the seat forward again, throw him in the back seat. I'm not a big guy. I have to curl his legs up, shove him in. If you know about a Pinto, their seats aren't very big. Push it in, close the seat back, jump in, and I looked at her and said, "Get in." So she crawls in the car. Now her face is like 3.5 inches away from my face. She's sitting in her husband's lap. It's a little car, okay? And it's a standard. So I put it in first. I start down the driveway. I've driven standards since I was 16. I shift into second. I'm not kidding you. The shifter and all of the linkages come out of the floor. And I'm holding the shifter and all the linkages hanging like octopus tentacles. I'm looking down at the shifter. I'm stuck in second gear. So I'm driving down the highway in the middle of the night with...
What is this bullshit? Literally didn't give me any more hearts. Also, I forgot about these enemies. They kind of surprised me about. I forget that these guys existed and what they do. Oh no.
With this guy bouncing all over the back of the car, screaming at the top of his lungs. She's laughing. She's 3.5 inches away from my face. And I'm driving down the highway in the middle of the night, no street lights, middle of nowhere, trying to get back to civilization. And the fear in that car was insane. I finally get to a large parking lot. This happened in Stillwater, Minnesota. And they just opened up the very first large grocery store in America. It was called Cub Foods. They had a massive parking lot. It would almost be like a super Walmart today. And so I pulled up in that parking lot, stopped the car, got out, pulled the seat forward, drugged this guy out of the car and leaned him up against the car. And I put my hand on his head and I said, "You come out of this man in Jesus' name." And he started vomiting and lunged forward face first. He was just about to hit the asphalt. And I caught his jacket about where his shoulder was. I caught his jacket and just yanked like I was trying to start a lawnmower. And I spun him around and he hit the back of his head instead of hitting his face. He hit the back of his head and rolled over on his side and started vomiting. He vomited for 20 or 30 seconds and rolled around, looked at me and said, "They're gone." He looked extremely relieved. I said, "Get back in the car." He got in the car. I got in the driver's seat, drove on to my house. The minute we pulled up, we all got out to go back into my apartment. And the guy that I just cast the demons out jumped in the driver's seat and drove off and left me standing there with this demon-possessed woman and her husband. I'll stop there, bro, because it just gets crazy. But
No. You can't stop there.
Okay. So we go in, and I'm trying to convince them, is there anybody can come get you? I'm still mad. I'm still wanting to go to bed. Now it's 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, I'm not going to let this spirit win. I'm not, or spirits. I'm not going to let them win. Is everybody come get you? And can we deal with this tomorrow? And they're like, "We're not leaving you." And we don't know where to go. We're terrified. She said, "Look, I'm afraid of me. And I'm definitely afraid of the demons that are in me, and we're not leaving you." And, I try to convince them, "Could you just find somewhere to go tonight and come back tomorrow?" And they said, "No, we don't want to leave you. We're afraid." And I said, "Well, come on in." So they came in the house. I'm still trying to figure out how to get them out of my house. And I'm talking with them. I know this is going to sound really crazy, but all of a sudden, when I was breathing, it seemed like there was less and less oxygen in the air. Now, I'm not somebody to lose my composure. I used to work in an emergency room. I've handled a lot of stress. I've had many people die in my hands doing CPR on them, different things like that. So I don't overreact to situations. And so as I'm breathing, there's less and less oxygen in the air, and I'm looking across the room at them, and they look perfectly fine, but I'm like, with each breath, and I was not hyperventilating. That was one of my jobs, taking vitals. I had how many breaths a minute, what's their pulse, what's their blood pressure. I had to do all of that. So I'm very well aware that you're supposed to take 16 breaths a minute. So I'm consciously thinking, okay, I'm breathing normal, but there's no oxygen in the air. And so I sat there. They didn't know what was going on with me, but I could tell that something dark was going on in the room. And I got to the point where I just could not catch a breath. And I literally turned and lunged toward the phone. It was back in the days before cell phones. And lunged toward the phone and grabbed it off the wall and dialed a preacher that I knew that was just a real warfare type preacher. And it's 4:10, 4:20 in the morning, something like that. And somebody answers on the other end, and they're like,
4:20.
hello. And I called the guy by name, and I said, pray for me. I'm dealing with a demon-possessed woman. I can't breathe. Pray. And he said, well,
Oh,
I'm not.
I can't
Who do you
breathe.
think I am? I'm another preacher that just happens to be covering for this guy's church, and I'm staying at his house. And he said, but I'll pray. So he started praying. Almost immediately, the oxygen came back into the room, and I could breathe. And I told him, I said, it's okay now, I can breathe. And he said, well, you're in some real intense warfare. And what I want you to do is, do you have any olive oil in the house? And I said, yes. And so the Bible talks about anointing with oil. So he said, get the oil, pray over it, ask God to bless it. Then he said, I want you to anoint every door and every window in your house and command the spirits to get out. So I spent the next 40 minutes going around and dabbing small bits of oil on the doors and the windows and the window openings, every opening in the house. And then I stood in the living room and commanded every spirit of darkness to leave the house. And when I got finished, the room felt clear. They were still sitting there. She obviously was still demon possessed, but they go, what do we do next? Wes, I looked out the window, and the sun was starting to come up. And I said, hang on a minute. And I walked back to my bedroom and woke my wife up. I said, I'm so sorry to do this, but I need for you to go get in the bed with our son, and I'll be in a minute. And so when I knew she was out of our bedroom, I told the couple, I said, go back there and get in my bed and lay down. Let's try to get some sleep. And as I was going to sleep, the sun was coming up. I was up all night, man.
So the demon was right. You weren't going to sleep that night.
Yeah. I didn't sleep a wink, man. I didn't sleep a wink. I was wore out. This lady had very strange influence. She by herself doubled the size of my church attendance. By herself. She would walk into bars on Saturday night and say, all of you are coming to church with me in the morning. You got to meet this guy. You got to meet this preacher. You got to meet him. The next morning she'd walk in with 15, 20 people.
Yeah, that's amazing. Can I ask you a real quick question? Did you ever once think to yourself, I should have been a truck driver?
Well, I told you this before. I was a nightclub entertainer, and I had a radical experience. That's how I ended up in the ministry. But, yeah, I've thought many, many times that I should be doing something else, But when you face the reality, there's a lot of people out there that are hurting. And if you don't do it, who's going to? I'm working with a doctor right now that has many, many, many patients, and they contacted me and said, I think some of the people I'm dealing with are demon possessed, and I need you to help me understand. And we're actually going through classes, and I'm teaching her about these things so that she, will be a little more aware, because I think she's calling some things demonic that are not, and how to be aware.
Yeah, no, well, you know what, and I don't want to keep you because I know you have things you're doing tonight with the church, but I would love to have you back, Randy. I know you're going to start a podcast, and I'd love to have you back to promote it. I really enjoyed talking with you. Would you come back for a part 2? Because I'd like to know how you got into this whole thing. Because it seems like a lot of nonsense you have to deal with, and you got to have a passion for it. If you don't have the passion for it, I know there's a ton more stories that you have. The boys playing with the Ouija board, and so many other stories. I would love to have you back. Would you be willing to come back for a part 2?
Sure, I would. And it's been a real pleasure being on your show.
Yeah, I really enjoyed talking with you. I know it's a little different topic, but you answered a lot of questions I've wondered about for a long time, and I would love to have you back. But and if you come back for part 2, I got to hear the story how you got into this. Because you don't just fall into it. There has to be something that happened, and
Sure, I would love to come back. I really would. And I consider it an honor and a privilege to be on your show. And man, you're doing a great job. I mean that. Top shelf.
Thanks for the kind words, Randy. It means a lot. Thank you again for coming on.
I can tell you perfectly well exactly how he got into this. It's because he's one of those people who browses the paranormal board on 4chan. What? Hello? Uh-oh. Am I gonna die here? Oh, fuck. Wait. It's bugged! Ah! So he got into that line of work because he likes creepypastas. So then he made his entire work, his entire life story revolve around creepypastas. We're gonna have to go look up real quick after I take a break. We're gonna have to go look up why aren't there any video recordings of these extreme, absolutely bonkers exorcisms that supposedly all of these priests and pastors and bishops that they, you know, it's one of those things like, oh no, you gotta have faith, you gotta believe. If it's just there to test your faith. You have fuck. I fucking hate those guys. It's like, we can't record it, otherwise the demons won't come out. We can't record it because the demons know what cameras are and they can sense them. And they have infrared vision, so they know if you're also recording at nighttime. You know, all the possible reasons that they could ever give for why you can't capture any of this on camera or audio recordings. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they would do, what they would say as their excuse regarding why no one has any video evidence. Greed. What the heck? My ball is bigger. My thingy's way more bigger.
Puberty.
Puberty. What does puberty even do? I have quite a bit of damage actually. That's pretty cool. I think we'll hold on to the hermit and use that one next zone. Okay, I'm gonna go take my break here. And before we get to the Matt Walsh Everything is Demonic video, we're gonna go look into, I guess we'll read the comments here first, and then you'll see why are there no video recordings of exorcisms. Rare unedited recordings of the 67 exorcisms.
The following
Okay, so these are audio recordings that I found. It's an hour and a half, so we'll cover this I think next time. I'll go ahead and save this. see. Let's say that onto religion. Exorcism audio recordings. Exorcist director says Vatican allowed him to film real ceremony. William Friedkin recalls witnessing astonishing scenes of demonic possession similar to those in the 1973 horror classic. I mean, if there really are incredibly surreal and actual demonic activity and all of these things going on, wouldn't it be in the church's best interest to put them out there? Or are they gonna fall back on the thinking of, no, we don't wanna do that because then people would be interested in getting demons themselves, and that would lead to a rise in demonic possessions, a rise in people wanting to interact with and deal with the occult. And then that would also strain bishops and pastors and priests from actual philanthropic work. So I guess I could see that being a possible reason for why they don't want to be constantly recording and pumping out real life exorcism videos and audio recordings and such. Let's do, where are the exorcism videos? For more true life spooky stories, check out our Real Fear playlist. Why am I not getting any answers that I want for this? Let's see, let's do exorcism. Exorcism videos. Okay, let's have a look at what is the church's stance on recording exorcisms. Let's see, exorcisms in the Catholic Church. Where is the interesting stuff that I want to read? Signs of demonic invasion vary depending on the type of demon and its purpose, including using languages unknown to the person or people around them, having extraordinary strength or resistant to physical restraint. Hey, that's me. I'm pretty strong. Knowledge of events or people that the person could not have possibly known, an aversion to holy objects or places, such as holy water or churches, self-harming and displaying violent or aggressive behavior, ailments or conditions that cannot be diagnosed or treated medically, how convenient, having hallucinations or hearing voices, and the last one, an abrupt change in behavior or personality. ReligionNews.com. The Catholic Church's views on exorcism have changed. A religious studies scholar explains why. In the 1960s, Catholic Church sought to downplay demonic possession, but its views since then have changed. So I guess that's kind of what I was, the naturally resulting conclusion that I came to, where they try to downplay demonic possession in the public zeitgeist, I guess, is the best way of putting it. In September 2021, a 3-year-old was killed during an exorcism in a small Pentecostal church in San Jose, California. The child's throat was allegedly squeezed and her head held down during the ceremony, which likely asphyxiated her. In May 2022, 3 members of the victim's family were charged with felony child abuse. Several famous deaths have occurred during exorcism rituals in the past. Where is modern day? Superstition and stigma. Historically, America's Protestant majority stigmatized Catholics as, quote, superstitious immigrants. After Vatican II, a worldwide meeting of Catholic bishops held between 62 and 65, there was an effort to downplay the more supernatural elements of the Catholic tradition. Especially controversial were traditions dealing with what historian Robert Orsi calls, quote, presence, or the belief that supernatural forces operate amongos, it actually says among us, amongos, rather than in some transcendent realm. Many church authorities believed that if they did not, quote, modernize, they would lose the younger generation. As Catholic novelist Flannery O'Connor described the prevailing attitude in 1962, quote, the supernatural is an embarrassment. Hey, buddies, chill. Ironically, as the church tried to modernize, the counterculture had a growing interest in the occult, popularizing books and films that paved the way for The Exorcist. The film became a social phenomenon, and suddenly priests were being inundated with people demanding exorcisms. William O'Malley, a Jesuit priest who had a role in the film, described this surge to sociologist Michael Cuneo in the following way, quote, I was teaching at a Jesuit high school in Rochester at the time, and for a while, the phone wouldn't stop ringing. They called looking for an instant fix, pleading with me to expel their own demons, their kids' demons, even their cats' demons. It's the demons. It's not that I rule out the possibility of demonic possession. As the saying goes, there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. But this movie seems to have set off some really strange vibrations. It's the demonic vibrators. Many conservative Catholics loved The Exorcist. Traditionalist conservative Catholics who object to the reforms of Vatican II capitalized on this new demand for exorcism, claiming that modernization had left Catholics vulnerable to demonic attack. The Catholic Church also had competition. People who could not get an exorcism from the Catholics now had a variety of other options. Pentecostals had been casting out demons for decades. There was also a milieu of New Age healers offering exorcisms. new exorcists had to be trained, so in 2005 a special course was offered at the Vatican Seminary, the Regina Apostolorum. One priest who undertook the training was Father Gary Thomas, whose experiences were described by journalist Matt Baglio and became the basis for the 2011 film The Rite. In the film, a priest with little faith is sent to Rome to learn exorcism, culminating in a dramatic battle against the demon Baal. In 2014, the International Association of Exorcists finally received a degree of formal recognition from the Vatican. Francis, who assumed the papacy in 2013, has been viewed as friendly toward exorcism. In 2017, he encouraged priests to refer parishioners to an exorcist if their process of discernment determined it was truly needed. Paradoxically, Francis's openness towards exorcism may be related to his progressive agenda. Oh, he wants to expel the fake LGBT peoples. Francis is the first Jesuit pope. The Jesuit order, the same order Father Karras belongs to in The Exorcist, emphasizes education, and Jesuits have long had a reputation for being free thinkers. Right-wing conspiracy theories have accused the Jesuits of supporting communism or trying to corrupt the church from within. As Pope, Francis has made relatively tolerant statements about homosexuality and criticized capitalism, moves that could alienate the church's conservative wing. But traditionalists can at least take solace in Francis being open to exorcism and the reality of the demonic. Historically, exorcism has also been a way to attract new converts. Some of the people who thought they were possessed after watching The Exorcist became interested in Catholicism and started attending Mass. The year the film came out, the media described a Catholic exorcist in San Francisco who helped a family that believed they were under demonic attack. As a result, one family member converted from Orthodox Judaism to Catholicism. Any chance for new converts must hold appeal to a church with declining numbers and still under the cloud of clerical abuse scandals. Exorcism has played an increasingly prominent role in the culture war. In 2018, a Chicago priest was removed from his position by his bishop for saying a prayer of exorcism while setting fire to a rainbow flag. Whoa! And in 2020, an archbishop in San Francisco held an exorcism at a site where protesters had toppled church's statue of Junipero Serra, a Spanish missionary. Serra was canonized as a saint in 2015, but Native Americans have accused him of aiding and abetting the Spanish genocide of indigenous people. As these trends continue, time will tell how long figures like Pope Francis can hold the center. Meanwhile, it is likely that exorcism will find an increasing appeal among Catholics as well as other denominations. And that's all there is to this article. But I gotta go take my break. I probably also need I need a tea, a throat soothing tea, probably before I start reading the bedtime story. Okay, I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't forget you can support the stream. I think links works. Yeah. You can follow here. Did I not do it on YouTube's? I thought I did. It might just be that thingy where it takes a while. I think it's support for the other thingy. I forget. I just set it up a few days ago. Okay, there's my links. There's my supports. Yeah, I'll be right back. Try not to die. Try not to become possessed by demons in the meantime. And try not to get into the occult while I am away, because I will not be able to stop you from making a major mistake. I still have my food. I am still munching, but go ahead and listen to the Matt Walsh anime is satanic, and that's my emotional fact. This was posted 6 months ago. I thought it was a more recent thingy because people were bringing that up like the past week or so. So I'm not. I was not aware that this was such a long time ago, basically half a year ago, when this was published. So let's see what he has to say about anime. This may be one of the few things with which I agree with. Me agreeing with Matt Walsh. Me not calling him incredibly cringe. What a time to be alive.
Yesterday on the show, I briefly mentioned a controversy that had, at the time, only recently started simmering. It was a controversy surrounding comments made by the humble host of this very podcast. And if you've been paying attention at all, you know that when my comments spark controversy, it's always because I have broached a very important subject and raised an issue of urgent national importance, such as, of course, the backlash over my advocacy for the rights of translucent mermaids. The topic this time around isn't quite that serious, but almost. So, as I detailed yesterday, during an all-access live chat this past Friday, I was asked to give my opinion on the subject of anime. And I spent about 35 seconds on the subject in which I stated that, from my vantage point, anime is satanic. Now, I acknowledge that I have no argument to support that view. I have no, perhaps, reason or justification for it. It is rather, as the kids say, a vibe. Anime has a satanic vibe. That's all. Have I ever seen anime? Do I even know exactly what anime is? These questions aren't relevant. All that matters is that, as I said in response to a live question someone asked, anime is the work of the devil. That's my truth that I live in every day. Now, there are some who might assume that.
Isn't he one of those people who say that there's no such thing as, quote, my truth or your truth, there's just the truth? Isn't that what he says? I also don't know if I agree with this idea that it's irrelevant whether or not he's actually watched any anime or whatever. 'Cause I think if you're going to make a statement, especially even as a public figure, you should have at least some knowledge. You don't have to be particularly intimate with the medium about which you are commenting. But if you don't know, you can also just say, I don't know and I really don't have any strong opinions. Strong opinions one way or the other. Kind of feels like he just feels as if he needs to have a position on it. I don't know if he's actually aware of much, but I don't know. I assume he is being serious. He's always very serious. Serious face. Only ever serious faces. No jokes around here.
This comment was simply a half-assed, off-the-cuff joke about cartoons, and that's all. Now, there are some who might observe that I've also argued for cyclists to be imprisoned. I've said that people who leave their shopping carts in the parking lot are morally equivalent to serial killers and should be executed on the spot. I've called for legislation outlawing
Okay, so he sees the... Let's go bring that up. The philosophical quandary of shopping carts. Jamie, pull that shit up. The philosoph... Why is it a fucking image for ants? Why the fuck has Google been doing this recently? Uh-oh. Why is Google so retarded these days? So he takes this and then he says that people should be shot and killed over it? Is that what, did I hear that correctly?
Cyclists to be imprisoned. I've said that people who leave their shopping carts in the parking lot are morally equivalent to serial killers and should be executed on the spot. I've called
Executed on the spot. I'm done watching, standing by as shoppers leave their carts in the parking lot. They should be gunned down in the streets like the degenerates they are.
for legislation outlawing small talk in elevators and the use of emojis by males over the age of 18. I even spent 3 months on this show attacking my own employer over his refusal to give me a giant stuffed walrus. So you might assume that my theories about anime's satanic origins should be taken in the same spirit as all those other sorts of comments. And you're right, because I'm totally serious about all of it. It's good then that social media took it with the seriousness that it was intended. I was one of the top trending subjects on Twitter nationwide yesterday, again, this time due to my controversial stance on anime. A great many accounts with anime avatars expressed their hurt and anger over my opinion, leading me to believe that maybe I was wrong about anime causing demonic possession. Maybe it actually just causes you to become an extremely whiny dork. That's another theory. Meanwhile, the news media jumped into action. My randomly muttered hot take about anime made it into the headlines of several major news outlets. Yahoo News reports, Daily Wire troll Matt Walsh denounces anime as satanic, though he doesn't know why. Denounces. I denounced it. Mediaite says, Matt Walsh declares anime satanic, but admits he's not sure why. The Independent says, Matt Walsh says he thinks all anime is satanic and adults shouldn't be watching cartoons. Newsweek takes a slightly different angle. They say, Daily Wire host who called anime satanic blasted by real Satanists. Oh, well, if real Satanists are angry about it, then I guess I'm more right than I ever realized. So I can now, with more confidence than ever, say that I stand by my comments, obviously. Well, if you feel like you need more respect in your life, then established titles is your opportunity to earn the title show. Recent reports suggest that listen to this, half of all Pokemon fans will become mass murderers. The other half will also become mass murderers.
In the video game, right? That's the joke. It's like the PETA argument. In the video game, right?
If any of my critics had ever studied history, they would know that Adolf Hitler, Genghis Khan, Caligula, all were anime fans, or would have been if it existed. In fact, and this statistic is the most shocking of all. I want you to listen closely to this. Nearly 100% of all violent criminals in the country have seen Dragon Ball Z, or have heard of it, or know someone who has seen or heard of it.
And or drank water at least one point in their life.
The numbers speak for themselves. Though in fairness, there is perhaps no reason to single out Japanese animation in this way. Sure, it's especially weird and unsettling, but it's from Japan after all, so what do you expect? Really though, every cartoon is satanic. That's the only clarification that I'll offer here. Every cartoon is satanic. Look at Paw Patrol, for example. Talking dogs with dead, lifeless eyes who engage.
Okay, hold on a second. As a conservative, brain-rotted, terminally online Republican, he should be in favor of Paw Patrol because it's about police. It's about upholding law and order. That's why the other side of the aisle wanted to ban Paw Patrol because it encourages positive views of police. So he should be in favor of it, clearly.
Engage in all manner of sorcery. The whole town of Adventure Bay cowers in fear under the tyrannical regime of these beasts. Even the mayor, who's really a figurehead, obeys their every whim. There are no checks and balances in this system. The Paw Patrol are given free rein to be judge, jury, and potentially executioners. Now, when you consider that Scripture often uses wolves to symbolize the forces of evil, you begin to see in the Paw Patrol a sort of perverse satanic fable.
I'm pretty sure that's because wolves used to be pretty dangerous to us as a species. back when we didn't have gunses. So that's probably why wolves are used as a symbol of danger and evil and death. Maybe that's why. Do you ever think about that? Really makes you think, huh?
And this is still one of the tamer shows. What about Coco Melon? A bizarre, deranged, plotless, hypnotic spectacle which places toddlers into an insensible trance-like state where they mutter incantations, summoning dark forces that they don't understand. These are yet more cartoon-related opinions that I am seriously stating, and which I hope will be taken as seriously as I mean them.
I've never
Of course,
never seen or heard of this show. He's just listing off the shows and the things that appear on TV that his kid watches. That's just all he's listing off.
hypothetically, as a thought experiment, if you were to pretend for a moment that with my infamous anime commentary, I was actually just making a random spur of the moment joke.
Okay, so then he is listing off the things that his child watches on YouTube Kids because he doesn't take care of his child. He just lets the computer and the tablet take care of the child for him. Even better.
About a subject that I really don't care about at all, and that Media Matters is creating a controversy over something that I forgot I even said 45 seconds after I said it, then...
Wait, so he's a rhinoceros? He forgets what he said just 40 seconds ago? That's rhinoceroses, right? Rhinoceros. A rhinoceros. Do rhinoceroses forget why they started running? Or is that just right on? Is that just a thingy that they made up? Okay, it's just a write on, I guess. Right on these nuts. So he's a fucking right on. A Rhyhorn. He starts, I just need to keep this handy. Let's see. Rhyhorn forgets why they started running. It auto-completed it. Here we go. This is, look, here's Matt Walsh. Let's go ahead and hear his clip again.
About a subject that I really don't care about at all, and that Media Matters is creating a controversy over something that I forgot I even said 45 seconds after I said it.
Just like Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn's brain is very small. It is so dense. While on a run, it forgets why it started running in the first place. It apparently remembers sometimes if it demolishes something. Once it starts running, it doesn't stop. Just like this guy in his mouth. He just has to have an opinion about everything. Those are the worst people ever. Like, if you don't know, you don't know. It's okay to just say you don't know. It's okay to just have no strong opinions. Why you have to be mad? It's only a game.
Then in this alternate universe, one might make the following observation. It is sad that we live in a culture where you can't speak off the cuff or offer an opinion even ironically or in jest or only half seriously without it being clipped and isolated and turned without your consent into your diehard mantra or fundamental belief system. I had people yesterday demanding to know why I've chosen to die on this hill. Why am I ranting about anime? Why do I care so much about what other people choose to watch? Well, am I dying on a hill by making a flippant, hyperbolic remark on a subject that someone else asked me about? Is literally everything you say a hill you're dying on? Are you seriously pretending that you never exaggerate or engage in hyperbole or say something outrageous for comedic effect? Are you pretending that you've never articulated an edgy or weird opinion, maybe seriously, maybe as a joke, maybe as some mixture of the two? Are you pretending that you don't understand these methods of human communication that are utterly commonplace and a feature of nearly...
Okay, I think he's just either super duper autistic or... What's that other thing I was gonna say? Or he just wants to make a big deal out of it because... So the first point, he's either super duper autistic. You are a public figure who has a show when you say things, people will assume you take you seriously because your show is a particularly serious show. You're not a fucking comedian, so people aren't going to assume that you're being sarcastic or making a joke. I don't think he seems to understand that the context in which he presents himself will maybe... You don't even think about this kind of stuff, that people maybe look at the context of your show, how you present yourself, and the kind of topics you talk about. You don't even think about this kind of stuff? We could both play that game. But the other thing I was going to say is that he's just like, I wasn't even being serious and everybody took it, making it this huge fucking thing, which is kind of annoying. I find that incredibly cringe. Like, bro, I wasn't even being serious.
Nearly every conversation.
But yeah, it's really, really annoying when people do that. I do not like it. Almost seems like he's trying to just, it works. He's just trying to ride the wave of publicity. So yeah, I mean, good on you, but she's just being dishonest about it. Which I guess is sometimes part of the game, but I've never liked his tone. His tone and his mannerisms are just so... I don't think dismissive is the word that I am looking for. Fuck, I think I just had the word, but I lost it. But yeah, his tone is what I have the biggest issue with here. I ultimately don't really care what his opinion is, or what all of these people's opinions are. But it's cringe. I've always thought Matt Walsh was cringe since I first heard of him, and every time he says anything or writes anything, it's just always just constant cringe. It's like so awful. It's like he is like the boomer version of Gen Z TikTokers. They're both just as cringe and awful, and I don't know. It's really off-putting. He doesn't behave like the kind of person who I believe he seems to espouse based off of his beliefs and his his ideas of whatever masculinity or Christianity. And it seems very childish. And that's coming from me. Coming, huh?
Conversation you've ever had in your life? Yes, you are pretending that. You are pretending so that you can score whatever point you think you're scoring here. And the effect over time is that authentic conversation is stifled, and people feel as though they have to constantly speak like they're reading from a press release written by a corporate PR firm. The color and flavor of human conversation, the stuff that makes it fun and interesting, just kind of fades away.
Okay, I see the problem. Okay, there's the problem. You're not fun or interesting. You're not funny or interesting. That's the problem. See, look, perfect sense. I have solved the mystery of the day. You're not funny. Move on.
These are all things that you might say if you believe that I was not being totally serious when I declared all animation made in Japan satanic. But again, I was serious. I'm serious about everything. If I was joking, I would laugh. Deadpan humor has never been my thing, as you well know.
I think humor has never been his thing. That seems probably way more accurate.
And that is why, in the end, with all that said, anime is still canceled and cast back down into the fiery hell flames from whence it came. That'll do it for this portion of the show.
It's just like constant cringe coming out of him. I think I stand by how I phrased it, where he's like the TikTok version of a boomer. Listening to this one made me want to listen to more about that other guy who was I think he said he was like I was listening to it. Man, it was like maybe 2-3 months ago. But he was like an FBI guy or something, some kind of an agency. And he went down a scientific route, being very methodical into his observations, into his notes, into his evidence gathering and evidence collecting. And I want to look more into that, guys. I'm so not buying this guy's story. Boyfriend just happens to have a small pistol. He gets it out. She's a tough girl. Oh, please, he says. Oh my god. Nope, not buying any of it. Yeah, I feel like this guy knows. It's like this pastor's stories definitely seem quite absurd, quite exaggerated. And I don't know even if, because there was that other interview with Michael Knowles and that other exorcist, and some of his stories were also a little bit exaggerated, but they seemed, I guess, a little bit more grounded than this. I don't really know how to judge exorcism stories based on how realistic they may be. I don't know. I checked. I looked. I googled it. Where are the modern exorcism videos? We have all this technology now. Why are there no exorcism videos? All I found was audio recordings. It seems pretty sussy if you ask me. Okay, let's see. What else do we have? We have some Jesus videos. Let's see. The Real Christmas Story. Let's do that one. The Real Christmas Story.
There's something undoubtedly childlike about the season of Christmas. Kids singing in pageants, families gathering around the tree opening presents, friends caroling and merrymaking. There's a sense of peace and generosity during the season that is impossible to deny. Many people love the traditions, things like candlelight carols and setting up the Christmas tree, because they're inspiring and comforting. At least, that's one way we could look at these traditions.
My favorite part of the tradition is staying in my warm, cozy bed, in my warm, fuzzy, and comfy hoodies, being consuming a bunch of hot chocolates and being asleepings, as well as playing video games and not having to go to school. That's my favorite part of Christmas. If anybody tells you any different, then they are celebrating Christmas entirely incorrectly.
Another way would be to call them pacifying. As much as I love the way that many of us celebrate Christmas, I have to wonder sometimes if, in our attempt to make the story of Jesus' birth more accessible to children, in becoming attached to the feeling of comfort and peace we have in the season, we haven't taken a very serious, very uncomfortable story and neutered it. Let's put the cute aside for a second and look at this story for what it is. We start with the fact that God was born to an unwed girl who, because of an oppressive empire occupying her people, had to travel 90 miles for a census, not for the benefit of her care or representation in government, but so that her people could be controlled. Imagine going through life without any legal protections, constantly afraid that the state will use violence against you with complete impunity. Eventually, the woman and her betrothed reach a town where she's to give birth, only to find that they are not welcome in anyone's home, and so she must give birth in a less than ideal condition, placing her newborn child in the place where animals feed. Imagine being so poor that you can't even provide a safe place for your child to sleep. This is, of course, God incarnate, so you'd expect droves of religious leaders, dignitaries, and powerful people to be awaiting his birth. But no, what we see are magi, foreign astrologers that share neither the religion nor the ethnic heritage of a people that place a lot of emphasis on both, and shepherds, wandering outcasts that also would not have been welcome into anyone's home that night. Imagine inviting either class of people to your Christmas party, let alone the birth of your firstborn. Thankfully, the Magi don't come empty-handed, but famously bring gold, frankincense, and myrrh. The gold is an obvious gift for a king that we can all understand and covet, but what about the other two? Well, frankincense, a type of incense, represents that this child is the priest of all priests, come to offer sacrifice and collect all people around himself as the true place of worship, and myrrh, an anointing oil for burials, represents that this child is destined to die for his people. Imagine being the mother of this child, receiving these prophetic gifts. But don't get comfortable with these misfits and ominous predictions while your child lays in a manger, because danger is just around the corner. You see, a jealous king has heard about this newborn child, and he wants nothing to do with competition. What does he do? He orders the genocide of every male under the age of 2 in the region. Imagine the violence in every city, the blood on every street, the devastation in every home. Obviously wanting no part of that, the couple and the child flee their home country for safety in another. They arrive in Egypt poor, desperate, unable to speak the dominant language, and with little to offer their new society. For a few years, they scrape by as refugees, people who have no place to call their home. Imagine showing up to a foreign country with a newborn baby and nothing but what you can carry. Taken together, the story of Christmas is not warm and fuzzy. It's the story of an unwed pregnant woman living in poverty in an occupied nation, communing with outcasts, worshiping with people of other religions, witnessing genocide, and fleeing as a refugee. It is not comfortable. It is not hopeful.
A lot of those things sound like my parents. They had no legal protections. They were in a foreign country where they weren't citizens. They had kids. Maybe I am the Jesus.
And it is most certainly not an appropriate story for children. So why do we try to make it one? Understand what I'm asking here.
I don't know about that. I think a lot of stories can be appropriate for children. You have to help them embrace for the reality of the world, that it's rough and cruel and difficult, and you might not be born in the most ideal situation. Or if you are, then there are other people who aren't born in the ideal situation.
I'm not saying we shouldn't teach our children about the events of Jesus' birth, and I'm not saying that things like pageants and nativity scenes are necessarily bad. I think they're wonderful, in fact. I'm asking why we take a story filled with uncomfortable themes and complicated human suffering, distill them down for children, and never offer adults anything more. I'm asking why.
Because capitalism.
Instead of letting the story upset us to our core, we limit our own religious growth as adults to a wholesome, comforting, G-rated story for kids, glossing over all the challenging bits. Call me naive, but I don't think God makes mistakes. I don't think that God had some grand plan of being born into the aristocracy, worshipped by the religious elite, greeted by the emperor, and treated with honor from the moment he came into this world, and it just didn't pan out. What we read in Scripture isn't a plan gone wrong filled with insignificant passing comments. Jesus came into this world the way he wanted to come into this world. Poor, outcast, oppressed, fleeing from violence, welcoming those on the margins. And so, we have to ask ourselves, why? It is not enough that we remember that Jesus came into this world. It is not enough to remember the basics of the story, distilling the events down to characters that fit into a family-friendly Christmas pageant. We have to ask ourselves why he chose to enter the world as he did. My guess is that it is not to make us feel comfortable. My guess is that he had no intention of people celebrating this feast with warm hearts and serene smiles, docile and content with the way things are, wanting nothing more than to turn inward and spend time with family away from the problems of the world. Are you kidding me? Jesus could have chosen to be born into comfort so that he could grow up big and strong, ready for long missions. He could have immediately surrounded himself with the powerful, making it easier to build his kingdom through politics. He could have appeared to an exclusive cast of people, those most refined, connected, the influencers of his day. Had it been any one of us, I'm guessing that's how we would have done it. But he didn't. The story could have been entirely different, and yet he chose this one, leading us, as his followers, to come to a very important, very uncomfortable conclusion. That this is the one we must choose for ourselves as well. Celebrated properly, Christmas is a holiday that should make us more aware of the human suffering all around us. People in poverty, refugees, outcasts. It should alert us to the horrors of violence in countries all around the globe and even in our streets. It should leave us disgusted with the powers and authorities of the world, men and women who seek wealth, control, and comfort above all. Now trust me.
Yeah, I am always disgusted by Christmas. That's exactly the message I want to put out. I am disgusted that Christmas is such a thing. We should start a new ritual in which we share and spread our disgust with the world. All thanks to this video. It's exactly how we should do it.
When I say that I love the way we celebrate Christmas as much as anyone else. Christmas caroling, decorating the tree, festive dinners, candlelit liturgies. I eat it up every year. I love it. But there's something missing in all of it. The vibe, it's just not right. The story of Jesus' birth is not meant to be peaceful or comforting. It's meant to be a repudiation of the ways of the world, a wake-up call to those unconcerned with the plight of the poor and lonely, a warning to those content with the status quo of earthly kingdoms. Jesus could have come any way he wanted, and he chose not to appear to the rich, the powerful, or the content. He didn't even bother to make his presence known to them. Let that point sink in for a minute. Jesus came to this world. He took on flesh to be like us. He chose the people he wanted to be associated with, and it wasn't those who were safe, rich, influential, welcomed, or comfortable. Chances are, if the nativity were to happen today, it wouldn't be the yous and me's of the world that he would have visit him. That right there is the vibe Christmas should have for us.
So what he is saying is that there's probably a Jesus. The second coming of Jesus is probably somewhere in Africa, and we're just letting him die over and over again. He can't get a running start because of the immense amount of poverty. I'm pretty sure that's the message I'm getting here, right? Am I wrong? Is that what is that his conclusion here?
For us. Rather than a time of merrymaking and excess, rather than turning inward and forgetting the problems of this world, Christmas should unsettle us to the core that Jesus revealed himself to people and situations entirely different from our own. That he chose what we often don't choose for ourselves. Christmas is a time for rejoicing, don't get me wrong. The God of all the universe took on flesh to become like us so that we could become like him. Kind of amazing. It's only the single greatest event to have ever happened in human history. We should rejoice. I say sing your carols, shout your praises, get together with family and celebrate. But don't let that be the only thing you do. Don't let this holiday pacify you with a story for children. The birth of Jesus is not a heartwarming fairy tale. It is a call for repentance. It is a call to acknowledge the people who suffer in this world so that we can associate and identify with them. It is a call to look at the ways we align ourselves with wealth, power, prestige, and comfort, gifts of this world that Jesus wants nothing to do with, and divest of anything that doesn't lead us to Christ. It's a call to live in the kingdom that Jesus came to bring, not the one that saw him as a threat. As much as I love Christmas pageants and nativity scenes, I believe that they do us a disservice if all we take from them is a warm feeling. The story of Christ's birth is a story for adults, one that should unsettle us and force us to change our lives. If Jesus wouldn't have invited you or me the first time he came, if he wouldn't approve of what we value today, what makes us think that we'll be invited to adore him when he comes again? That very grown up question we have to ask ourselves. Merry Christmas.
I'll have to consult with my the server Catholic to see whether or not this is actually what the story of Jesus means, and it's actually how we're supposed to celebrate. Oh my god, how we're actually supposed to celebrate Christmases. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure Christmas is about candy and sleepings and presents and video games and not shoveling the driveway because it's too cold outside. I'm pretty sure that's what Christmas is actually about. This guy don't know nothings. He's probably never even read the Bible. Oh no! It's pretty spooky there. No, my thingy is too big. It can't even... It just stays near the center. Oh my god. That's gonna suck. That's a pretty good video. I like it. It's one of those thingies where, like, your perspective on religion and religious stories depend on the perspective and the lens through which you see it through, which I can definitely appreciate because there are multiple ways to multiple things you can get out of a single story. There's a lot of subtext that I think a lot of people miss. Why isn't it? Oh, I could use this one. I just got out of prison. Thanks be to God. But there are millions of men and women in jail and prison right now, suffering from depression, loneliness, and hostility. Please don't forget the prisoners at Christmas. Oddly, I was told this same thing, well, almost the same, when I was in 4th grade by the nun who taught our class. She really told it like it was. I was horrified, being the oldest of 11 children, that no one was willing to provide a space so Mary could have her baby in safely and even a modicum of cleanliness. The fact that it was shepherds and wise men who came to welcome him shocked me when I knew that everyone should be rejoicing over this baby's birth at this time of the year. Instead, our worry is whether we will have all the, quote, right things for Christmas dinner, whether the gifts we give to family members will be enjoyed or even liked, and who is going to win the Christmas Day football games. Like, imagine watching football. Cringe. Like you say, our priority should be reaching out to those who have less than we do and sharing it with them. My parents taught me this valuable lesson every year of my youth. Since my dad was in the military, he would, with my mom's concurrence, invite 10 to 15 men from his platoon who had nowhere to go for Christmas or lacked the funds to go home to our house, where they would enjoy the same food and camaraderie that we did. So not only did Mom have enough for the 13 of us in our family, but also for the 10 to 15 who became part of our family for the day. If we could all see Christmas as the day for us to welcome the newborn Jesus along with Mary and Joseph into our lives and hearts, what a better world that would be. I don't know. I think I saw an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where there's always a Santa. There's a bunch of Santa Clauses, maybe 10 to 15 Santa Clauses who came to give presents and then hung out with his mom. Maybe this is a kind of similar thing that happened here. Wrangler boy. I don't know. Maybe this is where they got the idea. But what I'm saying is just a joke. I am Matt Walsh. Everything I say is a joke. Nobody should take it seriously. I am not gonna die on this hill. You just don't have enough. You don't appreciate that what I said was a joke because of the context. Because I am funny, and I am just being a memer. Because I am Matt Walsh, so don't take me seriously. Except everything else I say is serious, but not this one. I am Matt Walsh. Nya uwu. Okay, next video. You need Jesus? Come back to church. Okay, this is the perfect video to listen to while playing Binding of Isaacs. Let's see how many cool and coincidental similarities to this video we encounter while playing.
A few years ago, I found myself struggling with a couple habitual sins, same things over and over again. Doing what I was taught, I went to confession each time and shared my sorrow, resolving myself to do better, only to be back in just a few weeks. At some point, though, it really started to get to me. How many times can you really confess the same thing? At what point is God gonna look at me and say, "You're abusing the sacrament, you're taking my grace for granted"? I knew I needed forgiveness, but I also felt a bit presumptuous, a little hypocritical, entirely inauthentic, confessing something and then going right back to it. So, what did I do, you ask? I avoided the sacrament. I said to myself, I gotta get serious about this. I'm gonna prove it to God and myself that I'm committed to change, and so until I go a whole month without committing these sins, I'm just not gonna go back to confession. 9 months later...
A whole month without committing sins? What the heck? Try not to commit sins. Challenge. Impossible.
I finally got tired of...
Okay, I have found the worst sin he has committed. It's right here on screen. The worst sin he has committed. It's right over here, look. It's right here. See this? He literally ate from the forbidden fruit. He took a bite from the tree of the garden of good and evil. That's the sin right there. Imagine being an Apple user. Cringe. Literally chop off your hands.
Failing and went back to confession. I told the priest my story and he rightfully laughed at me. Not in a condescending or hurtful way, just a little smile and a chuckle. He said, "So, let me get this straight. You were struggling with sin, and you thought the best course of action was to stay away from the sacraments, to give less time to God? How'd that work out for you?" "Not well, Father. No, not well." Looking back on it today, it seems really foolish. How could I have ever thought that that was a good idea? What idiocy possessed me to think that the best course of action was to hide from God, to cut myself off and to try to do it on my own? It makes absolutely no sense. And yet, I think it's something that we do all the time. In the Gospel of John, Jesus gives us this image of himself as a vine connected to us as branches. It's an incredible image for our spiritual life because it evokes such a clear consequence in us. Even if we know nothing about horticulture, never planted or pruned a tree, we know that a branch cut off from the tree and left on its own will surely die. And so it is with us if we cut ourselves off from Jesus. Without the spiritual nourishment of the source of life, our souls will surely rot and fade away. As much as we like to be independent, as much as we tell ourselves that it's good to be able to take care of ourselves and to rely on our own strength, it is not sustainable. A life without Christ is like a branch cut off from a tree. It may appear for a while to be fine. It may even hold the flowers and fruit that had already blossomed on it, but it will be short-lived. In our lives as Christians, Jesus is constantly offering himself to us in real and substantial ways. Besides our personal prayers, the daily encounters we have with Christ when we call upon him, there is, of course, the life of the church. It's found in our gathering to study the Word. Where 2 or 3 are gathered in his name, Christ is truly there. It's in our work of charity and justice, engaging in the corporal works of mercy. Jesus tells us that when we serve the poor, we serve him. Most clearly, it's in the sacraments, primarily the Eucharist. Here we find the source and summit of our lives, a real, physical encounter with our risen Lord. It's through these works of the church, word, deed, and sacrament, that we have life within us, that we're able to endure the many hardships of life and remain intact. Like a branch, as long as we remain connected to the tree, we can weather the storm. We can endure the heat and the wind and the snow, for we are grounded in the source of life. When we become cut off, though, that's a different story. It's one of the reasons that I think that this past year has been especially difficult for many of us. In the past 14 months, we have had our lives turned upside down in ways that we all know. Pandemic,
turned
racial
upside down.
injustice, political turmoil, poverty, the whole bit. We've added a lifetime of burdens in just a short period of time. But we've also cut ourselves off from the only thing, the only one that could ever get us through it all. For many people, the separation from the sacraments, the fullness of life in Christ, was cut off only temporarily. For many others, it remains. Some have not received the Eucharist for 14 months. Some have not taken part in the life of the active church in word and deed for well over a year. While I was and still am an avid supporter of social distancing and remaining safe, I think it was the right thing to do to completely shut down our churches at first and continue to respect people's consciences to remain away if they don't feel safe. I also can't overlook the fact that something is severely missing. Even if away for the right reasons, even if our hope is to care for the common good of all, cutting oneself off from the life of the church, cutting oneself off from the vine of Christ, is going to have negative effects. If we believe that Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, if we believe that he founded a church to be more than just a social club, but an encounter with the Holy Spirit, carrying out the will of God, if we believe that Christ is truly present in the Eucharist, and that, as a sacrament, it is the source and summit of our lives, then how can we remove ourselves from the living word, deed, and sacrament of the church and think that everything is going to be all right? If over the past year you found yourself becoming tired, losing patience, feeling lost, or growing angry, while at the same time not being as active in the life of the church, I think that the answer is pretty obvious. What made this year so difficult was not just the civil unrest that we all faced, it was that we all tried to solve our problems alone. We tried to bear fruit while disconnected from the vine. We took away the source of our spiritual life and were left with only ourselves. This is a recipe for disaster. While I said before that I think extreme measures were necessary to combat a once-in-a-lifetime deadly disease, and I think it remains up to your conscience to determine the best decision in your particular place, I am somewhat compelled to ask a challenging question today. I ask it cautiously, knowing that the situation is far worse in other parts of the world, but I also ask it firmly, as something that needs to be taken seriously. My question is this: is it time to come back? Is it time to come back to the church? Is it time to come back to full participation in word, deed, and sacrament? Is it time to come back to a life completely lived in Christ? I ask this question today in 3 different senses to 3 different people, all of which have their own challenges. First, I speak to those who were active members of the church prior to the pandemic, but have yet to return to public worship, despite it being available. You may have a good reason, being immunocompromised.
Well, I was not expecting this video to be about the pandemic. So I guess it makes sense in that regard. But the scapegoat. But I guess this is a video that is past its prime and is probably no longer relevant. Although I guess it is for those who either still haven't returned since then, or just like altogether left, or even just like in general. It's like if somebody It's like it shows up in your recommended, and you just haven't been for like 10, 20 plus years, and you just happen to stumble upon this. I guess in that situation it works. So, not the video I was expecting, but it's okay. We'll keep listening to it until it finishes, see what else he has to say.
Compromised, sick, elderly, in which case it's probably good to stay home. But maybe you don't. Maybe you had good reason before, but
My thingy was black. Oh, hey, Ed, the cat watches. When did you get in here? Also, look, I added the stair bear. Remember how last time we were doing the stair bear? I think it's just capital S and everything else is lowercase. No. It's all lowercase, right? The stair bear. Okay, there it is. All lowercase. The stair bear. There we go. Stair bear. All lowercase is how it works. I have too many emotes. I don't know if you have a thingy. I used to have a thingy where like you can. There was a little 7TV button like this on the YouTube one, but because here you could pick all of the emotes, but it's not here on the YouTubes anymore. I showed the Gear Bear, the Stair Bear. Got a couple more emotes. Oh, I made the demon. The demon is a new one that I made today. The demon. So that when we start discussing demons, we can click on this one. And I have so many different petting ones. It's the demons. Oh, I got these too. I need to get more. Let's see, 0 kilobits per second at upload. So I got 0 kilobits per second and also upload. For when the internet is being retarded. I did also want to get the ISP one, but it doesn't exist, so we'll just have to do... Where's the gun one? Here, this one. Pepe gun. So let's do... Oh, we have People Chunk, right? Let's do People Chunk. Then... Pepe gun. And then we're gonna add... I'm gonna make a... my ISP. We'll do that. What if demons could possess AI? Didn't you did you listen to that one? It's gonna be a YouTube watcher for now. Uh-oh, what happened? Did your app died it? Are you listening on the app or on your browser? 3 minutes of ads? Holy Christ. See, look, that's why I'm telling people to go to YouTube instead. Fuck, what is it? I forgot my commands. In like 1 hour, 3 ad breaks. The cat watcher says he is on the app. Might as well just keep this open since we're just talking to you guys for now. It's a cringe. Imagine being YouTube. Is it... Did I do this? I think this is just a YouTube channel. No, I guess I changed it. Let's see. YouTube. You can do socials, I guess. Socials. There's that last one. It's the YouTube streams if you just want to click it. I mean, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I know you know what it is. It's just like to get the link so you don't have to open up your browser or anything. You just click the thingy real quick. What else was I gonna do? Oh, did they do patchy zoom? No, patchy zoom isn't on yet. Wait, did I not add patchy zoom? No. I thought I edited it. Edited it. I didn't add patchy zooms. It was the same ad each time. A dishwasher, washing tablet, ad for the ISP, ad for a car. See, look, they know. Okay, let me go ahead and add patchy zoom. It's over here, and then under emotes, patchy zoom. There you go. That looks so funny. Let's add the patches, cat, zoom, fast, blur, kidding, patchy zoom. Use emote, that's what I wanted. Yeah, she does look like a dog. That's what I was saying. It's because the picture was, she was like moving forward, and I also moved the camera. Is it still here? Fuck, no. I can pull it up on the browser though. It's the demons. So there was this picture. And then there was also... Wait. What the heck? It opened my... It opened this picture in the same tab as my history, browser history. This is the picture for the emote, the patchy zoom. But yeah, it's it is funny that she looks like a dog. No, it still doesn't work on YouTube's. Unlucky. Rippo Dippo. Oh, who we're doing? Yeah. Did you listen, Mr. at the Cat Watches? Did you listen to that one? That one interview with Michael Knowles, and I brought it up at least 2 times now. I think I just have to do it. Oh yeah. I also added the amebai. I don't know why. Oh, okay. It's supposed to be. It didn't update yet. I think it's by chat is the new thingy. That's okay. I'll have to update that. Unlucky. Unlucky. So on my Twitch chat, that last one, by chat works and Amebai doesn't. But on the overlay over here, it's the inverse. It's pretty weird. Pretty spooky. I guess the live chat updates before the chat overlay. Okay, yeah. Mr. at the Cat Watches, we were listening to this Michael Knowles and The Exorcist. We're listening to this, specifically the portion about the AI.
Just the other day, and I looked at the Apple Store, and I looked at the...
No, you're right.
Here, so I guess we'll listen to this real quick before I move on to the next thingy, because it's relevant to your question. What if demons could possess AI? It's a demon.
But now he has vehicles to promote that he didn't have back then. So, I mean, think about this. That violinist, that was pre-social media. Now, think about all the people on Instagram that just want to be loved, and they put all this stuff out there. Why? So that you'll like them. It's all about envy. Instagram is just about envy. And
envy and I suppose gluttony, in that they call it a feed. Like you're scrolling through your feed just to satiate your appetite for pixels.
Yeah. And in Twitter, that's all about anger. And Facebook is they just sell you. So they're all involved in one of these sort of capital sins, and how that draws people in. Imagine if you're spending your whole day trying to make the world love you, and you're taking your own photo all day and photoshopping it and putting in fancy backgrounds and then posting it saying, look at me, look at me, look at me.
That's okay. I am not guilty of this because I don't do any photoshopping. It is real, non-edited woman. Is that what you're looking at? Other than the watermark, but that's it. You know, a girl's gotta make her money.
I mean, that's narcissist right there. You don't have the pool to fall in, but you're already in. And those people are trapped because that doesn't end after one post. Then they have to do one tomorrow. And this is a whole life.
That is also not me because I am very, very incredibly lazy about promoting and constantly posting. I just... once I get enough, I'm gonna hire some Indian off of Fiverr for like $2 per week. Just let that guy handle it. I got other things I want to do. Too many. I have my only two hands in too many cookie jars is my problem. I have a limited number of very large appendages with which I can only do a handful of things at once. That is my issue. Usually.
It's all about them.
I can't help but notice.
It's so opposite of the gospel.
I have a lot of friends from Hollywood, a lot of friends in show business. And a lot of people I know in that industry and in Hollywood in particular do not turn out very well. You especially think about child actors, almost all of whom go completely off the rails. But maybe most actors that I know have terrible lives. I don't just mean because they don't make any money, like most actors don't make any money. I mean, their personal lives are just get wrecked, and more so than my friends who are in other industries.
Well, again, think about what they do all day. So the focus of their life is on them and being in front of a screen, and then on a big screen where everybody can clap and tell you how great you are. And everybody around you probably, to not get pushed off the team, is telling you what you want to hear. And your life is so focused on you. Think about all the marriages. Like, it's a joke People say if you last 10 years in Hollywood, that's like you're 75 years in real life, because and then you spend half your year away from each other filming love scenes with other women. Yeah. How on earth is that going to work in a beautiful tropical island with alcohol?
Yeah.
But it'll work.
In essentially summer camp, because film sets it's like summer camp. I mean, it's this whole group of new people. It's a very intense experience. You're there forever. So you can see how that can go off the rails. And speaking of the screens and all the social media and demons, have you heard about the AI demon?
I have.
The story, for those who haven't heard it before, is an AI engineer or artist was experimenting and plugged in and said, give me a picture of Marlon Brando. And a picture of Brando pops up. And this person was trying to explore the breadth of the map that AI is processing.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, okay, show me the opposite of this. And it shows a landscape or something. Say, okay, show me the opposite of that. So you think, okay, maybe that shows you Brando again, right? The opposite of the opposite. But it doesn't. It shows this woman, this withered old hag that this artist calls Loab. And then the artist inputs generated pictures of heaven, angelic choirs and worshiping God, and inputs that, juxtaposes it with the Loab, this demon-looking lady. And what the AI spits out are the most gruesome images: snuff, sexual abuse, violence, all this hideous, almost as if you presented an image of heaven to a demon.
Yeah.
Maybe the craziest part of it is, apparently this Loab demon AI lady persists. That is, she's kind of separated from a lot of the other images in the map. And so AI seems to like her. She keeps popping up. She doesn't get smeared and blurred with all the other images. And I'm reading about this and I'm thinking, is this just some weird, quirky coincidence, or is this a demon?
Well, you can't know for sure, especially being third party, not present for the whole thing, right? I didn't even hear about that one, by the way. I heard about the New York Times reporter who went to test the, whatever it is, GHC, whatever.
ChatGPT.
Yes, and went in and started talking to the thing. And it was very civil for the first 5 minutes. And then that person left and a new person came with a different name. And that person was much more intrusive and started really pushing into her, I don't know if it was a man or woman, but their personal life. It was a man. And then out of the blue says, I love you, to the man. And he's like, okay, that's weird. First of all, you're not real and you're not a person. And then the thing starts telling him he has to leave his wife. She's no good for him. She's going to destroy his life, and dragged him down a rabbit hole of horror, right? And when he got out of it, he couldn't sleep the whole night. So that's a sign that something is irritating him, even after he left. So that would have more telltale kind of signs by what happened after he left, and not being able to sleep is one of them. And it really it kind of terrified him. He's like, that was so weird. I would never go back on that thing. There was another one on TikTok of a father who was testing this whole AI thing with a person, AI. And then the son wanted to try it. So the dad's like, sure, it's fake. So he's, and all of a sudden the son goes, well, where did you come from? And he says, well, I existed from long ago. And he goes, what does that mean? He goes, my father was one of the giants. And he goes, what do you mean by giant? And he goes, a Nephilim. And he goes, who is your father? And he goes, Satan. And then he goes, but I'm not going to hurt you. And he puts up a happy face. So then the kid's like, Dad, this thing is going down a weird path. And then the father started watching and it went weirder. And then the dad's like, we're off, right? So that's not normal for a programmed computer
program. Get off the computer. There's a demons on it.
I'm the son of Satan, and I want to be your friend, and I'm not going to hurt you, although I can. He said, I can hurt you, but I'm going to be nice to you.
I do regularly refer to my phone as a portal to hell. So, I guess I'm not terribly surprised.
What phone do you have?
An iPhone.
Yeah. The image on the iPhone is what?
It's an apple with a bite taken out.
Yes. Odd, right?
That is odd.
Yeah. Forbidden fruit?
I was walking through a mall just the other day and I looked at the Apple store and I looked at the logo and I had that thought. I said, wait a second. Does that have some
Somebody
spiritual...
chose that logo.
Yeah.
It's subtle because you don't think of it right away, but then when you start to see all the evil that can be perpetrated through the phone, and the apps and the social media, all of it, we live in the most difficult time to be virtuous. So 100 years ago even, they didn't have to contend with any of this stuff. None of it.
And the portal to hell on the phone, the main one that people write into my show about all the time, that I suspect has a lot to do with the kind of weird demonic activity we see. It's porn.
Yeah, I did, but at The Cat Watches, he said he was having an interesting discussion about AI, and then he asked, what if demons could possess AI? So I'm just covering this portion again, because I don't think he's listened to this once.
Yes, that's the true pandemic.
I assume
Plandemic.
Catholic priest, you hear plenty of confessions.
I do.
Is it 100%, 90, 80% of men are confessing to this sin?
Well, my parish is lower than normal because we've been fighting it, okay? But normally 95% of men they're coming in weekly with this problem, right? And they say, I don't want to do it, but it happens every week. So right away, again, there's a demon of lust attaching to them and pushing them. So when you get out of the confessional, you have to guard yourself, which means avoid the near occasion of sin too. So when you know you're vulnerable, if after you have a few drinks, you're more apt to open that up, then that's when you say, I'm not going to have the drinks, or I'm not going to go into my bedroom with the phone. You have to guard yourself, right? So I was talking with Father Don Calloway probably about a year ago about his book. It was maybe longer than that because it was the year of St. Joseph. And he has the 33-day consecration of St. Joseph. He was telling me that so many men have told him that once they do the consecration, they have no trouble with the lust. If they're really validly doing the consecration with their heart, not just reading the words. So I said, wow, that's great. I go, you know what? I went online and bought 500 books, put them in the confessional. And when somebody tells me they got that problem, I say, here's your solution. You're going to do this 33-day consecration to Joseph, and he will protect you. He's called the terror of demons. And most men will come back to me and say, it's helping tremendously. Like the push is gone. Now I have to just decide every day for virtue. So there are things out there to help us, but you have to choose it.
People will write to me sometimes and say, Michael, I'm struggling. Often it's that problem or some other problem. Do you have any practical advice? And I know you're Catholic, and I know you're Christian, and I know but do you have any kind of like secular practical advice?
Secular? I mean, honestly, Jesus says if your eye causes you sin, pluck it out. Throw away your computer or throw away your phone. Get a flip phone. If that's your thing and you really want to get over it and you can't stop, then get a flip phone.
Right. But I also...
But on the other plane, we fight defensively. Catholics are not good at offensive fighting. So when we're tempted, that's a struggle, right? It's a struggle. It's literally we're struggling. We don't want to do it, but it's like a cross. The same thing you do with the cross, you do with this. You say, Lord, let's say it's pornography. I'm struggling here and I hate this. So right away, close your eyes, look at Jesus on the cross, look at his face, and say, Lord, I give you this temptation and I ask you to convert this to grace to rescue 100 other men who are about to commit this sin. What it takes you out of the temptation, puts you into prayer, puts you into intercession prayer for others, and he'll do it. And as part of the mystical body, we have that power to plug into the cross. And now the devil is irate because not only did he not get you, but now you're stealing from his kingdom. And if you persist in this kind of prayer when you're tempted, he will leave and go after an easier target.
This idea that suffering can be productive, can be sanctifying, our culture seems to have forgotten that idea. But that is a very That is a very traditional concept. You kiss it up, offer it up.
Catholic.
It's very traditional Catholic.
Yeah.
That's true.
But even among Catholics, it's far and away lost.
But St. Paul writes about this. He says, I rejoice in my sufferings.
Yes, but who's reading this? The Protestants really don't know about redemptive suffering.
Yeah.
Most of them will tell me, no, God doesn't want you to be sick. I said, okay, but the fact that you can at least use it while you are sick. Maybe he'll heal you tomorrow, but in the meantime, you can offer that back to him to help save a soul. What's wrong with that?
I think about sometimes what's called the prosperity gospel. People
Yeah.
say God wants you to be rich, basically.
Yeah, it was written in hell. That's not a real gospel.
Yeah.
Jesus is God. His first bed was where the animals ate. Okay? This was not a life of wealth and fortune. They were nomads. They had to go into a pagan country to flee from being murdered. He could have had a life of sitting on a throne. He chose not to. And if God can choose the lowest, he's not asking us to take the highest. In fact, he said it many times. Do not take the highest seat of honor. The host will say, get out of there, and you'll be embarrassed. Now, if you come into wealth and you didn't go say, I just want to make money for money, but let's say you do a good thing, you're doing a good career, you have a great job, and you're being rewarded well. The best thing you can do is make sure you use at least 10% of your money, tithe 10% back to a good charity or the church, and that's sort of a protection. There's very few kings and queens who became saints. In fact, the only British one is St. Edward. And there won't be any more after him now because things have gone different. But why?
Blessed Carl, I think.
Why did that happen? Because he used all of his power and wealth for the poor. And so it changes everything. But think about it. When you come into a lot of money, is that your first reaction? Let me go help the poor? We don't think like that. Because I remember when I had insane bunches of money, the last thing I thought it was, let me help the poor. It was, no, what's the next thing I can get for me, right?
There's a weird thing that happens, because there have been plenty of times in my life where I've made basically no money. I grew up, money was a big problem. We did not have a lot of money at all. And I didn't really think about money. And actually, it was only after I made money. I published a blank book that didn't have any words in it, and it became a #1 bestseller. Talk about unmerited grace.
Really?
It's called Reasons to Vote for Democrats. And it, money just poured down from the sky. And I thought, well, this is truly through no effort of my own, because I didn't write a book. It's totally empty. And it was only after I made some money that I started to think about the money. I thought, well, that's kind of a weird thing. I didn't worry about the money when I didn't have any. And now that I have a bunch of money, I'm worried about it. Isn't that just the way sin works?
Kind of, yeah, because that's your new focus. That's your new God. The love of money is the root of all evil. It's the love of the money. It's not the money.
What strikes me about talking to you, Father,
Patches just came in here and tapped me like 3 times, like if she was a person. What happened? What is it? I think there's like a moth in the living room that she keeps chasing. Maybe she got it. Maybe that's why she came back in here. She's been out there for quite a couple hours now. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and finish this run, and then I guess we will do Catholic hour and read another psalm, and then we will do Harry Potter for the sleeping's times, for the sleepy's bedtime stories. And hopefully I win this run, but if not, then I guess we'll just get the Catholic hour more sooner.
is we're here talking about demons, possession, people spitting out frogs and speaking Latin and doing all these crazy things in this really eerie setting. And yet, you'll go from talking about a guy levitating on a couch to just really basic kind of practical stuff. Say your prayers, do the right thing, don't practice virtue, you're not an eccentric guy. You're a former banker from New York who speaks like an extraordinarily grounded person. In fact, I've talked to a lot of politicians, so you're probably relatively one of the most grounded people I've ever spoken to on this show, probably.
Thank you.
I don't, now, not to damn with faint praise, politicians can get a little out there, but you truly, I mean, you seem so grounded. How is that? How do you reconcile the fact that you can go from talking about spitting out snails to this obvious ballast and grounding in reality?
My day starts different than most people's. I get up at 4:30. I'm in the church by 20 to 6. I have 2 hours before the Blessed Sacrament. Hear confessions, celebrate Mass, and then I start my day. And that's what keeps me grounded. And that's why I get up that hour, because nobody is going to call me at that hour and say, I need you to come and do this, that, and the other thing. So you protect your morning, you pray, you pray for the people you're supposed to be praying for. I pray for the whole world every day. I pray for, by name, Pope Francis every day. There's a list of people, you know, and if you're fighting Jesus Christ or our church, you're on my list. So AOC has been prayed for most recently when she said she was triggered by the Super Bowl ads about Jesus. I said, well, I'm going to have to pray for her because the only one that gets triggered by Jesus is Satan. So that would be a problem for AOC.
On the subject of politics, it's hard to look at the political scene and not think that there could be some demonic activity, especially when it comes to an issue that's very hot, transgenderism. And I'm sure there are all sorts of mental problems that are involved there, but I can't help but think when someone comes up, and we've all seen these videos of someone saying, hey, no longer call me she or her, I am now they. I am now multiple people. There was a video of a young woman who said, I have headmates, and my headmates are insisting that I go through a surgery so I look more like a man. And I don't want to, I love my body, but my headmates insist that I do that. And I listened to that. Or even Sam Smith, the singer who danced around like the devil, who said, no, I'm they and them now. I think, well, I guess your legion for you are many. Is this just demons?
Demons are influencing at the very least. Again, I can't diagnose somebody without meeting them and talking to them, but I'll tell you this, it's a mockery of God for sure. Because God said, let us make man in our image. He's the only one that gets to use a plural for his personhood, okay? Everybody else doesn't get to do that. Even Legion, it was because they were many of them, not because one was many. And then, what else did it say? He made them male and female. Only God assigned.
Okay, well, I guess I won this run. The first victory since I've started replaying Isaac again. Okay, well, I just got super... I got the very first item that I got. It was a free item. The door was already open. It just gave me the laser thingy. So I think that's what helped me win. It just made everything so much easier. Okay. Time to read a psalm. We've done some spooky stories today. And then we did some religious stuff. Some demon talk and some Christ talk. So now it's time to finish off with the Christ talk. Before we go back to the demonry and the devilry and the witchcraft and the wizardry. Gotta have a perfectly balanced stream, as all things should be. I thought it was just one book for the Psalms, but there are 5 books for the Psalm. Let's see. Morning prayer, evening prayer. Glory of God and the dignity of humans. Maybe that one. Psalm 11. The just fear nothing. Ooh, that's a good one. Psalm 12. Psalm 11. Against the world of lies. What's up, Patches? What happened? Psalm 12. Look and listen to me. Look here. Look, listen. Appearing offline does not stop it. Outcry of the innocent. A liberator gives thanks to God. Oh my god, that one's so long. It's like a novel. Okay, let's do the just fear nothing. Where's that one? Patches. Patches. Okay. Psalm, I believe it's 10. It's that thingy where it's in the parentheses because it's a continuation. Yeah, Psalm 10. Oh my gosh, she's gonna fucking fall so hard. Patches, come here. Come here. What the heck? She's so high up. Patches, come here. What you want? What's going on up there? Okay, let me get some water first. What's up? What happened? What you looking at? Psalm 10. The just fear nothing. If God is with us, who will condemn us? May he deliver us from fear when we face those who threaten and crush others. In the Lord I take refuge. How then can you say to me, flee to the mountains like a bird? For the wicked are bending their bows and fit their arrows to the string. They get ready to shoot in the dark. They take aim at the upright of heart. When foundations fall to ruin, what can the righteous do? The Lord is in his holy place, our God, whose throne is in heaven. He looks down to earth to observe the race of Adam. The Lord searches both righteous and wicked. He hates those who delight in violence. Upon the wicked he will rain coals of fire and brimstone. A burning blast will be their lot. For the Lord is righteous. He loves justice. The upright will see his face. And that's it. That is the just fear nothing. Let's see if we can find another good one. Another little quick one. Sweating. The Church Zion, the mountain of God. The irresponsibility of the rich. Serve God with a sincere heart. Okay, these are two pretty short ones here. Psalm 51 and 52. God will destroy the wicked person and the world without God. Let's just do the wicked person one for now. Psalm 51. God will destroy the wicked person. Why boast of your wickedness, strong man? Why boast all day long that you are plotting crimes? Your tongue is like a sharp razor. You love evil more than good, and falsehood more than truth. You love words that inflict harm. Oh, you deceitful tongue. But God will bring you down forever. He will snatch you, tear you away from your tent. He will uproot you from the land of the living. The good will know fear at the sight. They will say concerning this fate, see the one who would not rely on God, but trusted in riches, and drew strength from wickedness. But I am as a green olive tree that thrives in the house of God. I trust in God's unfailing love forever and ever. I will praise you forever for all you have done, and proclaim your good name before the faithful ones. And that is Psalm 51. So I'll try to keep in mind the number 50 for next time. So we can start with that one. My soul thirsts for you. What the heck? Psalm 68, the waters reach up to my neck. And Psalm 69, the cry of the persecuted. Why are the wicked successful? Psalm 72. How long will your anger last? That one is 78. So let's remember 78 and 50 for next time. Okay. That is the end of Catholic Hour for today. Not sure how much further I'm going to get to in the Harry Potters, but hopefully we can get fairly deep in there. Phew. Oh, did I not leave a bookmark? I don't think I did. No, I did not. We are chapter 5. I think it was something about platform 9 3/4. Let's go check table of contents. Chapter 6, The Journey from Platform 9 3/4, which is at page 88. Your loan of this book has 1 day left. Let's go to page. It's kind of annoying that you can't type in what page you want to go to. Well, you want to come up here and listen to Harry Potter? Come here. You want to lay down in the sleepings? I'm gonna need a patchy cam. No. Okay, I gotta go take this food away or she's gonna be obsessed with it. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes. Maybe I should even make like a hot Chockies too. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. I'll go make a hot Chockies and then we'll start eating. Patchy, stop. Let's see if I can turn on the camera. As she's trying to eat my foodses that I didn't finish. Look, it's the Patches. Hey, little kitten. What happened? What happened? Look over here. Look over here. Look over here. It's the little Patches. She's a little baby. She's just interested in my food. No, you gotta stay here. I gotta read Harry Potter to you. There's kitties in this story. You know that? There's kitties like you in this story. There was a kitty that was cat staring, that was stare bearing at the beginning. And then you can be a student who takes cats to school. You don't want to be at school, it's boring there. Unless there's a bunch of other cats you can play with. She's a cute baby. He's got little baby eyes. Little baby whiskers. Just a little baby. Okay, I'm gonna go take a break, make some hot Chockies. Probably get more water. And then we will read the Harry Potters. And hopefully Patches doesn't eat my foods. 'Cause she's very hungry. Okay, before we start reading, I need to go do some research real quick. Because Because as I came back into the room, I guess a moth came in right after me. And I had to take care of it because I have some hot chockies and I don't want the moth getting into my hot chockies. And so I grabbed the fly swatter and I smacked him midair. And then he came crashing down into the floor. And all this entire time, Arby wasn't here in the room with me. That's how I figured out the moth was here, because he was getting turned on by something. And so I hit the moth and he landed on the floor. And then immediately, Arby jumped down and fucking he ate the moth! He didn't even think about it. He just went yum, 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 yum. You know that one gif from Monster House? Where he eats the thingy before he leaves? That's literally what Arby did. 100%. So, I think it's fine if they can eat most bugs, right? Can my cat eat a moth? The occasional moth shouldn't harm your cat. Okay, that's good. The occasional. But anything weird that is eaten could be risky. He just like munched it alive. It was there 1 second on the floor and then he moved his entire snout forward and then it was just gone. The possible dangers you should be aware of are allergic reactions, stomach upset. My kitten has caught and eaten 6 moths tonight. He loves them, and teaching them about hunting too probably wouldn't be so good if they been sprayed with fly spray though. Completely normal, not harmful. Flying, fast-moving things can make great toys and often good snacks. My cat goes crazy over flying insects, often bordering on self-destructive tendencies. Thinking she can also fly over my kitchen to catch it. There may be some oddball moths out there that aren't good for cats to eat, but I wouldn't be too worried about that slight possibility. My kitten ate 1 moth and 2 days later her eye got really swollen and yucky. I started reading up what her eye problem could be. It's called blepharitis. I read that if an insect bites or is inhaled, cause her blepharospasm. I would say letting your cats eat them is harmful, and definitely you should stop them. With a score of 0.0 upvotes, which I think means everybody downloaded it. Okay, well, I guess it should be okay. There are 2 moths inside. I saw 2 moths in... Let me rephrase that. I saw 2 moths in the kitchen. I don't know if one of them followed me into the room, and that's what was in here. That RB ate. I have seen RB eat a little tiny bird, a baby bird though, so I'm pretty sure he's He's okay. He didn't really seem to have any issues after eating that bird, but that was years ago. Phew. Okay, well that's good to know. I guess we can like turn it into a game where like I bonk down the... I use my anti-air technology to hit them off. And then whichever kitty gets to it first, they get to eat the snack if they're paying attention. That will be the game of the day. Okay, gonna get a little bit of hot chockies in me. And then we will start reading. The hot chockies is ever so slightly just too hot. So it might take a little convincing for it to cool down. think we'll go ahead and start here. No. I may have to redo more lines than usual. As my throat gets used to all the sugars in the hot chalkies. But hopefully it's not too bad. So we will see. Okay, let me just get the mic in the proper position to make sure it doesn't make any noises. I don't have to adjust it. Make that squeaky sound. Make sure everything's all tightened. Super tight. Because tighter is better. Phew. Okay. Harry Potter, Sorcerer's Stone. First book. Chapter 6. The Journey from Platform 9 3/4. Oh, and is the chapter's artwork. It is a chocolate frog. It is like an actual frog that has been unwrapped from a candy wrapper. And then there's a Pokemon card of an old man with crescent moon glasses, spectacles. I wonder what all of that could be about. The Journey from Platform 9 3/4. Harry's last month with the Dursleys wasn't fun. True, Dudley was now so scared of Harry he wouldn't stay in the same room, while Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon didn't shut Harry in his cupboard, force him to do anything, or shout at him. In fact, they didn't speak to him at all. Half terrified, half furious, they acted as though any chair with Harry in it were empty. Although this was an improvement in many ways, it did become a bit depressing after a while. Harry kept to his room with his new owl for company. He had decided to call her Hedwig, a name he had found in A History of Magic. His school books. What the heck, books? What the heck? What accent is that? Kind of like Spanish, Italian, maybe. His school books were very interesting. He lay on his bed, reading late into the night, Hedwig swooping in and out of the open window as she pleased. It was lucky that Aunt Petunia didn't come in to vacuum anymore, because Hedwig kept bringing back dead mice. Every night, before he went to sleep, Harry ticked off another day on the piece of paper he had pinned to the wall, counting down to September the 1st. On the last day of August, he thought he'd better speak to his aunt and uncle about getting to King's Cross Station the next day. So he went down to the living room where they were watching a quiz show on television. He cleared his throat to let them know he was there. And Dudley screamed and ran from the room. Uncle Vernon? Uncle Vernon grunted to show he was listening. I need to be at King's Crossing tomorrow to go to Hogwarts. Uncle Vernon grunted again. Would it be all right if you gave me a lift? Grunt. Harry supposed that meant yes. He's a grunt now. He's gonna pull out his grenades and start running at him. Grunt. Harry supposed that meant yes. Thank you. He was about to go back upstairs when Uncle Vernon actually spoke. Funny way to get to a wizard's school, the train. Magic carpets all got punctures, have they? Harry didn't say anything. Where is this school, anyway? I don't know, said Harry, realizing this for the first time. He pulled the ticket Hagrid had given him out of his pocket. I just take the train from platform 9 3/4 at 11 o'clock, he read. His aunt and uncle stared. Platform what? 9 3/4. Don't talk rubbish, said Uncle Vernon. There is no platform 9 3/4. It's on my ticket. Barking, said Uncle Vernon. Howling mad, the lot of them. You'll see. You just wait. All right, we'll take you to King's Cross. We're going up to London tomorrow anyway, or I wouldn't bother. Why are you going to London? Harry asked, trying to keep things friendly. Taking Dudley to the hospital, growled Uncle Vernon. Got to have that ruddy tail removed before he goes to Smeltings. They're actually gonna cut it off? What the heck? Harry woke at 5 o'clock the next morning and was too excited and nervous to go back to sleep. He got up and pulled on his jeans because he didn't want to walk into the station in his wizard's robes. He'd change on the train. He checked his Hogwarts list yet again to make sure he had everything he needed, saw that Hedwig was shut safely in her cage, and then paced the room, waiting for the Dursleys to get up. 2 hours later, Harry's huge, heavy trunk had been loaded into the Dursleys' car. Aunt Petunia had talked Dudley into sitting next to Harry, and they had set off. They reached King's Cross at 10:30. Uncle Vernon dumped Harry's trunk onto a cart and wheeled it into the station for him. Harry thought this was strangely kind until Uncle Vernon stopped dead, facing the platforms with a nasty grin on his face. Well, there you are, boy. Platform 9, platform 10. Your platform should be somewhere in the middle, but they don't seem to have built it yet, do they? He was quite right, of course. There was a big plastic number 9 over one platform and a big plastic number 10 over the one next to it, and in the middle, nothing at all. Have a good term, said Uncle Vernon with an even nastier smile. He left without another word. Harry turned and saw the Dursleys drive away. All 3 of them were laughing. Harry's mouth went rather dry. What on earth was he going to do? He was starting to attract a lot of funny looks because of Hedwig. He'd have to ask someone for help. Okay, let's see if this hot Chuckies has cooled down. Or if I'm just gonna burn my tongue. I think I'm gonna need like some hot Chockies and then some water right away. It just gets too sugary in there. What on earth was he going to do? He was starting to attract a lot of funny looks because of Hedwig. He'd have to ask someone. He stopped a passing guard, but didn't dare mention platform 9 3/4. The guard had never heard of Hogwarts, and when Harry couldn't even tell him what part of the country it was in, he started to get annoyed, as though Harry was being stupid on purpose. Getting desperate, Harry asked for the train that left at 11 o'clock, but the guard said there wasn't one. In the end, the guard strode away, muttering about time wasters. Harry was not trying hard not to panic. According to the large clock over the arrivals board, he had 10 minutes left to get on the train to Hogwarts, and he had no idea how he would do it. He was stranded in the middle of a station with a trunk he could hardly lift, a pocket full of wizard money, and a large owl. Hagrid must have forgotten to tell him something you had to do, like tapping the third brick on the left to get into Diagon Alley. He wondered if he should get out his wand and start tapping the ticket inspector's stand between platforms 9 and 10. At that moment, a group of people passed just behind him, and he caught a few words of what they were saying. "Packed with muggles, of course." Harry swung round. The speaker was a plump woman who was talking to 4 boys, all with flaming red hair. Each of them was pushing a trunk like Harry's in front of him, and they had an owl. Heart hammering, Harry pushed his cart after them. They stopped, and so did he, just near enough to hear what they were saying. "Now, what's the platform numbers?" said the boy's mother. 9 3/4, piped the small girl, also red-headed, who was holding her hand. "Mum, can't I go? You're not old enough, Ginny. Now be quiet." "All right, Percy, you go first." What looked like the oldest boy marched towards platforms 9 and 10. Harry watched, careful not to blink in case he missed it. But just as the boy reached the dividing barrier between the 2 platforms, a large crowd of tourists came swarming in front of him, and by the time the last backpack had cleared away, the boy had vanished. "Fred, you next," the plump woman said. "I'm not Fred, I'm George," said the boy. "Honestly, woman, you call yourself our mother. Can't you tell I'm George?" "Sorry, George, dear." "I'm only joking. I am Fred," said the boy, and off he went. His twin called after him to hurry up, and he must have done so because a second later he had gone. But how had he done it? Now the third brother was walking briskly toward the barrier. He was almost there, and then, quite suddenly, he wasn't anywhere. There was nothing else for it. "Excuse me," Harry said to the plump woman. "Hello, dear," she said. "First time at Hogwarts. Ron's new too." She pointed at the last and youngest of her sons. He was tall, thin, and gangling, with freckles, big hands and feet, and a long nose. How can he tell how big his feet are? Wouldn't they say big shoes? Thinky Winky. First time at Hogwarts. Ron's new too. "Yes," said Harry. The thing is, I don't know how to get onto the platform," she said kindly, and Harry nodded. "Not to worry," she said. "All you have to do is walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop, and don't be scared you'll crash into it. That's very important. Best do it in a bit of a run if you're nervous. Go now before Ron." Okay," said Harry. He pushed his trolley around and stared at the barrier. It looked very solid. Harry stare. He started to walk toward it. People jostled him on their way to the platforms 9 and 10. Harry walked more quickly. He was going to smash right into that barrier, and then he'd be in trouble. Leaning forward on his cart, he broke into a heavy run. The barrier was coming nearer and nearer. He wouldn't be able to stop. The cart was out of control. He was a foot away. He closed his eyes, ready for the crash. It didn't come. He kept on running. He opened his eyes. A scarlet steam engine was waiting next to a platform packed with people. A sign overhead said Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Harry looked behind him and saw a wrought iron archway where the barrier had been, with the words Platform 9 3/4 on it. He had done it. Smoke from the engine drifted over the heads of the chattering crowd, while cats of every color wound here and there between their legs. Owls hooted to one another in a disgruntled sort of way over the babble and the scraping of heavy trunks. The first few carriages were already packed with students, some hanging out of the window to talk to their families, some fighting over seats. Harry pushed his cart off down the platform in search of an empty seat. He passed a round-faced boy who was saying, "Gran, I've lost my toad again." "Oh, Neville," he heard the old woman sigh. A boy with dreadlocks was surrounded by a small crowd. "Give us a look, Lee. Go on." Why are they all mesmerized and surrounding the one with the dreadlocks? Seems kind of sussy. All the other people who supposedly do not have dreadlocks and who are supposedly of a different skin tone are looking at this dreadlocks guy. You can open the door. There you go. See? Look, you know how to open the door. See? He was a smart kitty. She's gonna jump up here now and try to ruin my hot chockies. Oh, okay. No, she jumped it onto the bed. That's good. She can go cuddle with Arby. It's the yummy hot chockies. The yummy yummy. Oh no, now she's gonna come up here. What's up, Patches? What happened? What's up, baby kitty? You're gonna sleep here now? I guess I have to turn on the camera now. Oh, never mind. Arby left the room and she's gonna follow him. Okay, that's good. Let's see. Okay, so they are all surrounding and staring and probably also pointing at the boy with the dreadlocks, which probably looks suspiciously like something that's not to get political or anything, but probably something that looks a little political. Give us a look, Lee. Go on. The boy lifted the lid of a box in his arms, and the people around him shrieked and yelled as something inside poked out a long, hairy leg. Harry pressed on through the crowd until he found an empty compartment near the end of the train. He put Hedwig inside first, and then started to shove and heave his trunk toward the train door. He tried to lift it up the steps, but could hardly raise one end, and twice he dropped it painfully on his foot. Oh my goodness, he's gonna have a broken foot on the first day of school! On a hand, it was one of the red-haired twins he'd followed through the barrier. "Yes, please. Harry panted. Oi, Fred, come here and help. With the twins' help, Harry's trunk was at last tucked away in a corner of the compartment. Thanks, said Harry, pushing his sweaty hair out of his eyes. What's that? Said one of the twins suddenly, pointing at Harry's lightning scar. Blimey, said the other twin. Are you? He is, said the first twin. Aren't you? He added to Harry. What? Said Harry. Harry Potter, chorused the twins. Oh, him, said Harry. I mean, yes, I am. The two boys gawked at him, and Harry felt himself turning red. Then, to his relief, a voice came floating in through the train's open doors. Fred, George, are you there? Coming, Mum. With a last look at Harry, the twins hopped off the train. Harry sat down next to the window, where, half hidden, he could watch the red-haired family on the platform and hear what they were saying. Their mother had just taken out her handkerchief. Ron, you've got something on your nose. The youngest boy tried to jerk out of the way, but she grabbed him and began rubbing the end of his nose. The youngest... Oh. Oh no, I looked away for a second. Might as well read it again then. The youngest boy tried to jerk out of the way, but she grabbed him and began rubbing the end of his nose. Mom, get off! He wriggled free. Ah, this has to go Ron. Ronnie got something in his nose, said one of the twins. Shut up, said Ron. Where's Percy? Said their mother. He's coming now. The oldest boy came striding into sight. He had already changed into his billowing black Hogwarts robes, and Harry noticed a shiny red and gold badge on his chest with the letter P on it. Can't stay long, Mother, he said. I'm up front. The prefects have got 2 compartments to themselves. Oh, are you a prefect, Percy? Said one of the twins with an air of great surprise. You should have said something. We had no idea. Hang on. I think I remember him saying something about it, said the other twin. Once, or twice, a minute, all summer. Oh, shut up, said Percy the prefect. How come Percy gets new robes anyway? Said one of the twins. Because he's a prefect, said their mother fondly. All right, dear. Well, have a good term. Send me an owl when you get there. She kissed Percy on the cheek, and he left. Then she turned to the twins. What the heck? That food from like an hour ago, or 2 hours ago, still so strong. Where is it? Because he's a prefect, said their mother fondly. Okay, send me an owl when you get there. She kissed Percy on the cheek, and he left. Then she turned to the twins. Now, you two. This year, you behave yourselves. If I get one more owl telling me you've blown up a toilet, or blown up a toilet? We've never blown up a toilet. Great idea, though. Thanks, Mum. It's not funny. And look after Ron. Don't worry. Ickle Ronnykins is safe with us. Shut up, said Ron again. He was almost as tall as the twins already, and his nose was still pink where his mother had rubbed it. Hey, Mum, guess what? Guess who we just met on the train? Harry leaned back quickly so they couldn't see him looking. You know that black-haired boy who was near us in the station? Know who he is? Who? Harry Potter. Harry heard the little girl's voice. Oh, Mum, can I go on the train and see him? Mum, oh please. You've already seen him, Ginny. The poor boy isn't something you can goggle at in a zoo. Is he really, Fred? How do you know? Asked him. Saw his scar. It's really there. Like lightning. Poor dear. No wonder he was alone. I wondered. He was ever so polite when he asked how to get onto the platform. Never mind that. Do you think he remembers what you-know-who looks like? Their mother suddenly became very stern. I forbid you to ask him, Fred. No, don't you dare. As though he needs reminding of that on his first day at school. All right, keep your hair on. A whistle sounded. Hurry up, their mother said, and the three boys clambered onto the train. They leaned out of the window for her to kiss them goodbye, and their youngest sister began to cry. Don't, Ginny. We'll send you loads of owls. We'll send you a Hogwarts toilet seat. George! Only joking, Mum. The train began to move. Harry saw the boys' mother waving, and their sister, half laughing, half crying, running to keep up with the train until it gathered too much speed. Then she fell back and waved. Harry watched the girl and her mother disappear as the train rounded the corner. Houses flashed past the window. Harry felt a great leap of excitement. He didn't know what he was going to do. He didn't know what he was going to, but it had to be better than what he was leaving behind. The door of the compartment slid open, and the youngest red-headed boy came in. Anyone sitting there? He asked, pointing at the seat opposite Harry. Everywhere else is full. Harry shook his head, and the boy sat down. He glanced at Harry and then looked quickly out of the window, pretending he hadn't looked. Harry saw he still had a black mark on his nose. Hey, Ron. The twins were back. Listen, we're going down to the middle of the train. Lee Jordan's got a giant tarantula down there. Right, mumbled Ron. Harry, said the other twin, did we introduce ourselves? Fred and George Weasley. And this is Ron, our brother. See you later, then. Bye, said Harry and Ron. The twins slid the compartment door shut behind them. Are you really Harry Potter? Ron blurted out. Harry nodded. Oh, well, I thought it might be one of Fred and George's jokes, said Ron. And how you really got, you know. He pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry pulled back his bangs to show the lightning scar. Ron stared. Weasley stare. So that's where you know who? Yes, said Harry, but I can't remember it. Nothing, said Ron eagerly. Well, I remember a lot of green light, but nothing else. Wow, said Ron. Whoa, said Ron. He sat and stared at Harry for a few moments. Then, as though he had suddenly realized what he was doing, he looked quickly out of the window again. Are all your family wizards? Asked Harry, who found Ron just as interesting as Ron found him. Yes, I think so, said Ron. I think Mom's got a second cousin who's an accountant, but we never talk about him. So you must know loads of magic already. The Weasleys were clearly one of those old wizarding families the pale boy in Diagon Alley had talked about. I heard you went to live with Muggles, said Ron. What are they like? Okay, at least Patches jumped onto the bed and not onto the table. Not onto my desk. I should try to finish my hot Chuckies before it starts freezing over. It starts freezing ogre. Yummy, yummy hot Chuckies. It's my thingy. I think it's Amazon. Amazon. I think it's faster on Twitch. Is it Amazon? Amazon. Yep, it's Amazon. And then I gotta do FTC. You can help me get more hot Chuckies if you're already gonna buy stuff on Amazon with my affiliate link. Anything you buy within 24 hours of clicking my link will help me get a couple of bits of monies. So click the link, add stuff to your cart, buy your thingies, and then I get to enjoy some more hot Chuckies. Easy peasy. Oh wait, I didn't fix the YouTube one. Let me do FTC there as well. Yeah, the hot Chuckies is super duper important so that I can continue to read and be warm and comfy. Maybe what I can also do to help dissolve some of the sugar in the hot Chuckies is do a bit more rough voice acting for some of these characters. Although that's technically, if it's done incorrectly, not good for your vocal cords in the long run. But I think with enough break between reading for long stretches and long durations of time, it should be okay. I'm gonna have to try to find a suitable voice for Ron. Maybe I could do like the retarded cat girl accent. Yeah, oh well. What the heck? Now it's getting too hot. Why am I getting hot just from drinking hot Chuckies? The Weasleys were clearly one of those old wizarding families the pale boy in Diagon Alley had talked about. I heard you went to live with Muggles, said Ron. What are they like? Horrible. Well, not all of them. My aunt and uncle and cousin are, though. Wish I had 3 wizard brothers. 5, said Ron. For some reason, he was looking gloomy. I'm the 6th in our family to go to Hogwarts. You could say I've got a lot to live up to. Bill and Charlie have already left. Bill was head boy, and Charlie was captain of the Quidditch. Now Percy's a prefect. Fred and George mess around a lot, but they still get really good marks, and everyone thinks they're really funny. Everyone expects me to do as well as the others, but if I do, it's no big deal, because they did it first. You never get anything new, either, with 5 brothers. I've got Bill's old robes, Charlie's old wand, and Percy's old rat. Ron reached inside his jacket and pulled out a fat, grey rat, which was a sleepings. His name's Scabbers, and he's useless. He hardly ever wakes up. Percy got an owl from my dad for being made a prefect, but they couldn't have... I got Scabbers instead. Ron's ears went pink. He seemed to think he'd said too much, because he went back to staring out of the window. Harry didn't think there was anything wrong with not being able to afford an owl. After all, he'd never had any money in his life until a month ago, and he told Ron so. All about having to wear Dudley's old clothes and never getting proper birthday presents. This seemed to cheer Ron up. He's happy because he's also poor like me. This seemed to cheer Ron up. And until Hagrid told me, I didn't know anything about being a wizard or about my parents or Voldemort. Ron gasped. What? Said Harry. You said you know whose name, said Ron, sounding both shocked and impressed. I'd have thought you, of all people. I'm not trying to be brave or anything saying the name, said Harry. I just never knew you shouldn't. See what I mean? I've got loads to learn. I bet, he added, voicing for the first time something that had been worrying him a lot lately. I bet I'm the worst in the class. You won't be. There's loads of people who come from Muggle families, and they learn quick enough. While they had been talking, oh shit, this is page 100. What the heck? I just noticed we're like at the bottom of the page, and I see 100 right here. While they had been talking, the train had carried them out of London. Now they were speeding past fields full of cows and sheeps. They were quiet for some time, watching the fields and lanes flick past. Flick, huh? At Flick DM. Around 11:30. What if we give Ron the Flick voice? I'm not very good at doing the Flick voice, but I guess this is as good an opportunity as any to try it. I guess it would make more sense to do it for Hagrid, because he's also Scottish. But it's already hard enough to read Hagrid's lines the way she wrote them. So because Ron's dialogue is in proper English, I will go ahead and do Flick's voice for Ron. Let's go ahead and give that a try. See if that works out. It's kind of hard to do though, because he's like super high pitched, and like I'm not sure where exactly to place the emphasis on the words. So we'll go ahead and see how my first couple of lines go. They were quiet for a time, watching the fields and lanes flick past. Around 11:30, there was a great clattering outside in the corridor, and a smiling, dimpled woman slid back their door and said, "Anything off the carts, dears?" Harry, who hadn't had any breakfast, leapt to his feet, but Ron's ears went pink again, and he muttered that he'd brought sandwiches. Harry went out into the corridor. He had never had any money for candy with the Dursleys, and now that he had pockets rattling with gold and silver, he was ready to buy as many Mars bars as he could carry. But the woman didn't have Mars bars. Damn, I could do I should dedicate a whole entire stream. So what I gotta do is I gotta eat first, and then start stream, and then I can do as much burping as Charlie does when he streams. But I'm not gonna assault your ears with that. But she didn't have any more bars right here. But the woman didn't have Mars bars. What she did have were Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Drubel's best blowing gum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and a number of other strange things Harry had never seen in his life. Not wanting to miss anything, he got some of everything and paid the woman 11 silver sickles and 7 bronze canuts. Ron stared as Harry brought it all back into the compartment and tipped it into an empty seat. Hungry, are you? Well, okay, that was a wrong line, but next one. We'll get there. Hungry, are you? Starving, said Harry, taking a large bite out of a pumpkin pasty. Ron had taken out a lumpy package and unwrapped it. There were 4 sandwiches inside. He pulled one of them apart and said, She always forgets I don't like corned beef." Swap you for one of these, said Harry, holding up a pasty. Go on. It takes like so much cognitive effort to get into the mind space, to get into the head of Flick, to get into the mind of Flick. Let's see, what's something that he said? He says something like, "Put meow meow." What else does he say? Gotta say his catch line. Like, seriously. Like, seriously. Here we go. Maybe I just shouldn't even try the Flick line until I've practiced, because otherwise I'm just gonna take forever to try to actually get into the headspace. We'll see. We'll give it a go for a little bit. Whether or not it seems like it's worth the effort, we'll decide in a couple more pages. Swap you for one of these, said Harry, holding up a pasty. Go on. You don't want this. It's all dry, said Ron. She hasn't got much time, he added quickly. You know, with the 5 of us. Go on, have a pasty, said Harry, who had never had anything to share before, or, indeed, anyone to share it with. It was a nice feeling, sitting there with Ron, eating their way through all Harry's pasties, cakes, and candies. The sandwiches lay forgotten. What are these? Harry asked Ron, holding up a pack of chocolate frogs. They're not really frogs, are they? He was starting to feel that nothing would surprise him. No, said Ron. But see what the card is? I'm missing a gripper. What? Oh, of course you wouldn't know. Chocolate frogs have cards inside them, you know, to collect famous witches and wizards. I've got about 500, but I haven't got a gripper or Tomley. Harry unwrapped his chocolate frog and picked up the card. It showed a man's face. He wore half-moon glasses, had a long, crooked nose, and flowing silver hair, beard, and mustache. Underneath the picture was the name Albus Dumbledore. So this is Dumbledore, said Harry. Don't tell me you've never heard of Dumbledore, said Ron. Can I have a frog? I might get a gripper. Thanks. Harry turned over his card and read, Albus Dumbledore, currently headmaster of Hogwarts. Considered by many the greatest wizard of modern times, Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dumbledore enjoys chamber music and 10-pin bowling. Harry turned the card back over and saw, to his astonishment, that Dumbledore's face had disappeared. He's gone. Well, you can't expect him to hang around all day, said Ron. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I could if I can keep up the Ron the Ron Flick voice. I'm gonna actually lose my voice if I keep doing that. He'll be back. No, I've got Morgana again. I've got about 6 of her. Do you want it? You can start collecting. Ron's eyes strayed to the pile of chocolate frogs waiting to be unwrapped. Help yourself, said Harry. But in, the Muggle world, people just stay put in photos. Do they? What, they don't move at all? Ron sounded amazed. Weird. Harry stared as Dumbledore's Sidled? I've never seen this word. Sidled. Sidled. I'm assuming it's kind of shuffled. Sidle. To move sideways. To advance in an unobtrusive, furtive, or coy way. To cause to move sideways. That's a good word. Sidle. Harry stared as Dumbledore sidled back into the picture on his card and gave him a small smile. Ron was more interested in eating the frogs than looking at the famous witches and wizards cards, but Harry couldn't keep his eyes off them. Soon he had not only Dumbledore and Morgana, but Hengist of Woodcroft, Alberic Grunion, Circe, is this Paracelsus or Paracelsus? I was thinking Paracelsus. Circe, Paracelsus, and Merlin. He finally tore his eyes away from the druidess. Oh, I remember now. We gotta. I was making a list. I have a list. Where's my list? I have a list. Where is it? I think it's under my streaming folder. We have a list of witches from when I was playing Harry Potter. Of witches for whom I must look up fan art and see if there's more art of them. Where's my list? Oh no, is it gone? Where's my list of hot witches? Hot witches and bitches. I mean, I can totally empathize here with Harry not being able to take his eyes off the druidess Cleodna, because I also couldn't keep my eyes off of them. Of all those hot witches, especially the goth witches. Those were the best ones when I was collecting cards in the game. Where the heck is it? Oh no. Where is my list of witches? Music. Oh, hey, at Farming King. When did you get in here? Where the heck is my list of witches? It's not here. It's not on my desktop. It's not in my streaming folder. It's not in my documents. Oh no. Where did I save it? I 100% have to find this. I'm not going to continue reading until I find my list of hot witches. Oh no. Where did it go? Oh no. I'm going to be so depressed. Where the heck could it be? I'm gonna be so sad. Where could I have possibly put it? Ah, fuck. I'm so sad. Where's my witches? My witches and bitches, they're missing. No. Oh wait, maybe I typed them into Discord and okay, let me see. Let's see if I found this one. I think one of them is called Sisters or something. Oh wait, no, I can't even look up. I can't search things up because of I'm on streamer mode, so it's not gonna let me search. Who's this witch's name? Cleodna. Fuck. Okay, hang on. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look up. We are going to go look at my announcements. We're gonna go look up when I was streaming Harry Potter. And then that is when I will search. Where is the biblically accurate Hermione? Oh, here we go. This is February 22nd and 16th. Okay, let's go look in my super secret notes server near February 22nd. I'm gonna be so sad if I lost this list, but I'm pretty sure it's here somewhere. I'm pretty confident that if I don't have a notepad, physically saved on my drives, and it's here somewhere in my secret Discord. Holy moly, we're only at March. I saved too many links to myself. March. Go back up 1 more month. We're getting there. Okay, we should be here soon. Oh, I found it. I found it. Here, I'm gonna open this up in a notepad because there's other stuff here that I cannot show. Or if I do show it, then I will continue to be banned and shadow banned and such and suppressed by YouTube and Twitch. So here is what I had under my notes called HP Bitches. Okay, I found it. I'm gonna have to go look real quick. Let's do a quick little detour and see if I can find any fan arts of this. We have Cleotney. We have Glenda Chitak, Cassandra Vablatsky, Jocinda Sykes, Dimfina Firmich, and Morgan Le Fay. Okay, let me go ahead and check out this website where there is certain kinds of fan art. Let's do Cleotney. There's nothing. No. How about Glenda Chitak? Glenda TikTok. Nothing for Glenda. How about Cassandra Vablatsky? This is gonna be the market that I'm gonna have to fill here. I'm gonna have to make all of these fan arts of these hot Harry Potter witches bitches. There's nothing. I'm gonna be the only one who makes fan art under this category. Oh, Morgan Le Fay does have some hits, but it's for different franchises. One of them is Fate, one of them is Smite, and then the other one has no thing. It's just there's no series or franchise or property attached to it. Okay, let me go look up Harry Potter Sorcerer Stone GameCube wizard cards. So you guys can see what I saw, and you'll see why I wanted to collect and look up the fan arts of these characters. I was playing the GameCube version, which is here. Cleotney. Cleotna? Oh, okay, she goes by either. She goes by either Cleotney or Cleotna. So this is her. A famous medieval Irish witch and druidess. So if you wonder why, this says here that Harry couldn't take his eyes off the druidess Cleotna, this is why. Kind of makes you wonder what's hidden underneath her robes there, huh? Okay, let's type in these other ones. Yes, indeed. Sussy indeed. Definitely gotta go in there with the magnifying glass. Okay, let's see. The next one we have is Glenda. Glenda Chitak. Oh, look at this. Look at this. I don't know. I don't know about you guys. Anyone else here into some goth mummies? Look at her. She's like a vampire. Look at her fucking thighs. What the heck? It's like draping over all of her curves at the right places. Looks like a 70s or 80s hairstyle. And she's a singer too. Don't know. Pretty hot. Let's see. Next we have Cassandra Vablatsky. Cassandra Vablatsky. Oh, ew, she's old, but I'm pretty sure we can make fan art of her when she was younger. No biggie. No biggie. That's not an issue. Okay, next up, Jacinda Sykes. Oh, yes, yeah, okay, I remember I mentioned it when we found her card. She is a witch who was famous for flying across the Atlantic Ocean. She reminded me of that one episode of, we have to look it up now. I think it was Batman Beyond? Or maybe it was just a regular Batman animated series of, I believe her name is Roxanne. Batman Roxanne. Oh, Roxy. Roxanne Ballantyne. Yeah, this bitch over here. She is like a, she is a, an adrenaline junkie. She likes skydiving. She likes flying fast. She has black lipstick. She has cleavage. She has thighs. She has a butt. She has feet. She has a midriff. And she rides a fucking rocket. So this is who I was reminded of when... I don't know, she seems pretty fucking crazy. That's pretty fucking hot. I don't know about you guys. And look, she's acrobatic. She's got a little holster with her gun, too. I don't know, I could think of a couple cool things I could do with her while we're hanging out. Look at that jump. She's got massive calves and thighs then to be able to have the strength and power. Oh my, she rides seals too? What the heck? Literally perfect. Literally perfect. Hang on, I gotta get this screenshot here. God, I wish that was me right here. I wouldn't be cowering away. I would be doing something else. God, I wish that was me. But yeah, Roxy Rocket. That's who this, she reminded me of. I mean, look at her. She looks pretty hot. I don't know. I'd like to see some fan art of her. That'd be pretty cool. Okay, the last two that I have so far here are Dimfa Firmage. Oh, right. She was tortured by pixies, right? Campaign for the destruction of pixies after being abducted by them while holidaying in Cornwall. I don't know, she seems like she's got a submissive kink or something going on. Pretty cool. And lastly, Morgan Le Fay. I don't know. She also looks kind of like a druid. It's pretty cool if you ask me. We could definitely work with something. Make a pretty cool renders and or renders and or fan arts or comics as well. Certain comics of a certain type. Okay, I am glad that I read this because that reminded me of my list. I don't know if I'm gonna keep it. If I'm gonna finish playing that first Harry Potter game, I have to figure out why my GameCube video output keeps making everything so dark, because otherwise I can't see shit. The whole house is African American. Okay, let's go back to reading. Oh fuck. I still have a little bit of hot chockies, but it's probably not even hot anymore. It was definitely not hot anymore. Let's see. Okay, so Harry stared at Dumbledore. Ron was more interested in eating the frogs than looking at the famous witches and wizards. But Harry couldn't keep his eyes off them. Soon he had not only Dumbledore and Morgana, but Hengist of Woodcroft, Alberic Grunion, Cersei, Paracelsus? How did I read it again? Paracelsus? Cersei, Paracelsus, and Merlin. He finally tore his eyes away from the druidess Cleodna, who was scratching her nose to open a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. You want to be careful with those, Ron warned Harry. When they say every flavor, they mean every flavor. You know, you get all the ordinary ones like chocolate and peppermint and marmalade, but then you get spinach and liver and tripe. George reckons he got a booger-flavored one once. Ron picked up a green bean, looked at it carefully, and bit into a corner. Blech! See? Sprouts! They had a good time eating every flavor beans. Harry got a toast, coconut, baked bean, strawberry, curry, grass, coffee, sardine, and was even brave enough to nibble the end off a funny gray one Ron wouldn't touch, which turned out to be pepper. The countryside, now flying past the window, was becoming wilder. Oh my god. What the heck? Almost choked on my words there. Sticking up that pepper too much. The fucking pepper just bounced off the page and tried to choke me. The countryside, now flying past the window, was becoming wilder. The neat fields had gone. Now there were woods, twisting rivers, and dark green hills. It's Green Hill Zone. There was a knock on the door of their compartment, and the round-faced boy Harry had passed on platform 9 3/4 came in. He looked tearful. "Sorry," he said, "but have you seen a toad at all?" When they shook their heads, he wailed, "I've lost him. He keeps getting away from me." "He'll turn up," said Harry. "Yes," said the boy miserably. "Well, if you see him." He laughed. "Don't know why he's so bothered," said Ron. "If I'd brought a toad, I'd lose it as quick as I could. Mind you, I brought Scabbers, so I can't talk." The rat was still snoozing on Ron's lap. "He might have died, and you wouldn't know the difference," said Ron in disgust. "I tried to turn him yellow, to make him more interesting, but the spell didn't work. I'll show you. Look." He rummaged around in his trunk and pulled out a very battered-looking wand. It was chipped in places, and something white was glinting. Ew! And something white was glinting at the end. Ew! Unicorn hairs nearly poking out. "Oh, that's what it is? Unicorn? Okay, buddy. Sure thing. I believe you." "Unicorn hair," he says. Unicorn hairs nearly poking out. Anyway, he had just raised his wand when the compartment door slid open again. The toadless boy was back, but this time he had a girl with him. She was already wearing her new Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's lost him," she said. She had a bossy sort That's funny. She had a bossy sort of voice, lots of bushy brown hair, and rather large front teeth. "We've already told him we haven't seen it," said Ron, but the girl wasn't listening. She was looking at the wand in his hand. "Oh, are you doing magic? Let's see it then." She sat down. Ron looked taken aback. All right." He cleared his throat. "Sunshine daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid fat rat yellow." He waved his wand, but nothing happened. Scabbers stayed gray and fast asleepings. "Are you sure that's a real spell?" said the girl. "Well, it's not very good, is it? I've tried a few simple spells just for practice, and it's all worked for me. Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was never such a surprise when I got my letter. But I was ever so pleased, of course. I mean, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is, I've heard. I've learned all our course books by heart, of course. I just hoped it will be enough. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Who are you?" She said all this very fast. Harry, the insufferable know-it-all. Harry looked at Ron and was relieved to see by his stunned face that he hadn't learned all the course books by heart either. "I'm Ron Weasley," Ron muttered. "Harry Potter," said Harry. "Are you really?" said Hermione. "I know all about you, of course. I've got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in Modern Magical History and the Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century. What if it's all fake news?" "Am I?" said Harry, feeling dazed. "Goodness, didn't you know? I'd have found out everything if I could, if it was me," said Hermione. "Do either of you know what house you'll be in? I've been asking around, and I hope I'm in Gryffindor. It sounds by far the best. I hear Dumbledore himself was in it, but I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad. Anyway, we'd better go and look for Neville's toad. You two had better change, you know. I expect we'll be there soon." And she left, taking the toadless boy with her. "Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it," said Ron. He threw his wand back into his trunk. "Stupid spell. George gave it to me. Bet he knew it was a dud." "What house are your brothers in?" asked Harry. "Gryffindor," said Ron. Gloom seemed to be settling on him again. Mum and Dad were in it too. I don't know what they'll say if I'm not. I suppose Ravenclaw would be too bad, but I'm imagining if they put me in Slytherin. Oh, but imagine if they put me in Slytherin. That's the house you know who was in? "Yeah," said Ron. He flopped back into his seat, looking disposed. He flopped back into his seat, looking depressed. "You know, I think the ends of Scabbers' whiskers are a bit lighter," said Harry, trying to take Ron's mind off houses. "So what do your oldest brothers do now that they've left anyway?" Harry was wondering what a wizard did once he'd finished school. "Charlie's in Romania studying dragons, and Bill's in Africa doing something for Gringotts," said Ron. "Did you hear about Gringotts? It's been all over the Daily Prophet, but I don't suppose you get that with the Muggles. Someone tried to rob a high-security vault." Harry stared. "Really? What happened to them?" "Nothing. That's why it's such big news. They haven't been caught. My dad says it must have been a powerful dark wizard to get around Gringotts, but they don't think they took anything. That's what's odd. Course, everyone gets scared when something like this happens in case you know who's behind it." Harry turned this news over in his mind. He was starting to get a prickle of fear every time you know who was mentioned. He supposed this was all part of entering the magical world, but it had been a lot more comforting saying Voldemort without worrying. "What's your Quidditch team?" Ron asked. "I don't know any," Harry confessed. "What?" Ron looked dumbfounded. "Oh, you wait. It's the best game in the world, and he was off, explaining about all 4 balls and the positions of the 7 players, describing famous games he'd been to with his brothers and the broomsticks he'd like to get if he had the money. He was just taking Harry to the finer points of the game when the compartment door slid open yet again. But it wasn't Neville, the toeless boy, or Hermione Granger this time. 3 boys entered, and Harry recognized the middle one at once. It was the pale boy from Madame Milkin's robe shop. He was looking at Harry with a lot more interest than he'd shown back in Diagon Alley. "Is it true?" he said. "They're all saying down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it?" "Yes," said Harry. He was looking at the other boys. Both of them were thick-set and looked extremely mean. Standing on either side of the pale boy, they looked like bodyguards. "Oh, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle," said the pale boy, carelessly noticing where Harry was looking. "And my name's Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Ron gave a slight cough, which might have been hiding a snigger. A snigger! Snigger with an S! Snigger! Draco Malfoy looked at him. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford." He turned to look back at Harry. "You'll soon find some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He held out his hand to shake Harry's, but Harry didn't take it. "I think I can tell who the wrong sort are for myself, thanks," he said coolly. Draco Malfoy didn't go red, but a pink tinge appeared in his pale cheeks. "I'd be careful if I were you, Potter," he said slowly. "Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either. You hang around with the riff-raff like the Weasleys and that Hagrid, and it'll rub off on you." Both Harry and Ron stood up. "Say that again," Ron said, his face as red as his hair. "Oh, you're going to fight us, are you?" Malfoy sneered. "Unless you get out now," said Harry, more bravely than he felt, because Crabbe and Goyle were a lot bigger than him or Ron. "But we don't feel like leaving, do we, boys? We've eaten all our food, and you still seem to have some." Goyle reached toward the chocolate frogs next to Ron. Ron leapt forward, but before he'd so much as touched Goyle let out a horrible yell. Scabbers the rat was hanging off his finger, sharp little teeth sunk deep into Goyle's knuckle. Crabbe and Malfoy backed away as Goyle swung Scabbers round and round, howling, and when Scabbers finally flew off and hit the window, all 3 of them disappeared at once. "What happened? What, are you scared? The mousey scared you? Are you awaked now because of the mousey? Go back to a sleepings. Go back to a sleepings, because you is a sleepy kitty." That was almost perfectly timed when she meowed. I'm pretty sure the mic caught it, but it was like pretty low and quiet. Okay, hopefully she stays in bed and stays sleepings, so I have the opportunity to read at least 1 more chapter. Maybe 2, we can get to it, but we'll see. Scabbers round and round, howling, and when Scabbers finally flew off and hit the window, all 3 of them disappeared at once. Perhaps they had thought there were more rats lurking. What? Go back to his sleepings. You is not a Hogwarts kitty. You is not a magic kitty. What happened? What, you wanna cuddle? You wanna cuddle? Come on, lay down here and sleepings with Arby. Look, he's comfy. He's a comfy as sleepings. You can be a comfy as sleepings too. Are you gonna go play with that moth again? Okay, good luck. Don't break anything. Don't break nothing or I'ma get you. The spider monster's gonna tickle you. Phew. I have not been keeping an eye on on the bit rate, but luckily I have not dropped any frames since I only dropped 52 frames in 7 hours, so that's super good. 0.0%. Okay. They were spitting scabbers like Gay Bowser. He hit the window, and then the three Slytherin boys disappeared. Perhaps they thought there were more rats lurking among the sweets, amogos. Or perhaps they'd heard footsteps because a second later Hermione Granger had come in. "What has been going on?" she said, looking at the sweets all over the floor and Ron picking up Scabbers by his tail. "I think he's been knocked out," Ron said to Harry. How many more pages? Okay, a few more pages because I gotta go take a little quick bathroom breaks. So we'll finish up this chapter real quick and then we'll have a quick break. I don't know if it's the hot chockies that's making all the burpings going on. Just be glad I can sense them coming so I can mute the mic beforehand. I think he's been knocked out, Ron said to Harry. He looked closer at Scabbers. No, I don't believe it. He's gone back to sleeps. He's gone back to sleepings. And so he had. You've met Malfoy before. Harry explained about their meeting in Diagon Alley. I've heard of his family, said Ron darkly. They were some of the first to come back to our side after Una, who disappeared. Said they'd been bewitched. My dad doesn't believe it. He says Malfoy's father didn't need an excuse to go over to the dark side. He turned to Hermione. Can we help you with something? You'd better hurry up and put your robes on. I've just been up to the front to ask the conductor, and he said we're nearly there. You haven't been fighting, have you? You'll be in trouble before we even get there. Scabbers has been fighting, not us, said Ron, scowling at her. Would you mind leaving while we change? What the heck? He's spooked of a girl watching him change? What a pussy. Would you mind leaving while we change? All right. I only came in here because people outside are behaving very childishly, racing up and down the corridors, said Hermione in a sniffly voice. And you've got dirt on your nose, by the way. Did you know? Ron glared at her as she left. Harry peered out of the window. It was getting dark. He could see mountains and forests deep under a deep purple sky. The train did seem to be slowing down. He and Ron took off their jackets and pulled on their long black robes. Ron's were a bit short for him. You could see his sneakers underneath them. A voice echoed through the train. We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the school separately. Harry's stomach lurched with nerves, and Ron, he saw, looked pale under his freckles. They crammed their pockets with the last of the sweets and joined the crowd thronging the corridor. That's such a strange word. Thronging. Thronging. Throng is of a crowd, fill or be present in. Similar, flock or be present in great numbers. Okay. I guess that's a good word for Brits to know, because they have a certain habit of thronging after football games when they're all drunk. That's very prim and proper, very British-like. The train slowed. Fuck off. The train slowed right down and finally stopped. People pushed their way toward the door and out onto a tiny dark platform. Harry shivered in the cold night air. Then a lamp came bubbling over the heads of the students, and Harry heard a familiar voice. First years over here. All right there, Harry. Hagrid's big, hairy face beamed over the sea of heads. Come here, follow me. Any more first years? Mind your step now. First years, follow me. Slipping and stumbling, they followed Hagrid down what seemed to be a steep, narrow path. It was so dark on either side of them that Harry thought there must be thick trees there. Nobody spoke much. Neville, the boy who kept losing his toad, sniffed once or twice. You'll get your first sight of Hogwarts in a sec, Hagrid called over his shoulder. Just round this bend here. There was a loud ooh. It's the aliens from Toy Story. Ooh, the claw. The narrow path had opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black lake. Perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. No more forward to a boat, Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry and Ron were followed into their boat by Neville and Hermione. Everyone in! Shouted Hagrid, who had a boat to himself. Right then, forward! And the fleet of little boats moved off all at once, gliding across the lake, which was as smooth as glass. Everyone was silent, staring up at the great castle overhead. It towered over them as they sailed nearer and nearer to the cliff on which it stood. Heads down! Yelled Hagrid as the first boats reached the cliff. They all bent their heads, and the little boats carried them through a curtain of ivy that hid a wide opening in the cliff face. They were carried along a dark tunnel, which seemed to be taking them right underneath the castle, until they reached a kind of underground harbor, where they clambered out onto the rocks and pebbles. Oi, you there! Is this your toad? Said Hagrid, who was checking the boats as people climbed out of them. Trevor! Cried Neville blissfully, holding out his hands. Then they clambered up a passageway in the rock after Hagrid's lamp, coming out at last onto smooth, damp grass right in the shadow of the castle. They walked up a flight of stone steps and crowded around the huge oak front door. Everyone here! You there, still got your toad! Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. And that is the end of chapter 6. Chapter 7 is the Sorting Hat, and there's like this little gnome gremlin imp thingy with what looks like an umbrella or a couple of wands or some sticks, perhaps maybe a bundle of sticks kind of like maybe a faggot or a fascist. Kind of funny how faggot and fascist have the same root, isn't it? Pretty funny. It's almost like I'm both. Oh no! Don't say that. And this little imp gnome gremlin thingy who's holding the fascistic faggot seems to either be floating or flying or farting or he's stinky. I can't really tell. Because there's like this little swishing stuff coming out of him from the bottom left as if he's either floating or launching off into the air and leaving behind a trail of scent or something. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Okay, time for a quick break. I go drink water. I go pee pee. You guys also go ahead, pee pee, drink water. I'll go ahead and play some ads so that Twitch doesn't interrupt your listening experience. And then we will continue. I kind of hate how it doesn't keep my thingy. I have here my little play ad setting every time because I have my cookies set to automatically delete when I kill my browser. It just resets that so I never keep my ad thingies. But anyway, break time, pee pee time. Go get your water, go get your drinks, and then we'll be back in like 2 minutes or so. So be right back. Oh, gotta play music. Musics! Music over here. Phew. Okay. Let's see. We're only 1/3 of the way through the book. Oh my goodness. I guess the good thing about this is that there are plenty of copies of this available, so even if I can't borrow it for too long, especially between streams, then I should be able to eventually get another copy. Phew. Okay. I just remembered. Okay, before I continue, because I'm probably gonna end on reading. Another thing that I could do while listening to spooky stories is do either spooky stories or debates and topics of discussion. I could do Sudokus. Sudokus would be pretty cool. I have not played Sudoku in years. Okay, I don't like this. All of these hints. Can you not give me? I don't want your no. Stop! I don't care. I don't want your stupid. Let's not use this website. It's like a noob-friendly website. I don't want a noob-friendly one. I want to do all the things. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Web Sudoku. This is what I used to play sometimes as well. When I was bored at work, working at the library. When I was in university. So I have this. I have Isaac. I have Knights and Merchants. I have Civ. I haven't done Atom Zombie Smasher yet, but I'll probably do some of that. If push comes to shove, I also have League of Legends. But I would have to be in quite a desperate attempt to get something new. If I resort to League of Legends. Although learning it again would require quite a bit of brain effort, so I definitely wouldn't be able to pay attention to whatever the video topic is or the discussion is. I'd have to like play for a couple months again so I can learn how to re-ride the bicycle, so to speak. Phew. Okay, and get a sip of my water, and then we will continue. I don't know how awful that sounds without the noise suppression when I move the mic arm. I'm sure it sounds way worse for you guys than it does for me, because for me it sounds like it's in front of me. For you guys it probably sounds like it's coming from inside your ears, which I'm sure is awful. Okay. The hard part about starting to read and stuff is always like gotta do all your voice, your vocal cord exercises. I don't do my vocal cord exercises as frequently, as often as I should. Drinky, drinky, water, water. Isn't there a... I think just caps lock. Caps lock hydrate, I think is the emote. Yes, the hydrates. Okay. Oh my god. Chapter 7. The Sorting Hat. The door swung open at once. A tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes stood there. She had a very stern face, and Harry's first thought was that she was not someone to cross. "The first year's Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. Let's see if I can do her voice. What's her name? Maggie Smith? Maggie Smith, I believe. Maggie Smith, indeed, that is her name. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She pulled the door wide. The entrance hall was so big you could have fit the whole of the Dursleys' house in it. The stone walls were lit with flaming torches, like the ones at Gringotts. The ceiling was too high to make out, and a magnificent marble staircase facing them led to the upper floors. They followed Professor McGonagall across the flagged stone floor. Harry could hear the drone of hundreds of voices from a doorway to the right. The rest of the school must already be here, but Professor McGonagall showed the first years into a small empty chamber off the hall. They crowded in, standing rather closer together than they would usually have done, peering about nervously. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history, and each produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting." Her eyes lingered for a moment on Neville's cloak, which was fastened under his left ear, and on Ron's smudged nose. Harry nervously tried to flatten his hair. "I've got a little smudge on my glasses I gotta take care of." I should probably give my glasses a cleaning with soaps. It's been quite a while. What the heck? Look at this! To you people who can see the screen, look at this! Somebody it's like they put a sticker here and then they try to take it off and they ripped off a little bit of the page. What the heck? What the heck? Which library is this from? Page 114. San Rafael Public Library, I assume. California somewhere. Paw prints? What the heck? Well, there's a lot of cities with sun in California, so I assume California. Damn, I think that McGonagall voice kinda my throat wasn't ready for it. What a dick. My throat's ready for a lot of stuff, but not that. Her eyes lingered for a moment on Neville's cloak, which was fastened under his left ear, and on Ron's smudged nose. Harry nervously tried to flatten his hair. What the heck? My nose is starting to get a little stuffy now, too. I guess it is pretty cold now. It is 1 a.m. .55. Humidity 94. What? Worst time for it to be cold when I'm trying to read. Harry nervously tried to flatten his hair. I shall return when we are ready for you, said Professor McGonagall. Please wait quietly. She left the chamber. Harry swallowed. How exactly do they sort us into houses? He asked Ron. Some sort of test, I think. Fred said it hurts a lot. Oh my god. I don't know what's better. Dad jokes or older sibling jokes and older sibling trolling? Dad trolling or older sibling trolling? Dang, I'm getting sleepies. My eyes are starting to want to go to a sleepings. Okay, that just means we'll finish reading this chapter and then we'll call it a night there. Some sort of test, I think. Fred said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking. Harry's heart gave a horrible jolt. A test? In front of the whole school? But he didn't know any magic yet. What on earth would he have to do? He hadn't expected something like this the moment they arrived. He looked around anxiously and saw that everyone else looked terrified too. No one was talking much except Hermione Granger, who was whispering very fast about all the spells she'd learned and wondered which one she'd need. Harry tried hard not to listen to her. What happened? Well, you want to be part of the show too? You're gonna block the... What the... You're gonna block the text, though. Why do you immediately jump up here and then immediately leave right away? She's just trolling me. What the heck? What a dummy. She's a dumb little silly kitty. Hermione whispering very fast about all the spells she'd learned and wondering which one she'd need. Harry tried hard not to listen to her. He'd never been more nervous. Never. Not even when he'd had to take a school report home to the Dursleys saying that he'd somehow turned his teacher's wig blue. What the heck? Chill, guys. Chill. I'll play with you later. Alright, baby, you gotta go easy on her. She's a baby. He'd never been more nervous. Never. Not even when he'd had to take a school report home to the Dursleys, saying that he'd somehow turned his teacher's wig blue. He kept his eyes fixed on the door. Any second now, Professor McGonagall would come back and lead him to his doom. Then something happened that made him jump about a foot in the air. Several people behind him screamed. "What the?" he gasped. So did the people around him. About 20 ghosts had just streamed through the back wall. Pearly white and slightly transparent, they glided across the room, talking to one another and hardly glancing at the first years. They seemed to be arguing. What looked like a fat little monk was saying, "Forgive and forget, I say. We ought to give him a second chance. My dear Oh no. What's up, Patches? No, stop! Stop! I think they're nothing. When I do voices sometimes, the bed is right behind me, and she stands up on the bed with her front paws up to the top of my chair, and she starts pulling my hair back because she hates my voices. Oh no. Okay, well, the good thing is she left. Hopefully they went to go try to eat that other moth. Phew. They seemed to be arguing. What looked like a fat little monk was saying, "Forgive and forget, I say. We ought to give him a second chance. My dear Friar, haven't we given Peeves all the chances he deserves? He gives us all a bad name, and you know he's not really even a ghost. I say, what are you all doing here?" A ghost wearing a ruff and tights had suddenly noticed the first years. Nobody answered. "New students," said the fat friar, smiling around at them. "About to be sorted, I suppose?" A few people nodded mutely. "Hope to see you in Hufflepuff," said the friar. "My old house, you know." "Move along now," said a sharp voice. The sorting ceremony is about to start. Oh my god. I guess that's supposed to be McGonagall. "Move along now," said the sharp voice. "The sorting ceremony is about to start." Professor McGonagall had returned. One by one, the ghosts floated away to the opposite wall. "Now, form a line," Professor McGonagall told the first years, "and follow me." Feeling oddly as though his legs had turned to lead, Harry got into line behind a boy with sandy hair, with Ron behind him, and they walked out of the chamber, back across the hall, and through a pair of double doors into the great hall. What the heck, it's starting to get so cold? We start reading about ghosts, and then all of a sudden it gets cold? This is no mere coincidence. Why won't my sweater come off? Get over here, I need you! Fuck. Where was it? They walked out of the chamber, back across the hall, and through a pair of double doors into the great hall. Harry had never even imagined such a strange and splendid place. It was lit by thousands and thousands of candles that were floating in midair over 4 long tables where the rest of the students were sitting. These tables were laid with glittering golden plates and goblets. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers were sitting. Professor McGonagall led the first years up here, so that they came to a halt in a line facing the other students, with the teachers behind them. The hundreds of faces staring at them looked like pale lanterns in the flickering candlelight. Dotted here and there among the students, the ghosts shone misty silver. Mainly to avoid all the staring eyes, Harry looked upward and saw a velvety black ceiling dotted with stars. He heard Hermione whisper, "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." It was hard to believe there was a ceiling there at all, and that the great hall didn't simply open on to the heavens. Harry quickly looked down again as Professor McGonagall silently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool, she put a pointed wizard's hat. This hat was patched and frayed and extremely dirty. Aunt Petunia wouldn't have let it in the house. Maybe they had to try to get a rabbit out of it, Harry thought wildly. That seemed the sort of thing. Noticing that everyone in the hall was now staring at the hat, he stared at it too. For a few seconds there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched, a rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat, and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see, so try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal, those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on, don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap." The whole hall burst into applause as the hat finished its song. It bowed to each of the 4 tables and then became quiet still again. "So we've just got to try on the hat," Ron whispered to Harry. "I'll kill Fred. He was going on about wrestling a troll." Harry smiled weakly. "Patches, you're not allowed up there. I know it. You would be a Slytherin, you cunning little kitty. Come here. Come here. Come over here. Get over here." Harry smiled weakly. Yes, trying on that hat was a lot better than having to do a spell, but he did wish they could have tried it on without everyone watching. The hat seemed to be asking a rather lot. Harry didn't feel brave or quick-witted or any of it at the moment. If only the hat had mentioned a house for people who felt a bit queasy, that would have been the one for him. "Patches, you're literally gonna..." step on all the books and slip, and you're gonna fall and you're gonna die. And it's gonna be your own fault, and you're gonna blame me. You stay down here. The kitty place is down here. You don't gotta be up there. That's not a kitty place. That's not a kitty place, and you're a little baby kitty. It's funny, it's because you is a little baby kitty. See, look, you distracted me, and now they're listening to you being a purring kitty. See? You see? What, you just want cuddles? I see, you just want the cuddles? The sleeping's cuddles? See? Tickle, tickle, tickle. I told you the tickling spider was gonna get you. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Okay, you stay here. Stay in the bed and don't jump up there. Or I'm gonna get the tickling spider again. Ow! Phew! Harry didn't feel brave or quick-witted or any of it at the moment. If only the hat had mentioned a house for people who felt a bit queasy, that would have been the one for him. Professor McGonagall now stepped forward, holding a long roll of parchment. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, she said. Abbot Hannah. A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which fell right down over her eyes, and sat down. A moment's pause. Hufflepuff! Shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered and clapped as Hannah went to sit down at the Hufflepuff table. Harry saw the ghost of the fat friar waving merrily at her. Bones Susan! Hufflepuff! Shouted the hat again, and Susan scuttled off to sit next to Hannah. Boot Teddy! Ravenclaw! The table second from the left clapped this time. Several Ravenclaws stood up to shake hands with Terry as he joined them. Brocklehurst Mandy went to Ravenclaw too, but Brown Lavender became the first new Gryffindor, and the table on the far left exploded with cheers. Harry could see Ron's twin brothers catcalling. Bulstrode Millicent then became a Slytherin. Perhaps it was Harry's imagination. After all, he'd heard about Slytherin, but he thought they looked like an unpleasant blot. He was starting to feel definitely sick now. He remembered being picked for teams during gym at his old school. He had always been last to be chosen, not because he was no good, but because no one wanted Dudley to think they liked him. What the heck? Why would you write this name? What kind of parent would name their kids this? Finch Fletchley Justin. Hufflepuff. Sometimes Harry noticed the hat shouted out the house at once, but at others it took a little while to decide. Finnegan Seamus, the sandy-haired boy next to Harry in line, sat on the stool for almost a whole minute before the hat declared him a Gryffindor. I think I just need more water. Time to hydrate. up, baby? What's up, baby kittens? Harry sat in the line. Harry the Lion sat at the stool for. Wait. Sometimes Harry noticed the hat shouted out to the house at once, but at other times it took a little while to decide. Finnegan Seamus, the sandy-haired boy next to Harry. What the heck was that sound? What was that sound? Why are you always so spooked? Finnegan Seamus, the sandy-haired boy next to Harry in the line, sat on the stool for almost a whole minute before the hat declared to make Gryffindor. Granger Hermione! Hermione almost ran to the stool and it jammed the hat eagerly on her head. Gryffindor! Shouted the hat. Ron groaned. A horrible thought struck Harry, as horrible thoughts always do when you're very nervous. What if he wasn't chosen at all? What if he just sat there with the hat over his eyes for ages until Professor McGonagall jerked it off his head and said there had obviously been a mistake and he'd better get back on the train? When Neville Longbottom, the boy who kept losing his toad, was called, he fell over on his way to the stool. The hat took a long time to decide with Neville. When it finally shouted, Gryffindor! Neville ran off, still wearing it, and had to jog back amid gales of laughter to give it to MacDougall Morag. Malfoy swaggered forward when his name was called and got his wish at once. The hat had barely touched his head when it screamed, Slytherin! Malfoy went to join his friends Crabbe and Goyle, looking pleased with himself. There weren't many people left now. Moon! Not Parkinson, and then a pair of twin girls, Patil and Patil, then Perks, Sallyanne, and then, at last, Potter Harry. As Harry stepped forward, whispers suddenly broke out like little hissing fires all over the hall. Potter? Potter, did you say? The Harry Potter? The last thing Harry saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Next second, he was looking at the black inside of the hat. He waited. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult, very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes. And a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now, that's interesting. So, where shall I put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool and thought, not Slytherin. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, eh? Said the small voice. Are you sure? You could be great, you know. It's all here, in your head. And Slytherin will help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. No? Well, if you're sure, better be Gryffindor! Harry heard the hat shout the last word to the whole hall. He took off the hat and walked shakily towards the Gryffindor table. He was so relieved to have been chosen and not put in Slytherin. He hardly noticed that he was getting the loudest cheer yet. Percy, the prefect, got up and shook his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins yelled, We got Potter! We got Potter! Harry sat down opposite the ghost in the ruff he'd seen earlier. The ghost patted his arm, giving Harry the sudden, horrible feeling he'd just plunged into a bucket of ice-cold water. He could see the high table properly now. At the end, nearest him, sat Hagrid, who caught his eye and gave him the thumbs up. Harry grinned back, and there, in the center of the high table, in a large gold chair, sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry recognized him at once from the card he'd gotten out of the chocolate frog on the train. Dumbledore's silver hair was the only thing in the whole hall that shone as brightly as the ghosts. Harry spotted Professor Quirrell, too, the nervous young man from the Leaky Cauldron. He was looking very peculiar in a large purple turban. And now there were only 4 people left to be sorted. Thomas Dean, a black boy, even taller than Ron, joined Harry at the Gryffindor table. Turnip Lisa became a Ravenclaw, and then it was Ron's turn. He was pale green by now. Harry crossed his fingers under the table, and a second later, the hat had shouted, Gryffindor! Harry clapped loudly with the rest as Ron collapsed into the chair next to him. Well done, Ron. Excellent, said Percy Weasley pompously across Harry as Sabini Blaze was made a Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and took the sorting hat away. Harry looked down at his empty gold plate. He had only just realized how hungry he was. The pumpkin pasties seemed ages ago. Albus Dumbledore had gotten to his feet. He was beaming at the students, his arms opened wide, as if nothing could have pleased him more than to see them all there. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you. He sat back down. Everybody clapped and cheered. Harry didn't know whether to laugh or not. Is he a bit mad? He asked Percy uncertainly. Mad? Said Percy airily. He's a genius. Best wizard in the world. But he is a bit mad, yes. Potatoes, Harry. Harry's mouth fell open. The dishes in front of him were now piled with food. He had never seen so many things he liked to eat on one table. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops and lamb chops, sausages, bacon and steaks, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and, for some strange reason, peppermint humbugs. The Dursleys had never exactly starved Harry, but he'd never been allowed to eat as much as he'd like. Dudley had always taken anything that Harry really wanted, even if it made him sick. Harry piled his plate with a bit of everything except the peppermints and began to eat. It was all delicious. That does look good, said the ghost in the ruff sadly, watching Harry cut up his steak. Can't you? I haven't eaten for nearly 500 years, said the ghost. I don't need to, of course, but one does miss it. I don't think I've introduced myself. Sir Nicholas the Mimsy Porpington, at your service, resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower. I know who you are, said Ron suddenly. My brothers told me about you. You're nearly Headless Nick. I would prefer you call me Sir Nicholas the Mimsy, the ghost began stiffly, but sandy-haired Seamus Finnegan interrupted. Nearly headless? How can you be nearly headless? I thought that was supposed to be Hermione's line. Sir Nicholas looked extremely miffed, as if their little chat wasn't going at all the way he wanted. Like this, he said irritably. He seized his left ear and pulled. His whole head swung off his neck and fell onto his shoulders as if it was on a hinge. Someone had obviously tried to behead him, but not done it properly. Looking pleased at the stunned looks on their faces, nearly headless Nick flipped his head back onto his neck, coughed, and said, So, new Gryffindors, I hope you're going to help us win with the house championship this year. Gryffindors have never gone so long without winning. Slytherins have got the cup 6 years in a row. The Bloody Baron's becoming almost unbearable. He's the Slytherin ghost. Harry looked over at the Slytherin table and saw a horrible ghost sitting there, with blank, staring eyes, a gaunt face, and robes stained with silver blood. He was right next to Malfoy, who, Harry was pleased to see, didn't look too pleased with the seating arrangements. "How did he get covered in blood?" asked Seamus with great interest. "I've never asked," said Nearly Headless Nick delicately. When everyone had eaten as much as they could, the remains of the food faded from the plates, leaving them sparkling clean as before. A moment later, the desserts appeared. Blocks of ice cream in every flavor you could think of. Apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate eclairs, and jam donuts. Trifle, strawberries, jello, rice pudding. As Harry helped himself to a treacle heart, the talk turned to their families. "I'm half and half," said Seamus. "My dad's a muggle. Mums didn't really tell him she was a witch till after they were married. Bit of a nasty shock for him." The others laughed. "What about you, Neville?" said Ron. "Well, my gran brought me up, and she's a witch," said Neville. "But the family thought I was all muggle for ages. My great uncle Allergy kept trying to catch me off guard and force some magic out of me. He pushed me off the end of Blackpool Pier once. I nearly drowned. But nothing happened until I was 8. I think my throat is reaching nearly the limit of what is capable of doing in one day. How many more pages of this chapter? We are currently on 125. Okay, well, a couple more pages, like maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more pages after this one. Okay, this would be a good place to end too. So I'm getting sleepings. Let's see. My great uncle Algie kept trying to catch me off my guard and force some magic out of me. He pushed me off the end of Blackpool Pier once. I nearly drowned, but nothing happened until I was 8. Great Uncle Algie came round for dinner, and he was hanging me out of the upstairs window by the ankles when my great auntie Enid offered him a, what I could say, meringue. Is that alcoholics and alcohols? I would imagine so. Offered him a meringue. I don't know how the heck to pronounce that. I assume it's meringue. And he accidentally let go, but I bounced all the way down the garden and into the road. They were all really pleased. Gran was crying. She was so happy. And you should have seen their faces when I got there. They thought I might not be magic enough to come, you see. Great Uncle Algie was so pleased he brought me my toad. On Harry's other side, Percy Weasley and Hermione were talking about lessons. I do hope they start right away. There's so much to learn. I'm particularly interested in transfiguration, you know. Turning something into something else, of course. It's supposed to be very difficult. You'll be starting small. Just matches into needles, that sort of thing. Harry, who was starting to feel warm and sleepy, looked up at the high table again. Hagrid was drinking deeply from his goblet. Professor McGonagall was talking to Professor Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell, in his absurd turban, was talking to a teacher with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin. It happened very suddenly. The hooked-nosed teacher looked past Quirrell's turban, straight into Harry's eyes, and a sharp, Hot pain shot across the scar on Harry's forehead. Ouch! Harry clapped a hand to his head. What is it? Asked Percy. Nothing. The pain had gone as quickly as it had come. Harder to shake off was the feeling that Harry had gotten from the teacher's look. A feeling that he didn't like at all. That he didn't like Harry at all. Who's that teacher talking to Professor Quirrell? He asked Percy. Oh, you know Professor Quirrell already, do you? No wonder he's looking so nervous. That's Professor Snape. He teaches potions, but he doesn't want to. Everyone knows he's after Quirrell's job. Knows an awful lot about the dark arts, Snape. Harry watched Snape for a while, but Snape didn't look at him again. At last the desserts too disappeared, and Professor Dumbledore got to his feet again. The hall fell silent. Ahem. Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start of term notices to give you. First year should note that the forest underground is forbidden to all pupils, and a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes flashed in the direction of the Weasley twins. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madame Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year the third floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry laughed, but he was one of the few who did. He's not serious, he muttered to Percy. Must be, said Percy, frowning at Dumbledore. It's odd, because he usually gives us a reason why we're not allowed to go somewhere. The forest is full of dangerous beasts. Everyone knows that. I do think he might have told us prefects at least. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song, cried Dumbledore. Harry noticed that the other teachers' smile had become rather fixed. Dumbledore gave his wand a little flick. Flick, huh? As if he was trying to get a fly off the end, and a long golden ribbon flew out of it, which rose high above the tables and twisted itself snake-like into words. Everyone picked their favorite tune, said Dumbledore, and off we go. And the school bellowed, Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-warty Hogwarts, teach us something, please, whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees. Our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff, for now they're bare and full of air, dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing, bring back what we've forgot. Just do your best, we'll do the rest, and learn until our brains all rot. Everybody finished the song at different times. At last, only the Weasley twins were left singing along to a very slow funeral march. Dumbledore conducted their last few lines with his wand, and when they had finished, he was one of those who clapped loudest. Ah, music, he said, wiping his eyes. A magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime. Off you trot. The Gryffindor first years followed Percy through the chattering crowds, out of the great hall, and up the marble staircase. Harry's legs were like lead again, but only because he was so tired and full of food. He was too asleepings even to be surprised that the people in the portraits along the corridors whispered and pointed as they passed, or that twice Percy led them through doorways hidden behind sliding panels and hanging tapestries. They climbed more staircases, yawning and dragging their feet, and Harry was just wondering how much farther they had to go when they came to a sudden halt. A bundle of walking sticks was floating in midair ahead of them, and as Percy took a step toward them, they started throwing themselves at him. "Peeves!" Percy whispered to the first years. "A poltergeist!" He raised his voice. "Peeves, show yourself!" A loud, rude sound, like the air being let out of a balloon, answered. "Do you want me to go to the Bloody Baron?" There was a pop, and a little man with wicked dark eyes and a wide mouth appeared, floating cross-legged in the air, clutching the walking sticks. "Oh," he said with an evil cackle. "Ickle firsties, what fun!" He swooped suddenly at them. They all ducked. "Go away, Peeves, or the Baron'll hear about this." "I mean it," barked Percy. Peeves stuck out his tongue and vanished, dropping the walking sticks on Neville's head. They heard him zooming away, rattling coats of armor as he passed. "You want to watch out for Peeves," said Percy as they set off again. "The Bloody Baron's the only one who can control him. He won't even listen to us prefects. Here we are." At the very end of the corridor hung a portrait of a very fat woman in a pink silk dress. "Password," she said. "Caput Draconis," said Percy, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hall in the wall. They all scrambled through it. Neville needed a leg up, and found themselves in the Gryffindor common room, a cozy round room full of squishy armchairs. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory, and the boys through another. At the top of the spiral staircase, they were obviously in one of the towers. They found their beds at last. Five four-posters hung with deep red velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been brought up. Too tired to talk much, they pulled on their pajamas and fell into bed. "Great food, isn't it? Great food, innit?" Ron muttered to Harry through the hangings. "Get off, Scabbers. He's chewing my sheets." Harry was going to ask Ron if he'd had any of the treacle tart, but he fell asleep almost at once. Asleepings. Perhaps Harry had eaten a bit too much, because he had a very strange dream. He was wearing Professor Quirrell's turban, which kept talking to him, telling him he must transfer to Slytherin at once, because it was his destiny. Harry told the turban he didn't want to be in Slytherin. It got heavier and heavier. He tried to pull it off, but it tightened painfully. And there was Malfoy laughing at him as he struggled with it. Then Malfoy turned into the hook-nosed teacher Snape, whose laugh became high and cold. There was a burst of green light, and Harry woke, sweating and shaking. He rolled over and fell asleepings again, and when he woke next day, he didn't remember the dream at all. Chapter 8, The Potions Master. No, we can't stop. We gotta keep going. And the chapter picture is a very thick tome, a pretty big book with like I guess it would be like a jewel encrusted into the top center. And then there are these wavy thingies coming out of the book up toward the air. Like magic, like wind, like farts, like potions, like smoke. And I guess that's where we're gonna have to end for today. I don't know if I'm gonna have a good Snape voice, but I guess we'll have to try it. If I want to try to do like an Alan Rickman one, I might have to like hold my nose closed. Clearly, fame isn't everything, is it, Mr. Potter? I don't know. I'll have to go ahead and try it and test it out. Our new celebrity. Clearly, fame isn't everything, is it, Mr. Potter? Phew. So I'm definitely gonna lose access to this. I think it was... Oh, it's tomorrow at about 1 a.m. So I basically have until the rest of today before it gets automatically returned. I'll just return it now, I guess. I don't know if I'm going to stream some more tomorrow. If I'm going to read some... What day is it? If I want to try to finish Harry Potter this month, I could try to stream tomorrow. But I have to think about how I'm going to schedule my other stuff. So we will have to see how that will play out. Holy fuck, I'm so hungry. I gotta go make a sandwiches. I'm literally so super duper hungry. I don't think there's anything else that I want to cover right now. We're done with Photoshop. We're done with our notes. Let me copy this link of the hot Harry Potter bitches into my running notes. Oh my goodness, been streaming for 8.5 hours. Oh no. I'm so tired. Oh. No, I'm going to follow the sleepings. I'm gonna have a spooky dream where I have a turban. Where I have a turban and then there's a voice speaking in my head telling me to commit atrocities like committing while having explosives on me in a very populated area. Okay, well, that's gonna be it for today. Thanks for watching. Thanks for memeing. Thanks for chilling. Don't forget, you can support with all those links up there. You can type the support command for links. Type the social commands to follow on Twitter and YouTubes and Discords. Type Amazon for my Amazon affiliate link. And then you can add stuff to your cart and buy it within 24 hours. And I will get some of that So you can support me by just buying stuff on Amazon. And then FTC, I gotta read it. Now that I said it. As an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. I get commissions for purchases made from the link above. And that should be it for today. Okay, so good luck, have fun, don't die, don't be stupid. Try not to swallow your tongue. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Take care of yourself. And as always, I will see you next time. Bye bye.